Even 10 years later, he couldn't forget that sight. Blades that shrouded the heavens like an iron cloud, and the way they rained down their deadly rain on the earth. He didn't know if this was a punishment for mankind, meted out by heaven itself. A young man stood with a camera and prepared to film. He gave the command that he was starting the broadcast. A young man appeared on the screen and said hello. He said, "It's MS again, who will destroy everyone." He had news that the viewers would definitely appreciate. Mess said he had a joint broadcast with a very special guest today. The girl waved to the viewers and said, "Hello, everyone." The viewers in the chat room immediately recognized the girl. They wrote that it was Hanyul. The host asked Hanyul if it was her first time or if she was attending the stream. The girl said that it was her first stream, so she was a little nervous. Mess said that popular professions change with time and circumstances, even if the world is half destroyed by monsters. But that won't stop you from making some money. MS said he's a monster streamer and bragged about his muscles. Hanyul even hung on his arm for a good picture. The young man thought there were people in the world who had lost their families to monsters. They're just ordinary people who can't fight. They are interested in monster hunters. Therefore, they support people like MS that they like, and people watch them. On the screen, MS continued to brag and talk about his successes. The girl admired the streamer. MS said he promises a hot dance from Hanyul after he is done hunting. The girl said to keep the viewers tuned in. Be sure to subscribe and give them likes, and of course, press the bell. The cameraman thought all the viewers would get to watch a hot dance tonight. That's what Hanyul is there for, to raise the ratings. MS said if everyone's ready, he'll start the hunt. Everybody get ready. Mess pointed his fingers, said all the audience should look over there. That's what they came here for. The cameraman pointed the camera and enlarged the picture. The viewers saw that the Aniwan monster was resting there. MS asked the audience, they must be disappointed that they picked some pathetic one-star monster today. But he urged the audience to look around. MS told the audience that there were no hunters around, no matter how much they looked. Only Hanyul is near him. She's a very ordinary person. She's also a girl. MS extended his finger to the screen and asked the audience, how many hunters can there be found in Korea who can single-handedly take down a one-star monster? Hanyul shouted joyfully that she knew and raised her hand. The girl shouted that there were 86 such people. MS said that this was correct. But today, he will change that number. It will be updated. Hanyul told the audience that it was unbelievable and suggested that everyone should cheer for MS today. MS said that he was coming to destroy Aniwan. The girl happily followed the superhero. A cameraman with a camera walked behind them. The young man with the camera was frightened, to say the least. How could this monster be destroyed without the help of another hunter? The formidable MS turned and told the cameraman to follow him more briskly. And don't be afraid of anything. The monster streamer has everything under control. A young man told the protagonist of this stream that it was too much. The guy added that MS didn't have enough combat power to fight without other hunters. Besides, this monster is huge. The young man added that he had another objection. After all, MS had been extremely drunk last night. MS shouted for the operator to stop talking immediately. The hero of the stream said this operator doesn't know anything about hunting at all. The young man fell silent and thought that this stubborn monster streamer was impossible to change his mind. Hanyul cheerfully stated to the camera that such a monster couldn't even scratch the expensive MS. MS added that this is a good point, and now the viewers are being given the opportunity to see for themselves. One of the viewers wrote in the chat that today there will be 2 less people in the world, and everyone will laugh at the loss of this MS. The cameraman kept filming but thought it wasn't a good idea, and he didn't like the whole thing. MS said he had a heavenly talent and invited everyone to appreciate it. He showed everyone his firepower. He had a ball of fire between his palms that he could juggle. MS said that this power was not given to everyone. The young man looking at ULAM thought that unlike the protagonist, he didn't have any talent. People who don't have a gift don't stand a chance against the monster. This world is terribly cruel. And so are the people who inhabit it. Mess flipped this fireball from hand to hand and finally threw it at the monster. The monster was resting peacefully without disturbing anyone. Suddenly, there was an explosion near him. The monster was frightened and jumped away. After that, the camera showed the MS again. The girl in the background shouted that this MS was very cool. Hanyul was delighted. MS was terribly pleased with himself. The monster streamer once again showed off his biceps and asked the viewers how they could watch such a thing, and added that all the viewers are seeing such power for the first time. MS quietly asked Hanyul how she would feel about them having a drink together tonight. The girl was afraid that the audience might hear everything. Suddenly, the audience witnessed a horrible picture. In the background, the flames from the explosion were blazing, and suddenly, out of this flame, jumped invulnerable monster. He flew straight at the main characters of this stream. The main characters didn't suspect anything yet. Only the cameraman saw it. He shouted for ULM to be more careful. "There's danger behind!" MS looked back and saw that the monster's horrible mouth was looming over him. It was showing all the onlookers its huge, sharp teeth. MS was startled, turned around, and abruptly jumped aside, taking Haniel with him. The cameraman got scared and thought, "Oh my God, this is the end. And we're all dead bodies. The reportage has failed. What should we do?" Haniel was screaming for MS to stand up and do something. "This is a streamer monster." The young man said that there is nothing he can do in such a situation. The monster stood over the young men and roared loudly. The protagonist did not know where to go out of fear. Viewers in the chat room wrote that it was expected. The monster streamer pushed the girl aside and yelled for her to move away. The young man rushed away, out of harm's way. The woman reached out her hand to the young man in terror and asked for help. The monster already had its horrible paw on the victim. The monster struck the girl and she flew far aside with a loud scream. It was a scream of terror. Monster was most interested in MS Monster Streamer. The sinister monster rushed after him in pursuit. The young man increased his retreat speed with a shout. MS screamed, dropped everything, and ran away from the monster. He yelled for the operator to pull the monster away and took him on. MS threw the young man aside and told him to be the bait for the monster. The boy disagreed and told MS to become the bait himself. The cameraman pointed the camera at the Superman, and all the viewers saw him rapidly running away. The viewers in the chat room noted that this hero can really run fast. The young man was left alone with the camera against the terrible beast. The beast opened its arms and was ready to grab the young man. Mess running away said he was grateful to the operator for his help. That was sarcasm. The young man looked after the retreating hero and heard him add that he would never forget the precious time he had spent with him. MS made it to his car and thought he was already saved. He shouted that in this situation it was better for him, a future hunter, to survive than a loser like this operator, and added not to hold a grudge against him. The guy thought that this cowardly protagonist had made up a stupid excuse to leave the young man here alone with the monster. The young man remembered his father telling him as a child that God was always watching, and Sikkang should know that he is being watched over. God will always protect him. The child always calmed down when he heard those words. It's nice to know that there is a protector who will save you in a difficult moment. You just have to believe in it. The boy came to his senses. The young man came to his senses and realized that faith alone was not enough in this case. For some reason, help did not come from anywhere. He turned around and started to run away from the danger. The boy remembered what they say before death. The dying man sees the light around him. That's what they used to say. The monster had caught up with the young man and was already swinging at him. The young man wondered, where is God and his help now? The unbelievable happened. The operator jumped high up and he was able to elude the level 1 monster. The jump was so strong that the young man landed away from this monster. The boy didn't understand what was happening and how he had done it. The young man looked at his hand. Sikkang saw that his hand was shining and couldn't understand what was wrong. There was an inscription on his palm that said, God is very surprised. It was the young man's turn to be surprised. What do you mean God is surprised? The boy decided he was asleep. He couldn't explain what was happening any other way. The young man was brought to his senses and brought back to reality by the monster's roar. The danger was still near. The beast with burning demonic eyes looked around, searching for the young man who had disappeared. The guy hid behind a tree that was in close proximity to the monster. The young man thought that he wouldn't be able to anticipate the movement of this beast. Now was not the time to be distracted by anything. If the beast spotted him and struck him, he would not survive. A sign appeared in front of the young man's eyes. Someone wanted to continue watching with popcorn. The boy thought that God was watching all this with popcorn in such a situation. So God was just watching, seeing people die. Sikkang was leaning against a tree with his backpack that was behind his back. He felt that there was something in the backpack. The young man removed the bag and examined its contents. There were a lot of weapons. Where could they have come from? He remembered that it was MS. He was the one who had given the young man his backpack to carry, and joked that he might need some support. The operator thought that ULM had at least taken care of him here. The beast continued its search for the man. Its eyes glittered in the darkness, and it was terribly aggressive. The boy decided that he could not die until he had dealt with this monster with his own hands. He jumped high above the monster and swung the shovel that was in his backpack. Sick Kang descended on the beast and shouted that the beast would get his now. The young man hit his opponent on the head with a shovel. There was no miracle. The beast remained unharmed. It became even angrier and growled louder. The operator did not know what to do next. Sick Kang decided that he had nothing to lose and shouted that he was ready to fight. The guy put his fists forward. The monster swung his paw at him, and the boy in his backpack flew off to the side. The forces were obviously not equal. Sick Kang didn't want to give up and started looking for some other way to overpower the huge opponent. Since the young man never had superpowers, he tried his best. He practiced every day to survive. At night, he studied, mastering the strategies of a hunter. He processed a lot of useful information. A young man was running away from a monster. This is where he needed all his physical training. The monster screamed threateningly. The young man screamed in fear. A sign appeared before his eyes that a god was applauding him. The boy thought, what does applause have to do with it? Sick Kang didn't have time to think about hallucinations right now, and about those inscriptions in front of his eyes. Right now, he had to deal with this monster. He had to decide how to defeat it right away. The boy thought he had only one chance left. He couldn't escape from the beast. The young man stopped and turned around. He said they were going to play now. The guy had a spear that he took out of his backpack. He dodged the monster and ran around it from behind. He found a part of the monster's body that he could hit with the spear. The boy dodged and delivered a powerful, penetrating blow to the part of the monster's body he had chosen to attack. 100% hit. The beast screamed in pain. Blood rushed in all directions. The beast had not expected such an action from his opponent. The boy saw that the beast was wounded, and he decided he couldn't miss the opportunity and had to keep going. So he swung again. The beast roared, spreading its front paws and intending to grab the young man. The boy struck another blow directly into the chest of his fearsome opponent. The gazes of the young man and the monstrous monster met. The young man had rage in his eyes. The monster had hatred in its burning eyes. Neither one was going to look away. The monster's blood rushed out from under the spear. The cameraman's camera was on the ground the whole time. He dropped it when he was retreating. The camera appeared to be on, and live viewers were watching what was happening. In the chat, they described the situation and could not believe that a simple cameraman coped with the monster. Is it really not a fake? The young man bent over the monster. He made sure it was a breathless body. The guy felt that he had no strength left. He had expended a lot of nerves and energy. Sick Kang lay down beside the monster on the grass and shouted, "I did it!" The boy couldn't believe this wasn't a dream. Was it really happening to him? In addition to this, the young man felt how when his body recovered, the strength became much more. An inscription appeared in front of his eyes that the god was pleased with the result. New signs appeared. They said that the god had summoned another god, and now there are 2 spectators. God laughs. The spectators are added again. Now there are 3. The Encyclopedia of Monsters lists it as an Aniwan giant ape, 1-star monster, a regular monster with the face of a monkey. Onlookers watching these events could not believe that this was available to the common man. The girl in front of the computer couldn't believe what she saw. She assumed it was a quality fake. I mean, that's impossible. All the viewers realized that the cameraman of this stream fought the 1-star monster and defeated him. The young people couldn't believe what was happening. Was it really serious? No one had ever thought of it before. Who is this guy? He's really not human. Sick Kang lay on the grass and thought that this should be put online immediately. The professional in him immediately woke up. This should definitely raise an incredible buzz because it's a phenomenon. The young man calmed down and picked up the camera. The young man saw that the camera was on and read the correspondence in the chat room. Everyone was crazy about this cameraman. The young man couldn't believe it. It was a jackpot. He had accomplished a feat, and everyone already knows about it. The viewers saw it live. The cameraman looked at the motionless monster with a bloody spear sticking out of it. Was all this really being broadcast live? The young man continued filming and showed the viewers the current situation. The guy looked that there were over 8,000 people online right now. That was 3 times the usual number, and it was definitely not a dream. The young man looked up, and a sign appeared in front of him that there were 3 spectators looking down on him from above. 3 gods. Sick Kang smiled. What gods can we talk about? No need to make him laugh. Were they also watching this streamer? The young man felt a surge of strength as the spectators increased. He was clearly getting stronger. The viewers were energizing him. I wondered what the chat rooms were saying about him and the night's incident. The young man looked at the camera and said hello to everyone. He said that the audience had already seen everything. No need for comments. Sick Kang thanked everyone for their support and good feedback. He said that he was happy about it. The young man said that he unfortunately won't be able to read all the comments right now because he's still busy, and added that Yu Ilam left him here alone tonight. The young man thought that the rescue team should arrive soon, and the rescue team is also aware of what has happened. The guy thought that if it wasn't for the audience, he would have a much harder time now. Yu Ilam, the coward, had already been detained in Seoul. This underdog embarrassed himself in front of the entire audience, and now he's in big trouble, because he shouldn't have legally provoked this monster on his own. Viewers in the chat asked the streamer, what happened to the girl? The guy remembered her and thought, how is Hanyul? The young man looked around and tried to find the place where the monster had pushed the girl away. He wanted to look for her. Sik Kang saw Hanyul, lying motionless on the edge of the lawn, so he decided to check on her. Plaques appeared in front of the young man's eyes. The gods advised him to flee from there. The gods are concerned about his actions. The gods were asking him to stop. The boy thought that those who call themselves gods are no different from ordinary human spectators. The young man with the camera on approached the girl. The viewers noted that he was doing another noble deed. After all, he wants to check the well-being of Hanyul. Sik Kang approached the girl. He was a little tense. Reading the correspondence, the guy decided that people thought it was as if it was funny. It seemed to the young man that the current situation was not suitable for broadcasting. It was unethical. The guy thought, is the girl dead after the monster attack? There didn't seem to be any blood around. Plaques appeared in front of the young man's eyes. Some gods glared. Some gods are concerned. Some gods are excited. The lad couldn't understand what these reactions were. The young man thought that this girl was still alive after all, and that gave him hope. The boy heard a siren, looked around and realized that the rescue team had finally arrived. He decided that the next steps should be left to the rescuers. They're the experts. The car stopped, and specialists in protective suits and masks quickly ran out of them. The commander told them to act according to the instructions in force. The older man walked up to the young man and asked if he was the hero everyone had seen in the streamer. The rescue chief shook the young man's hand and said, I'm glad you're safe. The rescuer was surprised that the young man had actually defeated the monster single-handedly. The young man replied that he was only lucky. He couldn't tell about the gods. No one would believe him anyway. The rescuers said the young man was very lucky indeed. He turned out to be very fast and athletic, and asked that the young man with his stream did not interfere with the work of specialists. The boy said that he would be extremely careful. The young man didn't stop filming and thought this might be a good chance for him. The guy kept filming and said into the microphone that it was now the rescuer's job to remove this body. The young man was also just doing his job, the cameraman's job. The rescuers noticed that this monster was still alive, so he was faking it, or he had very little strength. The elder said they would shoot to kill after it moved, if necessary. One of the rescuers shouted that the girl should be given first aid and called for people with stretchers. The young man did not stop filming for a moment. The young man saw that the number of spectators had increased, and for the new arrivals, he decided to make an explanation to bring them up to speed. Sik Kang said that the main goal of the rescue team is to extract the core from the monster's body. It's not easy. This may explain why one of the rescue team was holding an electric saw. After the necessary procedures, the rescuer shouted out what he had found. They found a substance in the monster's body, which is the source of the monster's power. The rescuer held a bloody saw in his hands. On it was the very crystal that was the target of these manipulations. If it was suddenly not removed, this monster would revive. Someone in the chat room asked, "What's wrong with the girl, with Hanyul?" The young man looked at the girl and saw a lifeguard lying on that spot. The boy saw a sign that one of the gods was laughing. Someone from the god brought popcorn. The young man saw a purple liquid come out of the girl's body from her mouth, eyes, and ears and rush upwards. From this liquid, an incomprehensible creature formed over the girl and swallowed this rescuer. The young man thought that a new monster had appeared. He was too soon to calm down. The guy realized he was facing a Toxicus. It's also a type of monster. Toxic was also a one-star monster. He controls deadly poisons. This monster hides under the wounded and poisons anyone who comes near the body. In this way, it increases the number of its victims. It is a very cunning monster. The rescuers were surprised. When did this monster appear? And when did it have time to hide there? The rescue commander told them to start all vehicles and prepare to retreat. He told them to take the cannonball and leave this victim alone. They need to think about retreating now. The rescue chief told his subordinates to act without panic and in harmony. He knew that these people had seen monsters and the consequences of encountering them many times before. They would not be intimidated by anything. Sikkang thought that he wasn't going to give up. He will continue to be a hero. It's to his liking. The boy set his mind to the task of rescuing Haniel and the rescuer who had been affected by the toxic. The young man looked into his backpack with the intention of finding something suitable. A suitable one, of course, was found. It was a gas burner. It just happened to be in his backpack, and he decided it was the right thing for the job. The young man checked the serviceability of this unit and was satisfied. The fire was just right. Sikkang moved closer to the monster and said, offering him a taste of his favorite fire. The rescuers disagreed with the young man. They said he shouldn't do it. He might damage the corpses, they could burn, and they have to be returned to their families. The young man objected, and instead of giving up and waiting for these people to become actual corpses, I'm going to take up and save them now. The young man didn't fully understand why he had started to be a hero, but he decided that he had to do something. The young man rushed to the rescue car. Sikkang thought that in this case, he really needed the fire extinguisher from this car. Outsiders, they are spirit-type monsters whose main food is the human spirit. Toxic would kill slowly to squeeze as much energy out of the victims as possible. The young man attached a camera to his body in order to continue streaming, and thought if he could neutralize the poison, he could save those people. Sikkang picked up a fire extinguisher and moved towards the monster. The young man said that Sikkang doesn't know how to give up and do nothing, and checked that the camera was on. So the filming is still going on. The young man has already calculated everything and set one specific goal for himself. Now he is taking his chance to break into the top of the monster streamers. In the chat, viewers wrote that the cameraman wants to go through the fire, and it's unreal. The guy was getting close to toxic. The flames were blazing. The toxic did not subside. The young man with the fire extinguisher was getting closer. Sikkang thought that he had spent years trying to accomplish anything in life, but there was no single place where he was taken seriously. A mere cameraman could do exactly nothing. The young man began to feel the heat. The flames were heating his body to the limit. But something told him that this was his opportunity to prove himself. The young man turned on the fire extinguisher and walked through the fire without hesitation. He was ready to take that step. The young man knew that the wisdom of the weak says, you have to get stronger. The guy said on camera that he must look like a crazy person. He shouldn't do that because there's fire all around. But fire is a weakness, so the audience shouldn't panic. The young man did his thing and continued commenting, fire neutralizes the poison, the toxic's main weapon. After that, the toxics become weak and helpless. A fire extinguisher is needed to seize the opportunity and save the victim, while the toxic is weak. At that point, the toxic can't move or attack. That leaves him with only two options. Drop your prey and run away, or use all your strength for the final throw. The young man looked intently into the toxic's eyes and decided that this monster had chosen the second course of action. The girl shrieked, twitched, and coughed. She rose to her feet. Her body movements were unnatural. Haniel's eyes became like a demon's. The girl screamed and moved towards the young man. Her body was being led by a monster. The guy thought, does the monster really think it can overpower me without poison? This is a typical prime example of the monster's intelligence. It's all very primitive. The young man continued filming and shouted that he was waiting for the enemy. He had a fire extinguisher in his hands. The girl, spreading her arms, was approaching the young man. When Haniel was in close proximity to the operator, she opened her mouth and roared. The young man swung the fire extinguisher. The boy thought that this monster was using the man to fight him. But then, it would leave him no chance. Sikkang gave the monster in the girl's body a crushing blow with the fire extinguisher. Inscriptions appeared before the young man's eyes. God is stunned by these actions. Others agree with the young man. The boy figured it was his only way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. He let go of the fire extinguisher and walked over to the unconscious rescuer. He thought that the gods didn't understand anything about saving people from monsters. The young man picked up the injured man and moved toward the rest of the rescuers. The viewers in front of their computer screens thought that this rescuer was alive, so they didn't die. The young man explained that the heat of the fire neutralized the monster's poison. and the toxin didn't have time to suck out all the spirit. But the fire continued to grow. Sick Kang made the decision to leave this place. The young man heard strange sounds behind him and turned around. Haniel was on her feet and looked at the young man with a demonic stare. The guy's pissed. Turns out that monster was still in the girl's body. If it attacked now, it would be hard on the boy. The exact opposite happened. The girl opened her mouth and the toxin was safely out of her body. The monster decided to escape. Toxic rose into the sky and became out of reach of the young man and the rescue team. The operator took the girl on his other shoulder and carried the victim safely to the rescuers. He was a hero today. The danger had passed and the rescuers were again intensifying their work. The rescue chief said that the toxic escaped and abandoned its victims. Fortunately, everyone survived. The young man was not completely satisfied. Although he had saved 2 people, he had not been able to finish this pathetic monster. He thought that today he would definitely be on the news, even though many people wouldn't believe what was happening. The young man decided to interact with the viewers and thank them for watching the reckless cameraman's broadcast. Sick Kang said to the camera that, from today, the broadcast with ULAM will stop. And I thought that the news would report on that guy today before they reported on him. The young man told his viewers that he was saying goodbye to them until we meet again. In the chat, they wrote that now the viewers will follow him regularly and wish to meet quickly in the next broadcast. The young man managed to impress so many viewers. The guy thought he'd finally made a breakthrough. And now he's just going to go ahead. Another god has joined the viewing party. Now there are 4 viewers. Someone posted a link to this young man's new channel. Already 8,500 views. Viewers thought, and the funny thing is that the link to the new channel is uploaded to ULAM's website. Sick Kang went back on the air and said hello to the viewers. He thought that ULAM's viewers were now automatically his viewers, and there was nothing personal about it. The guy announced to everyone that he was starting a new broadcast. He's live now. In the monster research notes, it was stated that the Toxicus is a poisonous monster. It grows larger as it consumes a person's spirit. He is attracted to human suffering. He is vulnerable to fire. Sick Kang noticed that there were already 8,700 people watching. He decided that it was worth risking his life for. The guy turned on the camera and said that he was now near a hospital. A physical examination showed that he was doing just fine. The young man had a sign in front of his eyes that there were 4 gods watching him right now. One of them is terribly bored. Another impatient god wants cruelty. The young man was even surprised that after a medical examination, the doctors did not find any abnormalities. The guy noticed that the journalists were still outside the hospital. They haven't left. He should avoid the journalists and go another way out of here. The young man remembered his meeting with journalists the day before. He had not been allowed to pass. The journalists asked him if he had really defeated the monster with his bare hands. The guy realized that these reporters were following him everywhere now. They were even camped outside the hospital. He decided to somehow try to get out of here unnoticed. As he approached his house, the young man heard an explosion nearby. It turned out that his house had been damaged. Sick Kang immediately guessed that this was probably the work of the monsters. They must be taking revenge on him. There were casualties in the neighborhood. Some people did not know where to go now. Panic reigned. The guy couldn't understand what kind of monsters were involved in this crime this time. People took the essentials from their belongings and scattered away to where it was safe. Rescuers were pulling injured people out of the rubble. The young man was discouraged and upset. These insidious monsters were now attacking his hometown. The young man lived in a world where houses are destroyed by monsters and people are used to it. Inscriptions appeared in front of the boy's eyes. Some god wondered if there would be a battle. One god had passed out, and there were 3 spectators left. The guy wondered, what kind of spectators were these gods? It seemed strange to him. Sick Kang noticed a pattern. When the number of god's spectators decreases, he feels that he loses his strength. The young man decided that the best way to attract the god's attention was to fight monsters. Siegfried killed the dragon and became immortal. Perseus defeated the Gorgon jellyfish. There are countless stories of heroes who defeated monsters with the help of some god. The young man wondered what would happen to him. What would divine surveillance of him lead to? The writings before his eyes appeared again. One god is irritated, one god is tired. The young man looked back. He heard a young man approaching him. He asked why the boy was sitting here. The stranger looked at the young man and recognized him. He said he was the cameraman in front of him. The stranger asked, was the monster streamer in front of him? The same one who took out Anya Wan. Sik Kang thought that just a few days ago, he was just a simple, nameless cameraman. And today, Jung Sung-han himself, a famous streamer, recognized the young man. It was unusual. Jung Sung-han wasn't alone. He had a cameraman with him who was filming the streamer. The cameraman turned to his viewers and said that he had accidentally met a famous person who had recently been in the news. The young man said he was on a commercial break and asked the audience to stay tuned. Sik Kang thought he was a streamer to the core. Jung Sung-han asked the young man if he was willing to die, just to catch monsters and get more views. The young man replied that it wasn't like that at all. Sik Kang thought that when the camera turns off, the true nature of the streamers comes out. Jung Sung-han wondered why the young man was talking to him so disrespectfully. After all, he's the most popular streamer. Sik Kang tiredly asked him what he wanted from him. That Sung-han was getting angry. No one had ever spoken to him like that before. Where had the reverence and respect gone? He wanted to put the young man in his place and asked how many viewers he had now. Sik Kang couldn't understand what his interlocutor was trying to accomplish. Why is he such a strange type? After all, the young man had a much larger audience right now. He caught the wave. A popular streamer shouted, "How can a young man talk to him like that?" After all, this kid can't even use superpowers and only pretends to be cool. His popularity is just luck. And he was 100% right. Sik Kang advised his interlocutor to take care of himself and reminded him that commercial breaks are never that long. Jung Sung-han lashed out at his cameraman and said that he should have warned him a long time ago. The cameraman apologized. Sik Kang said to his interlocutor not to be too hard on himself. The audience, in any case, would not be bored, because unlike him, the young man continued his broadcast. Sik Kang revealed that he had a camera in his bag that was turned on. Jung Sung-han became indignant and told the guy to give him the tablet right away. The audience saw the whole thing. Sik Kang reached for his clipboard and said, rather awkwardly, the young man handed the tablet to his interlocutor to make sure the recording didn't stop. Sik Kang came on the air from his phone, said hello, and said he was the cameraman who was always getting into trouble. It was quite unexpected for the young man to see Jung Sung-han's real face. A sign appeared in front of the boy's eyes that one god had entered the airwaves. Now the viewers, 4. The guy thought that this way his broadcast was attracting gods. It was worth it. Jung Sung-han told viewers that it was his witty advice to an inexperienced streamer. In fact, there was a little misunderstanding. Sik Kang said that policy recommendations exist for a reason. They usually help to avoid misunderstandings like this. The vast majority of monsters do not exchange information with each other. People not only share information, but also create strategies. Although there are some people who prefer to keep quiet, and not everyone can be strategized for. Jung Sung-han thought he should calm down and try not to embarrass himself. The point of the MS broadcast is to fight monsters. He just has to destroy a few monsters, and the entire audience will belong to him. The experienced streamer pushed the young man aside and told him to get out of the way. He was about to show him how a first-class monster streamer worked. Sik Kang asked, did his interlocutor really want to massacre the monster himself? Jung Sung-han asked, why was the young man scared? Or is he a hero only on screen but a coward in reality? The boy alluded to the fact that he has superpowers. Sik Kang wished him good luck. Sung-han thought that the young man had a simple character, but he had some skills. The super streamer walked away. The cameraman followed him. The young man thought that he should find the monster that destroyed his house. That way he could attract the gods. Sik Kang looked around. The monster was nowhere to be found. He figured that monster had long gone after destroying the house, although there were plenty of places to hide. Jung Sung-han found the monster using his superpowers and was able to deal with it. He thought that Sik Kang was very slow and couldn't find the monster first. Quickness. That's the basis of the basics. Sik Kang saw that the monster was still alive. Moreover, he stood up and decided to pounce on his assailant. The monster jumped up and was about to launch an attack on Jung Sung-han. The guy shouted that the monster was behind him and he was attacking. The super streamer saw and screamed in fear. He turned around and started running as fast as he could. Sik Kang thought that guy was ruined by his own pride. Talented people tend to be careless. The young man assumed, not unreasonably, that this was the thing that had destroyed his home. From the look on his face, the monster was ready for a showdown. The guy wasn't scared and checked to see if the camera was on. He said, doesn't this villain know what happened to the other monster the other day? The monster only growled furiously in response. It showed its fearsome, sharp fangs. His eyes glowed with demonic fire. Sik Kang turned around and began to frantically run away from his opponent. He noticed that out of the audience, there were already 4 gods. The guy thought that even though his strength had increased, he couldn't tell what exactly he had become better at. The young man had a change of plans. He decided to wait for revenge. Now he had to find shelter to defend himself from the monster's attack. Jung Sung-han came to his senses and thought it was a shame. He wondered where the monster and that young man had disappeared to. Super Streamer heard a loud roar and thought, what could it be? He thought it was a monster making such strange noises. The man ran to the church, assuming that this guy had gotten into a fight with the monster in that very room. Jong Sung-han shouted, if the young man was still alive, he should respond, and let me know about him. The man stepped closer and a horrifying picture appeared in front of him. Near the wall was a monster that was bleeding. There were countless wounds on it, and its body was pierced by spears and a wooden cross. In front of the monster stood Sik Kang. The boy could not come to his senses and could not understand how he could have done it. Did God really help him? The young man remembered how it had happened. The monster had caught up and was about to destroy the boy. The beast stood on its hind legs and roared loudly. The guy dodged the monster and stabbed it in the eye with the deadly spear he always had on him. While the monster screamed and wriggled, the young man managed to hide behind a wall and realized that the monster had lost him. But that wasn't going to last long. There was something else to think of. The guy saw a wooden cross and thought, that's what he needed right now. The monster ape was twisting its head around and trying to spot the young man. The boy climbed the wall and dismounted the cross. He put both hands around it and lifted it up. The young man swung his cross and jumped on top of the monster, wanting to strike it down. Sik Kang shouted that this would be the end of the monster. After the young man stuck the cross into the monster's body, he stabbed the spears into the monster in several places, and the monster was finished. It was at this moment that Jung Sung-han discovered them. Sik Kang realized that this situation was to prove that his victories were not a fluke. They are the pattern of a confident young man. Jong Sung-han found nothing else to do but ask why the guy was using the cross. The young man ignored him and wondered on his phone. What was the audience's reaction? The super streamer shouted that he couldn't be ignored. Guy had read in the news feeds about the desperate story of an ordinary man without an ability. There was nothing more exciting than that. The young man told the camera that he managed to survive this time, too. Sik Kang thought that it was easier for him this time, thanks to the increase in the god's audience. The young man said on camera that this all happened only because of the support of his favorite viewers. He offered to stay with him on air and follow the progress of the MS operator. In the chat, viewers wrote that they couldn't believe that the cameraman was a normal person. How is this possible? The young man's eyes were filled with inscriptions that the gods were interested in him. They were wondering if he had a plan. Jung Sung-han approached the young man and called out to him. Super Streamer yelled that he was just distracted, and that monkey wouldn't have done anything to him anyway. The young man shouldn't be overreacting to him like that. Jung Sung-han said that he had a great idea. They should decide which one of them is stronger. Sik Kang thought that he wasn't going to fight his opponent. Super Streamer took the young man's camera. The young man screamed, "What is he doing? He mustn't touch her." Sik Kang shouted that they were fighting together against the monsters and started pointing his camera at the super streamer. The opponent yelled for the young man not to do that. That Sung-han said that he would like to invite the young man to the MS collab hunt. The young man interjected, "What kind of hunt is that?" Jung Sung-han said that streamers do this kind of thing all the time. Next week there will be a collab hunt where streamers from all over the country will participate. And that's where it will be determined who is the strongest. The young man wondered, is it really the best MS hunt in the country? If even Jong Seon-han calls it the best, it's worth listening to. Super Streamer said he was sure the young man had naturally already heard of the event. The boy lied, but confirmed his opponent's confidence. The young man read the inscriptions in front of his eyes, which indicated that there were already 5 spectators of the gods. Streamers with the most outstanding skills and talents will gather at this event. Even Kim So-yoon will be present. Young thought that one opportunity to broadcast with this legend was already a huge success. The young man said that he agreed. A young man moves along an abandoned road. He knows what he's after. The guy came to the agreed-upon place. It's the place that Jung Seon-han indicated. The young man approached the abandoned airport. It was the danger zone of the old airport terminal. Sik Kang remembered that he had been here as a child. The young man stood silently at the broken window and looked at the abandoned area. In front of him was a tent city and several airplanes. Near the tents were cars spread out. It was not a deserted area. Every now and then, some people were moving between the tents. Suddenly, Jong Sung-han appeared and told the young man to follow him. The young men walked between the tents. Sik Kang looked inside and thought that there was some serious equipment in here. The young men approached the girl. Super Strymer apologized to his sister for being late. He said it was because of his co-worker. The girl said it's fine, it's not a big deal. Sik Kang noticed that this girl was floating in the air. The young man noted that this girl has a real superpower. Moreover, she uses this superpower in everyday life. It must take a monstrous amount of energy. She is clearly different from the rest of the MS. The girl turned to the young man and asked, "Is he just going to stare at her like that? And why doesn't he say hello?" From the first minutes, he behaves rudely. The young man apologized and said hello. The girl said she was Kim So-yoon's cameraman. She hoped that the young man wouldn't call her sister a goddess, like a brainless person. The girl decided to cut to the chase and explained that this program lasts 3 days and 2 nights. If the guy thinks he can't handle it, it's better to let him go home now. Jung Sung-han wondered, why did it take so long? Sik Kang thought his interlocutor had already given up. The young man said he was fine with everything, and that was fine. He extended his hand to the girl to greet her. The young man said he won't let you down and can be counted on. The girl shook the young man's hand and said she hoped the young man wasn't throwing words around. The young man read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. The heart of one of the gods fluttering sweetly. One god is worried. One god is ready to wait. It's been 2 days. The young man thought that this girl was definitely different from Jung Sung-han. She has a professional approach to things and an elaborate schedule. The young man figured it was all because she'd had army training. The girl asked if Sik Kang wanted to become a soldier. The boy said he would think about the proposal. Kim So-yoon stated she can make the young man work under her command. The boy thanked and said that he was more MS than a soldier. The girl was upset. She had expected that the young man might agree. Kim So-yoon suggested that we move forward with the plan. There has been a critical increase in the number of rampaging birds at the airport. This situation has only recently begun to take dangerous proportions. Therefore, not many people know about it. Jung Sung-han asked if she really wanted to monopolize the hunting grounds. The girl replied that she wasn't going to monopolize anything. Kim So-yoon added that the official announcement was delayed because a thorough investigation was required. Yoon decided that the investigation is now complete. The girl informed that there were about 100 buffalo now. Her team had been working non-stop all this time to find out if there were any more nasty surprises in the area. The young man thought that this girl's operator must be having a hard time. He mentally wished him luck. Sik Kang remembered that he too had to risk his life when Yu Ilam sent him on a scouting mission. The young man climbed the rocks all alone looking for buffalo, and one day he almost died. The budding streamer reminded the girl that bufflehead hunting is extremely dangerous. These monsters are very violent, and they express that rage to each other. The rampages themselves are essentially no different from an ordinary cow or buffalo. However, the more of them there are, the more difficult it is to deal with them. You have to get them to put a rampage on one bull, and take the opportunity while they're exhausted to put a buff on them. This is why it is so difficult for people with no experience to deal with these animals. Jung Sung-han told his sister that it was better to destroy one buffalo after another with long-range attacks. The boy thought that a streamer without superpowers should sit tight. The girl said it was too slow. If they take out one buffalo at a time, other monsters will appear, and the situation will become more complicated. The opponent objected and said that he was Jung Sung-han. One shot, one less buffalo. The girl remarked that it would be difficult for Sik Kang to get involved in such a case. The young man thought they had made up their minds for him. They're going to use him as bait. The boy said it was okay. Kim So-yoon was evading the rampaging attack. Her great looks and hunting ability were her 2 main advantages. Viewers discussed MS Kim So-yoon's MS broadcast with interest, and noted that the MS operators there too. It looks like they all joined together. The young man realized that it is impossible to hunt with the same strategy time after time. The guy thanked for his viewers for coming to watch his stream. The young man thought his broadcasts were unpredictable. His hunting methods were different from those of ordinary MS, and that might attract even more viewers. The young man read the inscription in front of his eyes that some god had entered the ether. The god lingered and took an interest in the young man. The boy decided that the gods of the audience wanted something new too. He said that they had already figured out how to destroy the buffalo, but so far there are 2 big problems. One of the problems is the buffs of rampages. A rampage cannot buff himself. but he can easily focus his rampage on another person. And after that, the herd can buff one individual at a time. There's no telling how powerful a monster with 100 buffs on it will be. Secondly, because of the recent territorial skirmish with another herd, they are constantly on guard. The young man decided to take the airplane door with him. As expected, his intuition did not fail him. The young man asked his viewers if they were ready to join the hunt with the desperate MS cameraman. MS Kim So-yoon and Jong Sung-han, experienced hunters, veterans among veterans. They are excellent at their jobs. Instead of worrying about them, the young man suggested worrying about their MS operator. The guy was using the airplane door for a specific task. He had enough strength to move it with him. The monster increased in size, and the experienced streamers, acting in concert, attacked it effectively. Their operators showed marvels of courage and bravery. The young man decided to tell his subscribers about why he took this big door with him. The guy promised an invention surprise to the one who would be the first to guess the purpose of this thing. Sik Kang looked at his phone and noticed that the chat room was running at breakneck speed. He had to be on time, so he wouldn't miss the first one. The young man said he already has a winner. The correct answer is Camouflage. The first answer was the polka dot princess. The young man said he would send the girl a buffalo horn as a present, if she survived. The herd put buffs on one buffalo, and all the others rest behind him. Anatomically, buffalo heads are built in such a way that they are always looking at the ground. Because of this, they develop astigmatism. If you cover your body and approach it from the front, it will mistake the hunter for part of the landscape. A one-star monster. It's about the size of a small bus, but only because of the buff. In reality, it's just a big buffalo. The boy decided that if he could handle the monkey, he could handle the cow. He jumped high above the animal. The young man delivered a mighty blow with his camouflage door on this fearless poor animal. But that blow didn't kill it. It only broke its horns. The boy thought that although it has not been scientifically proven yet, the modern high-tech weapons of mankind are powerless against the core. Only such direct attacks and the hunter's superpowers could destroy the core. This method is barbaric, but very effective. The animal was struck, and the core was removed. The chat room said that camouflage is a new kind of weapon. In fact, the situation was not going well. The MS operator only knocked out one rampage, and the two MS streamers are about to run out of steam. Their key is the strength of Kim So-yoon and Jung Sung-han. If the young man's coworkers retreated from fatigue, the buffalo would definitely trample him. So the young man decided that he had to hurry. The boy reads that some god is annoyed. Another god asks if the young man is weak to fight all the buffalo at once. Some god suggests that the young man is too weak. The boy became nervous. He didn't want to lose his audience. He has to come up with a new strategy. The young man read that some god was making a big decision. After that, there was a message that the young man had received a donation. The guy wondered, what kind of donation are we talking about? It had never happened before. Viewers on the air saw a shovel appear in the hands of a young man. Was that shovel inside the monster the whole time? It looks like a cheap sci-fi movie. Sik Kang held this shovel with both hands. It was incredibly heavy. The young man reads before his eyes that some of the gods are laughing. One god explains that this is the way it should be. The young man guessed what it was, an unusual shovel. The guy raised this shovel high above his head and said he wanted to see what it could do. The young man took another look at that shovel. After all, this is not a video game, and this shovel will not turn into a sword. Sik Kang thought he had no choice, and now he would have to destroy the buffalo with a shovel. His colleagues were already exhausted. Reinforcements would not arrive here soon. The young man, covering himself with the door and holding a shovel in his other hand, decided to try out this donation on the horny guys. Sik Kang took advantage of the buffalo's vision defect by covering himself with the door and approached the animals. The young man swung and delivered a powerful blow with his shovel at the monster. The young man had another core. The boy wondered why the shovel was so sharp. You could tell it wasn't an ordinary shovel. The guy read the caption in front of his eyes that some god is bulging breasts. For his subscribers, the young man took a close-up shot of the core. Subscribers asked, where you can buy such a shovel? The young man read that some god was giving a thumbs up. The number of spectators became 6. The young man decided he needed to speed up, so he continued his attacks. Using the techniques he had learned, it was paying off. The power of the shovel was incredible. With its help and proper use, you could wipe out an entire herd. The guy thought it should be a lot easier for his coworkers now. He'd cleaned up the area for them. The young man thought he could already see a gap. There remained the biggest bufflehead. MS streamers were trying to surround it. There were still some small buffalo, but they were easy to deal with. There were a lot of small buffalo. The young man decided he couldn't handle it. He had to retreat. Suddenly, reinforcements came in the form of his colleagues. Sik Kang thought that a little more and he wouldn't be able to stand it. The young man calmed down a little. The situation had almost gotten out of hand. The young man read the inscription in front of his eyes that some gods were alarmed. Some god was sweating nervously. The streamer operator wondered why such a strange reaction. The young man looked up. He heard a strange sound coming from up there. The guy heard someone yelling to run away, and he saw everyone running away. There was a new huge monster in the airport area, and it didn't look anything like a buffalo. The monster research notes stated that usually, buffalo are no different from buffalo. The more of them there are, the more dangerous and stronger they are. They usually have 8 types of rampages. The young man still couldn't forget that day. He came home and told his mother that he was back. A boy asked his mom, "What's for dinner tonight?" The woman said his favorite was pork cutlets. It was the most caring mom in the world. Her younger sister came up to the child and said that her father had bought her a new dress. The girl bragged about the new dress. Their dad came over and told his daughter to be careful and not to fall. On this day, something incredible happened. There was a monstrous scraping of metal. It was unbearably loud. On this day, thousands of blades rained down from the sky. People fled in panic and sought refuge in shelter. But many people did not have time to hide. Those blades wiped out an entire town and disappeared. The child was left alone. The boy held his sister on his lap and tearfully asked for her to wake up. The young man looked up at the sky with hatred. It was the 5-star monster that had taken his family. The young man remembered that ghostly vision and would never forget it. It was a Zero Blade, a terrifying 5-star monster. The young man reads the inscription in front of his eyes. Some god promises to remember him. Some god offers to order cremation for the young man's remains. In the chat room, viewers wondered why this MS cameraman was laughing. The young man was laughing, though. The guy was the only one who wasn't scared of this monster. He had a victorious shovel in his hand. And only he knew why he was laughing. The young man had been waiting for this encounter for a long time. The young man had an opportunity for revenge. Sik Kang sprinted and jumped high. The young man swung the shovel and intended to hit the huge monster directly in the head. To do so, he jumped up very high. The young man attacked the monster. The monster fought back and attacked the young man. It was a serious fight, but the boy didn't give up. He thought that this monster would have to try hard to defeat him. The boy thought that he had lived for many years to take revenge on this monstrous creature, and now he had the chance, and a shovel to go with it. The young man jumped up and swung his deadly weapon. At that moment, images of people close to him flashed before his eyes. Sik Kang shouted with rage that he was about to destroy this vile creature. The young man was rapidly approaching his enemy. He had his camera on. The young man was slightly wounded, but he paid no attention to it. To himself, he noted that it was just a scratch. The Zero-Blade monster looked more than just human. It could think and learn. The guy thought that it wouldn't be easy for him in a fight like this. He had designed countless simulations of this fight before, and now he was using everything he had learned during this time. Sik Kang shouted that this villain was about to die by his hand. Even at such a moment, inscriptions appeared in front of the young man's eyes. Some god covers his face with his hands and sighs heavily. Some god is worried about the young man. Some god wonders if this young man is a maniac. At that moment, the unexpected happened. After another defense against the enemy's attack, the young man's camera flew off his belt and whistled past him downward. And this happened just before the most decisive attack. The guy didn't know that a 5-star monster, a Zero Blade, creates as many blades as the enemies in front of it. Theoretically, he couldn't be finished off. The young man decided that he would change that theory this time. There are only 2 of them here now. Sik Kang shouted, "Take that!" and struck his opponent with all his might. The young man thought that this shovel had worked in this case as well. With this shovel and God's support, he would succeed. The boy read before his eyes that some god is proud of the young man. Some god shows displeasure. The young man screamed with all his might. The monster began to retreat. The young man was not satisfied with this. The MS operator shouted for the cowardly monster to stop. The spectators in front of the monitors couldn't believe what was happening. Is the Zero Blade really escaping? Surely this is not a fake. The young man continued to run after the monster and shouted for it to stop immediately. Was the 5-star monster really retreating from him? The monster that had killed so many people? Right now, it was running away. The monster scurried away to a safe distance, stopped, and turned around to face the young man. The monster had once again decided to take the fight to him. The young man thought that he would finally be able to deal with this beast. The boy was very surprised when he saw that another opponent had appeared in front of the monster. The young man shouted, "What is he doing?" Jung Sung-han said that he too has the right to fight that monster. Jung Sung-han started to use his superpowers and threw lightning bolts at that monster, and offered the opponent to taste them. Sik Kang realized that his plan was going sideways. Now the monster's fighting two opponents at once, and he can produce more blades. The guy thought that if this villain increased the number of blades, he would be much harder to defeat. The young man had no choice and began to deflect the blades flying at him. It was the only right thing to do in this case. The young man saw a huge bolt of lightning in the sky, and he realized that it didn't happen the way he planned. The monster had escaped. Jung Sung-han told his followers, looking directly into the camera, "Did he really mess this up?" Viewers wrote that he was brainless and stupid. The guy said regretfully he'd counted on them working together. The young man with the shovel was very angry with his colleague. He'd been planning this for years, and this brainless guy had ruined it. Jung Sung-han shouted in fear that the young man would succeed next time. Streamer excused himself and said he really didn't mean to, offered some kind of compensation. Sik Kang steps in and lands a left hook to the body. Streamer fell over. The young man cursed menacingly at him. He thought it was a good thing he hadn't hit it with a shovel. Guy read the inscription in front of his eyes, "Some god disappointed." Another god joined the broadcast. There were already 11 viewers present. The young man was in a hospital bed. The guy had expected to meet this monster since he was a kid, but he didn't think it would happen so quickly. Apparently, he wasn't very strong. Sik Kang knew that this shovel would definitely help him deal with the monster in the future. The young man remembered the past fight and decided that he would definitely destroy this beast in the future. The young man pulled himself away from his thoughts and looked out the window. He wondered why the crows were shrieking so loudly early in the morning. In the monster research notes, it was written that a zero blade is a humanoid monster with blades instead of a limb. The number of blades increases with the number of opponents. There is no limit to the number of blades. The young man thought it might not be a simple raven, but an oracle. He was surprised at the thought. There are two types of monsters in the world. One type is the dangerous monsters. The other type is the harmless monsters. The second type is not particularly interested in humans, so these monsters are called harmless monsters. One of the harmless monsters is the oracle. It is a fortune-telling monster that reads the fate of an area. The cry of the left head marks trouble and the right, prosperity. People observing this oracle have noted that the right head screams for happiness. A young man read the signs that some god is bored. Some god is not happy. The young man thought that these gods act like ordinary people. The young man remembered and worried. What happened to his equipment? It's his tool of production, his parental capital. The guy looked in the closet and saw that everything was there, and he said it was his favorite. The young man decided to check on the internet to see what had happened while he was being diagnosed here. Sik Kang read that the zero blade had escaped to the south. This monster no longer existed in their region. This monster is not notorious for nothing. It destroys hunters on the spot. A simple cameraman's battle with this monster. This monster escaped in the middle of the battle. Zero blade. It's still a monster that mankind can't defeat. The boy thought that without the help of the gods, he'd probably die, without accomplishing anything. The situation became much more complicated when Jung Sun-han got involved in this battle. But even without him, the young man would probably have lost. The young man was glad at least that he had survived a direct confrontation with an invincible monster. The guy thought he wasn't hurt too badly after that collision. Sik Kang jumped up in fright. He was curious about where his battle shovel was now. It was an incredibly valuable artifact. The young man looked around and saw that his shovel was nowhere to be found. This made him extremely upset. The boy read the tablets in front of his eyes. Some gods took offense. Some gods suggested that the young man look for a shovel himself. The boy thought that there would be no easy solution yet. Sik Kang decided to have a change of scenery. A young man started the stream and said hello to the audience. He reminded that he is an MS operator. The young man noticed that he was already collecting donations, and that seemed to him like a rough start. The MS operator said that subscribers seemed to have a lot of questions. He said he would now answer the most frequent ones. The young man had no superpowers. The reason why he was able to go into battle alone with a zero blade was because he had been living for this day all along. He wanted revenge. The young man calmly and coolly told the audience his past and what helped him to endure and live on. The young man wasn't the only one who had lost loved ones to monsters. That's why he didn't give up. Guy urged all who see and hear him to never give up hope. The young man told the camera that he was a normal person like everyone else. If it worked for him, it meant that it would work for everyone. Some god asked if the young man had a conscience. Some god called the young man an actor. The boy didn't talk about the situation with God. No one would believe him anyway. The door to the room opened, and the man said the young man dared not call himself normal. A doctor entered the room and apologized for interrupting the broadcast. The young man thought that the doctors had found something in his body after all. The intervention of the gods had made some kind of change. The doctor repeated and said that the young man was definitely unusual. How can you call a man who rushes at a monster with only a shovel ordinary? The doctor stated that there was nothing wrong with the young man's body. The young man is highly trained, but he has no superpowers. The doctor kept broadcasting to the camera and said that they were now in a special monster disease hospital. Sik Kang didn't understand what was happening. Doctor continued, "The clinic takes excellent care of patients thanks to 15 years of experience, great equipment, and friendly staff." The doctor stopped and said, "I think he was overreacting, but he didn't just say that." The doctor said off camera, "The young man is fine and now he can talk to him seriously. A lot of people want to give the young man an autopsy. The boy is scared." What kind of autopsy are we talking about? The doctor stated that this should not be allowed to go unchecked. While the young man was asleep, the clinic ran some tests. The results showed that he was a normal person, but the people in the government don't believe it. The young man reads the inscription in front of his eyes. Some god is displeased. Some god suggests that the young man do away with the doctor. Sik Kang asked the doctor if he knew where his shovel had gone. The doctor replied that the government was curious about the object, so the shovel was sent to the lab. The young man snapped back. This government never changes. Instead of rewarding him, they took away his shovel. The doctor was just leaving. He stopped for a moment and said he had something else. The man said they did find something unusual with the young man after all. The kid's alert. What are you talking about? He's clean. The doctor tossed the young man a box and said it was all here. The doctor explained that it is a recycled core. The core can be called the foundation of the monster. People who can resonate with it and extract energy from it are called superhumans. The guy remembered that he had been tested for this when he was a kid. The results showed that he was a normal person. Each person has a monster core suitable for them. People can only use the power of one type of core. If the core type doesn't fit, the superhuman can't use their superpowers. Each person knows what kind of nucleus suits him, but Sik Kang didn't fit any of the known types of nuclei. In other words, the core of a monster that hasn't been destroyed yet might be suitable for a young man, the doctor added. Now the young man was intrigued. Doesn't the young man want to become a superhuman? After all, he did want to avenge his family. Superpowers are just one way to take down a monster, and they don't always work. Sik Kang thought it was time for him to check out of the clinic. The doctor confirmed that since the young man is absolutely healthy, he can go for discharge. But he would have to come back in a month for a second examination. The doctor promised to check all the databases in the world, but to find the young man a suitable core. Sik Kang asked, "Why is the doctor so insistent on this?" The man replied that the young man had incredible hidden potential. If he could get superpowers, that would be great. Wouldn't the boy be interested in that? The doctor was disappointed. What had happened to the youthful romanticism of a young man of his age? The doctor saw a shovel standing in the room and asked if this was not the shovel the young man was looking for. And how could it be here? The young man saw his shovel and thought that it hadn't been there a second ago. Inscriptions floated before his eyes. Some god shrugging his shoulders. Some god telling me to be more careful next time. A new god appeared. Now there are 12 spectators. The young man dressed, threw his shovel on his shoulder, said goodbye to the doctor, and said he would be in a month. Korean branch of the Monster Study Association. The Monster Research Association is an international organization created by mankind to confront monsters. This is where the young man was headed. The young man used to come here often when he was just an operator. Usually after battles, there are spoils left over that can be recycled and used for domestic purposes. Such items included bones, hides, and skins that were used as equipment for hunters. Even monster meat could be edible and used to make food. There's always been good money to be made from destroyed monsters. If you're creative, Sik Kang walked up to the girl cameraman and said that he came here to collect his reward. The girl said out loud, "Is this really an MS operator?" Many of those present heard this and looked back at the young man. Everyone was interested in this young man, but a lot of people commented that he was a kind of puny. Wasn't that a fake? The guy said it was him. a normal, usually operator. The girl smiled and asked how she could help such a famous young man. Sik Kang said that he would like to receive payment for the monsters he destroyed on the recent hunt. The girl asked him to wait for a while. She will organize everything now. The guy was reading a message in the air. Some god is terribly bored right now. Some god is asking to be quick. The young man realized that he needed money to live. There's no way without it. One of the visitors to the association put a hand on the young man's shoulder and told him to look back and look at him. The boy replied that he was busy right now. The young men were outraged and couldn't believe that this young man had frightened the Zero Blade. This is a clear deception. Sik Kang didn't react, but thought that these people were already annoying him. The guy pulled out his phone, pointed it at the annoying characters, and asked why they were so suspicious. The young men told the young man to turn off the camera immediately. Sik Kang asked why they didn't want to repeat their words for the audience. Everyone is interested in listening to them. The boys left the young man alone. He thought they were some kind of lowlifes. The young man turned on the air and said he was in the Monster Association and is waiting for his reward for the Buffalo and Zero Blade mission. The young men who were harassing the guy decided to leave him for good, because if anything, public opinion would trample and destroy their reputation. Everyone remembered what happened to Jung Seon-han. The girl apologized for the wait and paid the young man his fee. The boy wondered if they knew how many monsters he had destroyed here. Was there a mistake? He decided he wouldn't mention anything about the shovel. The girl was embarrassed and said that the amount of the payment was calculated by her superiors. The guy said that he had no claims against the girl. The young man decided that this ministry wanted to take a ride on his award. He shouldn't have let that happen. Sik Kang went on the air and said it was the association that changed the standards, and now there was a pittance left of his award. The young man added that these bureaucrats didn't even include his shovel. They probably wanted to take it away. A young man approached Sik Kang and bowed. He introduced himself as the assistant manager and said he had a case. The man said the young man's reward is unfairly small. He understands that, but most of the proceeds from that hunt were sent to the families of the hunters who died that day. The assistant manager added that the association did not commit any corrupt act. It was a compulsory necessity. The young man was indignant. Compensation to the families of the deceased should be the responsibility of the internal fund associations. No one has the right to seize his honestly earned share. The negotiator wanted to say something about the comrades who were hunting with the young man. The young man interrupted him and said that he did not know those people. The assistant manager thought, if he made a mistake now, he could say goodbye to his career. He didn't know what to do. Sik Kang continued to hold the camera on and said that he was still waiting for an explanation. Suddenly, someone called out to the young man. He said that there was no need for him to cover himself with a camera. The boy looked around and saw a combat officer. He shouted that the young man had caused a scandal in a sacred place that was in charge of protecting Korea. The assistant manager startled and bowed. He called the officers by name. The officer shouted that this riot must be stopped immediately. Everyone around me screamed that the officer was doing the right thing, and we need to show this upstart where he belongs. The young man read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. Some god asks, "Who is this?" Some god suggests beating this warrior. The young man thought that now he had two sources of headaches. This officer isn't a streamer, he's a pure monster hunter. But his skills are pretty average. But there's something special about him. This officer belongs to the generation that saw the very first monster invasion. He is one of those who lived through a far worse nightmare than what is happening now. This officer led a new generation of hunters to ensure that the past would not be repeated, and he is currently the spiritual leader of the hunters. The young man asked the officer what exactly was the problem. The officer yelled that he was surprised that the young man was able to live to this day, using only his own strength, and he had no right to yell at all. The young man laughed in response. The officer shouted that the young man had no right to laugh at him. The young man stated that not a single person stood up for him when his family was killed. The boy resented the way the government acted on that day. The government had dropped a missile right where he lived. The general toned down and said that there was probably a good reason for that. This was because Zero Blade created new swords when faced with more enemies. The government's response was one powerful strike. That was the excuse the young man heard back then. Because of the government's actions, his home became a storm of fire. The high-tech weapon didn't even leave a scratch on the Zero Blade. In the end, it turned out that the best way to take down this monster was a one-on-one fight. This was proven on the young man's streamer. The young man said that after all this, he wished the officer would step aside and leave him alone. The officer said he understood everything but would not back down. The officer knew that the response to the zero-blade attack was wrong. But what would change if the hunters repeated the same old mistakes? The young man said he's not a hunter. He is an ordinary man with no superpowers. The old man couldn't believe that the young man didn't have superpowers. He had fought the monster so powerfully. The boy said that he, unlike his interlocutor, was persistent. The young man said that as a reward, he was only willing to take the shovel and one buffalo horn. The young man warned that no one should think of doing anything strange because of his shovel. The assistant manager saw the shovel in the young man's bag and yelled, "What's a Kimosu doing here?" To immortalize the greatness of the shovel that delivered a blow to the jaw of the zero blade, the association christened it Kimosu. It is the name of a great ancestor. The assistant wondered, why is the shovel here and not in the lab? The young man continued the stream. He asked if his interlocutor was surprised that the shovel was there. The interlocutor said it was fine. The man thought that if he answered wrong, everyone would realize that the association was trying to take that shovel away. The young man turned around and headed for the exit. The assistant manager, having talked to his boss on the phone, asked the young man to wait. The man said the manager wanted to meet the young man in person. The young man would receive his reward in full. The boy replied that he did not have time to wait. The young man read the inscriptions before his eyes, the gods wondering when the adventure would begin. The young man saw Yu Ilam walking towards him. Streamer walked with a determined stride and called the young man by name. The MS operator noted for himself that the appearance of this young man could make his stream even more interesting. The young men stood on the lawn facing each other. Yu Ilam said he would never believe it. The man continued, there could be no such thing as his rogue operator, scaring off a zero blade. The guy was reading the inscriptions in front of his eyes again. Some unsteady god is mildly interested. Some god brought popcorn. Guy thought that the audience had revitalized and the gods had calmed down. This Yu Ilam was getting his views up. In the end, Yu Ilam believed and said he had no reason to distrust the streamer, but it only happened because of that shovel. The young people thought it was just about to get interesting. Turns out it's all about the shovel. Sik Kang asked, who had any questions for his shovel. The young man turned to his opponent. Had he really come here just for that? The young man menacingly held the shovel in his hands and asked why this rascal needed to come here to say just a few words. Yu Ilam couldn't understand what had happened to his cameraman. Why was he scaring him? He wasn't like this before. Sik Kang remembered how he had dealt with the zero blade. Would people throw these things away just because of a shovel? It must be something else. The guy put the shovel forward and asked his opponent if he was ready to go to hell. Yu Ilam shouted for the young man to get away from him. One more step and he wouldn't vouch for himself. Sik Kang shouted for his opponent to let himself go and had already done something about it. Had he forgotten how he had abandoned his cameraman to his fate? Yu Ilam remembered that he was already in court. He was given a suspended sentence and a huge fine. Now he's being forced to marry some girl. He doesn't even know her. Sik Kang thought that this Yu Ilam is a real rascal. The man added that the court found him not guilty, and he turned out to be clean and not vicious. The young man gave credit to the fact that if Yu Ilam hadn't abandoned him, he probably wouldn't be the person he was now. Sik Kang suggested that in such a case, his opponent should fight as man against man. The guy suggested he doesn't use a shovel and his opponent doesn't use his superpower. Just fists and nothing else. That said, the camera will be on. The young man again read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. Some god claps his hands. Some god is shocked by his behavior. A total of 12 spectators are present. The young man's physical abilities are enhanced, so he can deal with his opponent even without a weapon. Yu Ilam asked, why don't they both use their superpowers in battle? Yu Ilam added that he has innate superpowers. He can't hide them. The guy figured he couldn't win without the core. He certainly won't beat his opponent in hand-to-hand combat, because his opponent has real muscles. Sik Kang said he agrees. He alone will only fight with his fists. Many gawkers came to see this fight. Yu Ilam said that now he will finish off his opponent's armor, and he will know why he is called the Fire Sniper. Sik Kang will be killed immediately. The man went on the attack and shouted that victory would be his. The young man said that his opponent had not changed at all, and he heard nothing new from him. Yu Ilam wondered how his opponent was able to slip into the gap between the two streams of fire. After all, it was impossible. The man didn't give up. He said they were just getting started, and he would show what he could do. His rival would regret messing with him. Yu Ilam used his superpowers and activated the Takebi fire. Sik Kang tried to dodge those fiery blows, and he was helped by his physical skills. The man said no matter how much he tries, he'll still be just a worthless cameraman. He will destroy both the cameraman and his horrible camera. Sick Kang, dodging the flashes of fire, approached his opponent within striking distance and swung to knock his opponent out. The young man said that for 3 whole years he had worked for this ungrateful man. Lam realized that a physical collision could not be avoided. He screamed in fear and tried to cover his face with his hands. Sick Kang shouted that he had learned his opponent's fighting style by heart and gave him a powerful punch to the face. Blood spurted from his nose. A tooth flew out. Lam screamed in pain. The scene of MS Streamer's defeat was seen by all the viewers in the live broadcast. In the chat wrote, "How this guy without superpowers was able to defeat such a hero?" The young man began to read the inscriptions in front of his eyes again. Some god is enthusiastic. Some god is no longer bored. 12 spectators are present. The boy thought that it was precisely the help of the gods that he had been missing so far. Sick Kang asked the defeated rival, "I thought he was going to get married." It was bad luck for the girl who would marry him. Lam was lying there bleeding. Sick Kang told him not to even try to get money for new teeth out of him. The onlookers couldn't understand what it was. The fire sniper was defeated. A regular guy took him down with his bare hands. Must have been staged. The MS cameraman, continuing his stream, told viewers that this was the summation of the lesson he taught that lowlife, and reminded us that the winner of the last contest was the polka dot princess. "We'll send her the award tomorrow." Suddenly, the young man heard a bird cry, and a two-headed chick perched on his shoulder. The boy was very surprised. Sick Kang asked, "What is it doing here?" From the looks of it, it's still a chick. The viewers in the chat room wrote that it's a monster that can predict. It's the Oracle. The young man thought it meant nothing less than good luck. Something good was definitely waiting for him. Sick Kang decided to keep the chick about him. This bird is much cuter than the picky gods. Besides, she's never wrong. The man looked out from behind the tree and couldn't believe that this simple operator had massacred the fiery Lam. The unusual young man has even befriended a monster. Now the Oracle is his friend. The man thought, "You can't just stand there and stare at him like that. This young man must be apprehended immediately." A man came out from behind a tree and said that he would like to talk to Sick Kang. It wouldn't take long. The boy reluctantly agreed. He thought his conversation with the assistant manager was long over. What else was there to discuss? The man said that the association was not interested in offending the young man. Sick Kang showed no interest in this conversation. He was considering his shovel. The assistant continued. He said that the situation with that shovel was wrong. The culprit has already been severely reprimanded, and the association apologizes. The young man said that this whole conversation a waste of time. The man did not stop and asked the young man not to leave. He tried to stop him by any means possible. The man said he was aware the young man was having housing problems. He sleeps in the bathrooms of spas. As an apology, the association could offer the young man a place to live. The man asked if the association knows how much money he makes. The young man wanted only one thing from the association. It was a buffalo horn. He needed to send this horn to the winner from the streamer, the polka dot princess. The man said the association could help the young man. The boy stated that he is not chasing money. A large fortune will not help him defeat a zero blade. The assistant manager did not stop talking. He said that he understood his interlocutor quite well, but the association wanted to help the young man. The man asked Sick Kang to accept at least a house as a token of gratitude. The association doesn't ask for anything in return. One head of the monster cartured. The boy thought it was the head responsible for the bad predictions. The Oracle senses something bad from the association's proposed house. It seemed to the young man that the Oracle was only predicting events that would happen in the near future. The guy thought to himself, what bad thing could happen in the near future? In the monster research notes, it was stated that the Oracle foreshadows upcoming events. It looks like an ordinary raven, but with 2 heads. The Oracle's predictions are accurate. The right head screams, a good omen, and vice versa. Hunting them is forbidden. Sick Kang thought that he was tired of getting into trouble all the time. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The young man decided to stay away from here. The young man was attracted by a noise from above. He raised his head. Some horrible feathered raptors appeared from above. What kind of monsters are these? The young man thought. When one of the raptors descended lower, Sick Kang looked at it. It was a pigwing. The security guards were yelling for everyone to hide in the shelter faster. The guy wondered if the Monster Association was sufficiently protected from the attack of various monsters. The young man noticed how everyone was running away from these monsters. No one tried to fight them. Some people suffered. The monsters grabbed them with their sharp clawed paws and carried them into the sky. But unfortunately, most of the hunters were now outside the city. Sik Kang thought that it could be quite dangerous without these hunters, even in the association. People were screaming as they tried to take cover from the airborne danger. Association Command ordered the door to be closed immediately, and no one was to be let in. Everyone was only concerned about their own safety. So they left all these people here to die. The people demanded that the doors be opened and they be rescued. There was fear and terror in the eyes of the unfortunates. The young man thought that nothing changes in this world. It was good that he had a shovel with him. The young man's attention was caught by the horrible scream of a lonely girl. She did not know how to escape from these monsters. The girl was lying on the ground, screaming for someone to come to her aid. One of the pigwings noticed the victim and started diving straight at her. Suddenly, Sik Kang, who had arrived just in time, dealt a stunning blow to the pigwing and saved the girl from imminent death. The stranger recognized the young man and asked if he was the MS operator, and thanked the guy for saving her. The young man said that there was no need for gratitude, and it was urgent to leave the place. The guy, knowing that the association gate was closed, said that it was not safe near the shelter now. He told the girl to retreat to the forest. He grabbed a shovel and prepared to fend off the monsters. The young man did not forget about the camera, which was on his shoulder. Of course, he wanted to surprise his subscribers. The guy turned on the camera and said that now everyone would see what was going on near the association. The young man stated that the second part of today's stream begins, and so that the viewers do not forget about the likes. Close-up showed his subscribers a powerful tool, an invincible shovel. He's an ordinary MS operator who fights for the lives of ordinary people. The inscriptions appeared in front of the young man again. Some god got confused. Some god pulled out the popcorn. Some other god peeked into the stream. All in all, 13 viewers. The guy reminded his subscribers that they could like, comment, and press the bell. Sik Kang pushed back hard and jumped high up to strike the monster in its territory. This the young man succeeded. He was rapidly approaching the nearest pigwing. The young man delivered a crushing blow to the feathered predator with his exceptional shovel. The young man noticed that the clouds above him were thickening. A huge pack of pigwings is trying to attack him. Even he can't cope with so many monsters. On closer inspection, the guy thought that each of these pigwings was the size of an elephant. It would be difficult to deal with each one at a time. Sik Kang decided to take a different approach and find a weakness in these predators. Pigwings feed on waste and can smell odors even from high altitudes. We should try to use that to our advantage. The young man was not afraid of so many monsters and boldly met them with a shovel in his hands. The boy decided to resort to trickery. He thought that if he could cut off at least one paw from each of the pigwings, it would make his job much easier. With the nearest pigwing, the young man did just that. The boy thought it was incredible. It is very easy to chop the bones of pigwings with a shovel. The heavy bodies of these monsters maintain their balance thanks to their massive paws. If you take away their support and balance, they are much easier to neutralize. Sik Kang thought that the pigwings should take some time to recover, and that would be to his advantage. A sedentary pigwing posed no danger. The young man, wielding his shovel, struck one predator after another. The boy thought he needed to keep up the pace. The live viewers saw how the severed legs of the feathered birds flew. Everyone wondered how this young man could achieve his goal so easily. Sik Kang noticed that the oracle's left head cocked its head. This foreshadowed some sort of threat. The young man abruptly changed the trajectory of his movement, and it was not in vain. Immediately, a huge monster flew in front of him. It was of unimaginable size. The boy thought it was incredibly accurate. The oracle saved him this time. The young man thanked the bird for its help. Something caught the young man's attention. He was no longer expecting to see it. Sik Kang thought that Yu Il-am had long since escaped. However, this man, spewing flames, waved away the predators and shouted for them to get away. The young man continued to read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. Some god is smirking. Some kind of god is interested in continuing. The young man thought it was strange that there were so many monsters circling around Yu Il-am. The young man had a hunch. Maybe the predators, who love garbage dumps, appreciated the smell of this garbage. The young man shouted that even the pigwings realized the first-class shit in front of them. Yu Il-am only shouted and asked for help. The guy pointed the camera at a struggling Yu Il-am. The viewers heard him asking for help. Sik Kang thought he had an idea. The boy bent down and took, in his hand, a handful of earth and stones. The young man threw these stones with great force, and they hit the raptors. The raptors were startled. The pigwings were frightened and decided to leave their victim alone. The man could not believe his salvation. Yu Ilam cried out, had he really been saved by Sik Kong? Yu Ilam turned around and ducked. He thought he had a chance to reach the shelter now. He didn't understand why the young man had helped him. The association behind closed doors couldn't figure out what they should do with this streamer. Why was he approaching them? The man replied that the door should be opened immediately. He was told there was no room. He would have to find another shelter. And he's a very provocative person. A man from hiding, looking out the window, shouted for Yu Ilam to be more careful. There's danger behind. The boy looked around and saw a flock of pigwings dive right at him. It was indeed a real danger. Sik Kang thought that he was right. These things had really come here for the scent that came from Yu Ilam. As expected, even without proper defenses, the building is still holding. The hog wings will break through. It's only a matter of time. The young man reached out to his subscribers and suggested that they thank the brainless Ilam for luring the monsters right to the hideout. Sik Kang said he's right now helping those who couldn't get into the shelter. Live viewers can watch this live. The young man looked into the hiding place and said that the best hunters were hiding in that place. If there were more of them, it would go much faster. Ilam lay on the ground and was glad he was still alive. He should get to the shelter. The man thought he should take advantage of the chaos and get to the shelter as fast as he could. Ilam didn't make it to the shelter in time and was kidnapped by one of the monsters. The pigwing grabbed the man and lifted him into the sky. Sik Kong regretfully thought that this guy had been caught again. The young man shouted for Ilam to get ready to land and prepared his shovel for the attack. The boy jumped high up and in one crisp shovel motion, severed the predator's paw. The monster let go of its victim. The severed limb and the victim began to fall down. Ilam, falling from above, landed right on top of the previously hit pigwing. That cushioned his landing. The young man said he was lucky. He landed right on the soft bedding. The one-legged pigwing was circling and screaming loudly. Blood oozed from the wound. Sik Kang saw some people asking for help. He was surprised because he thought they were already inside and safe. The young man did not unreasonably assume that no one would voluntarily open the saving door to these people. They were afraid that it would turn into a real disaster. Sik Kang noticed just in time to see a single pigwing dive at him. The boy was ready for it. The young man assumed that this was a chance for him to help those people. A significant number of people in need of protection had gathered at the saving gate, and they begged those inside to let them in. The guy turned around and started running away from the pigwing, thus forcing the monster to follow the direction it wanted to go. The monster tried to catch up with Sik Kang. The guy yelled for everyone to get out of the way and give him some room. He's trying to help them. The young man was close to the defensive goal. At the last moment, the young man fell to the ground. The monster flew past and crashed into the wall. Everyone shouted that it was the monster that had broken through the wall. Sik Kang stood up and shouted for everyone outside to move inside faster. One of the representatives of the association shouted that the young man had no right to do that. And this is vigilantism. The man wanted to say that all the monsters were about to head this way. At that moment, the young man grabbed him by the collar. The guy told that man to shut up and get busy. We need to help people right away. The young man climbed higher so everyone could see him and shouted if there were any hunters, they should go with him. They still had a chance to prevail. The guy explained that the monsters were very large, so they could only come through the hole in the wall one at a time. There are a lot of hunters, so one pigwing at a time, they can destroy one at a time. One of the hunters shouted that the young man was right. It was a good idea, and one at a time, they could easily deal with the monsters. Many hunters had super skills, so they started killing one monster at a time. The first one that came near them. The lad thought that although they weren't field hunters, they fought well. He looked at the hovering raptors and thought they lacked firepower. He decided to take care of the rest of the monsters himself. Sik Kang saw a lonely mother in the open air, cradling her child in her arms. She was in need of help. The guy ran up to the girl and asked her how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was feeling appropriately in the environment. The young man thought that if a zero blade appeared here, it would be tantamount to a disaster. The zero blade becomes stronger the more enemies surround it. Therefore, it was better to fight it one-on-one. The guy said he needs a very strong base so no one gets between him and Zero Les. The young man rightly decided that people observing his heroism would raise the community in support of him. The guy pulled his shovel forward, stood up for the needy members of society. The people were grateful to him. He knew that if necessary, they would be his strength. The young man fended off the attack and struck the nearest pigwing. He wished he could do the same with the others. The rescued mother said she was very grateful to the young man. The boy modestly said he was doing his job, and that's what anyone would do in his place. The rescued people told the young man if he hadn't made the effort to break through the wall for them, they would have all perished by now. The young man replied that he was madly glad that no one was seriously hurt. The guy thought that this slight note of humanism would raise his stream to the top. The oracle made a sound. The boy became frustrated. It was the left head again. So we'd have to expect trouble. Trouble didn't last long. A pigwing of unimaginable size appeared. It was a terrible beast. The predator intended to attack the young man. The boy turned around and went on the attack himself. When he has a shovel in his hands, nothing can scare him or stop him. The claws of this beast were the size of a man. Its eyes glowed with demonic fire. At the last moment, the young man was able to dodge the enemy's attack, and thought that this beast was different from the others. It must be the leader of the pack, the great and terrible pigwing. Sick Kang grabbed the pigwing by its fang and gave it a crushing blow to the head with his shovel. Blood gushed out of the wound. The beast screamed loudly. The monster flew upward, taking the young man with it. The young man dangled in the air, holding onto the fang of the monster with one hand. They climbed higher and higher. The boy saw where they were going and shouted that it couldn't be. The monster tumbled down onto the platform and punched the ground. It continued to fall lower and lower, punching level after level with its body. It turned out to be a deep basement. The guy snapped and fell. The height was enormous. The chance of survival was slim to none. The people from above looked into the resulting hole and thought that the young man had not survived. The height was enormous. However, a miracle happened. Sick Kang was alive. A young man's hand emerged from the rubble. The young man climbed out of the rubble. He was pretty banged up. The young man had taken a good beating and was struggling to keep his balance. In the chat below the stream, many viewers asked how the main character feels. Maybe it's time for him to leave the game? If he hit his head, it's serious. Sick Kang was not the only one who had survived the fall. The young man noticed that not far away from him, the body of a pigwing began to rise. It turned out that the beast was also still alive. The monster screamed loudly and jumped out from under the rubble. The young man managed to bounce aside at the last moment. He wasn't hurt. The clawed paw of the predator slid in close proximity to the young man's head. The boy barely had time to dodge. The young man heard someone call his name and say that the guy was in trouble. The young man could not believe his eyes. His fellow MS streamer descended into the hole from above. The girl asked if the guy was going to dump all his work on her. The viewers of the streamer saw Kim Suan appear in front of them. It was unbelievable. The girl asked if the young man needed her help. The guy got excited and said that he would try to handle his job successfully on his own. Still, it's good to see her. The girl knew her job and in this case, decided to use her superpowers. She was as serious and focused as ever. The young man once again dodged the sharp claws of the predator and gave his opponent a serious blow with the shovel. There was blood on the young man, but it was the blood of a wounded monster. Kim Soo-hee looked into the young man's eyes and said that they were now even. The guy cheerfully replied that he was satisfied. Now no one owed anything. The inscriptions appeared in front of the young man's eyes again. One god's heart fluttered sweetly. One god smiled. One god was pleased with the atmosphere created. The boy thought that these gods were at it again. Kim Shui-hee said there were rumors that the young man was in the hospital. She didn't expect to find him here. The young man said that he had recovered very quickly. The girl replied that, judging by his appearance, he was. Kim Shui-hee looked at her interlocutor for a while and said that he was basically good. The guy was surprised and asked what she meant. The girl apologized and explained that she was thinking about her little brother. He's just a fan of Sick Kong's streamers. He doesn't even watch her stream. The young man looked at the girl with wide open eyes. He was flattered that her brother was his subscriber. The girl said she didn't have time to chat. Her team was upstairs waiting for orders. The young man thanked her and said he would get out of here on his own. He's not used to it. The young man looked at his colleague. Once again, he found her very attractive and pretty. The young man went upstairs from floor to floor. At one point, he discovered a huge archive. He thought that the rumors that the association kept secret documents in the basement had a solid basis. The young man looked around and realized that there must be an extensive library here and a very vast array of information. After the danger had passed, many rescuers appeared. They took the injured away and were busy cutting up the carcasses of the monsters. The core had to be extracted from each one. The guy looked into the camera phone and told his dear viewers that this is the end of his stream. He was well chafed and needed to clean himself up and maybe even heal a bit. The young man reminded himself of the polka dot princess and said that he remembered about her prize. The young man thought back to today's battle. It had to be said that if it hadn't been for the gods, he wouldn't have achieved all this. The boy thought, how much stronger could he still be? And he promised the gods to continue his adventures. The inscriptions appeared. Some god jumped for joy. 13 spectators are now present. Already on the surface, someone approached the young man. The boy looked back and saw that he was facing one of the hunters, who was outside the city. The hunter was interested in the spear that the young man had. The young man stated that he did not have a spear, but a shovel. The hunter said he wanted to buy it and was ready to pay any money. Sikang thought to himself, why did fate keep giving him guys like this? He mentally told the gods that the adventure might be delayed a bit. Inscriptions appeared in front of his eyes. Some god is making a decision. Some god is thinking. A young man received a donation. The monster research notes state that pigwings are scavenger monsters that feed on food waste and live in packs. They look like giant pigeons with the face of a boar. They behave aggressively if distracted from eating. The young man thought he'd gotten another donation. The gods were serious about a new adventure. Sik Kang wondered, what could it be this time? He hadn't seen anything new yet. The intrigue remained. The hunter kept up with the young man and said that he wanted to settle things amicably. The young man sternly said that his shovel was not for sale. The man repeated, he was willing to pay any money, and warned that he would handle a shovel much better than this guy. Sik Kang said that if the hunter didn't get away from him, he would have to turn on his camera. The hunter stated that he doesn't care about the camera. The guy stated he is glad his opponent is okay with it. Another man appeared and asked what the hunter was doing there. The hunter became quiet. The man came closer and asked if he really wanted to take the shovel away from this young man. The hunter was frightened and shook his head negatively. The stranger said that because of people like this man, the reputation of hunters could suffer, and that's unacceptable. The man looked at the young man and his tool. He thought it was the shovel. The boy looked at the two types. He thought things were starting to get better, but from the looks on their faces, it was getting worse. The young man stuck the shovel in the ground and thought that now he would have to make it on his own. He was determined to settle the matter here and now. The young man looked at his shovel and noticed a change. A handle with a ring had appeared on the shovel. Could this really be the donation? An inscription appeared on the plaque in front of his eyes. God wondered if the young man liked the gift. The boy scrutinized the hilt and the ring. They must have some purpose. It was hardly just for beauty. Sik Kang said loudly for everyone to hear, did everyone around him really have their eyes on the shovel? Does he hope that everyone knows the legend of Excalibur? The young man said he was willing to give a shovel to whoever could pull it out of the ground, with his bare hands, without any superpowers. The young man added, the one who can't do it will get on his knees and beg him for forgiveness. It's very simple. The hunters, hearing this, rushed toward the shovel. They pushed each other away. Each was sure of his victory and wanted to try first. Sik Kang turned on the camera and prepared for the test. He would have physical evidence on hand. The hunters started covering their faces with their hands and shouting that it wasn't fair, and demanded that the young man turn off the camera. The guy said no one was planning to run away after failing, right? The recording will be for just such an occasion. If someone is afraid or unsure of themselves, it's best not to start. The big guy tells everyone to stand back and he's ready to finish the job. There's not a shovel he can't handle. The man squatted down, grabbed the shovel with both hands, and said it was now his, but it didn't. No matter how much this candidate huffed and puffed, he couldn't do anything. He didn't understand why the shovel was so heavy. He couldn't even move it. When the man stepped aside, another man took his place and said that weaklings had no place here. Now it was his turn. The second candidate suffered the same fate. He could not understand why he could not succeed. Impatient candidates pushed him away and told him to stand aside. It's all clear with him. The young man watched this tournament in cold blood. He thought that they could try all they wanted. They wouldn't succeed anyway. The hunters all walked in the same circle. Everyone's attempts were in vain. They assumed the young man was a fraud, and he was leading them around by the nose. There's definitely some kind of tricky mechanism in the shovel. The hunter suggested that the young man pull out that shovel himself. The young man said he would do it now. Sik Kang slowed down for a second and read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. Some god is smirking, some god exploding with laughter. The young man wondered, why is there such a reaction up there? The boy looked suspiciously at that shovel. Wouldn't he be able to pull it out too? Sik Kang walked over to the shovel and grasped it. The hunters thought that the young man wouldn't succeed either. If they couldn't do it, he wouldn't be able to do it. The young man turned to the camera and told the audience that his shovel was awfully heavy. But he's not in the business of cheating. The young man counted to 3 and raised the shovel up triumphantly. At that moment, the ground shook under the feet of the surrounding people, and everyone thought it was an earthquake. The young man read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. Some god is laughing loudly. Sik Kang was confused and thought, what is happening now? The young man looked at the people around him and said that this particular shakeup was entirely his fault. The guards got scared and started pointing their fingers at the spot where the shovel had just been. The young man looked there too and saw that right in that place the ground had split open. Sik Kang scrutinized the rift. He concluded that there was no serious damage. The young man looked at his shovel and wondered if this ring was creating an earthquake, but how could it work? The writing in front of the young man's eyes was there even when his eyes were closed. One god says, it's a surprise in reverse. One god congratulates the young man in reverse. The young man did not understand anything. The hunters asked, what was that earthquake? It started when that streamer pulled the shovel out of the ground. The young man thought it was a good idea to act brash and loud in this situation. The guy raised the camera above him and said into the screen, how lucky it was that the earthquake was happening right now. But was it a mere coincidence? Those who want to get to the bottom of it can stay and watch on. The young man packed the shovel in his bag and thought that this place was cursed. We must get out of here. The hunters looked at the young man questioningly. The young man called to the two-headed bird and told the oracle that they were leaving here. The young man went into the evening store and ordered his dinner. The guy took a seat at a table and decided to rest for a while. The young man decided that he could finally relax. It had been a long day. The young man looked at the evening city. He thought that everything looked very quiet and peaceful now. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Sik Kang wondered, how could one manage to recover in such a short time? It was strange. The young man decided that he would have perished long ago if it weren't for this strange recuperation of strength. The boy thought, why was he the lucky one in this case? It was more of a rhetorical question. He didn't expect to find an answer to it. He decided to eat before the ramen got cold. The gods wouldn't tell him anything anyway. He saw a guest at a nearby table watching the news. They were talking about the recent monster attacks and how they were getting more frequent. The news reported that dozens of hogwings attacked a Monster Association shelter today. The announcer reported that the hunter who contributed the most to the win was a popular MS operator. The young hunter has no superpowers, but he is a man of incredible agility and strength. He uses a monstrously destructive shovel as a weapon. The news anchor promised that their channel would keep an eye on this young man. The host wondered if this was really an act of heroism or just a routine publicity play. Everyone wondered what this MS operator was hiding. The young man was told by one god to move. The boy got angry and told them to let him eat in peace. Some god invited a friend. Now there are 14 spectators. Sik Kang noted to himself that plus another god, that was a good thing. The young man decided that in that case he couldn't just sit idly by. The young man looked up into the sky and said that now it was time for him to go, and informed the princess in polka dots to be waiting for him. The young man moved through the capital. He walked down a street named after a hero who died with the word soul on his lips. The Monster Association is not far away. Therefore, the neighborhood is safe and secure. Real estate in this area is considered the most expensive in the country. The young man wondered, does a polka dot princess really live in such a neighborhood? They say you have to be an oligarch or the child of a national hero to live in this neighborhood. Who is the princess in polka dots? Someone shouted at Sik Kang and asked who he was. The young man looked around and saw that security was in front of him. The man said there was no reason to loiter here. The young man was frightened and said he was up to no harm. Just in case, he pulled out his shovel for protection. The laser beam was aimed directly at the young man's neck. The security officer radioed that an unknown armed man was in front of him and fired a shot at the stranger. The guy screamed in pain. It was a shot with an electric charge. The young man felt unwell. Sik Kang lost his orientation and was out of control. The security agent recognized the young man and became upset. He wondered, how could he not recognize the MS operator? He apologized profusely. After a good shaking, the young man came to his senses and said he was already fine. He would have done the same thing, and there's no need to make a big deal out of it. The man said he's a big fan of Sik Kang and watches all his streams. Sik Kang said he came here on a personal matter. He asked for permission to enter the building. The security agent was on duty and asked what the young man's business was. The guy pulled the thing out and said he had a buffalo horn. The person he was talking to was terribly surprised. The man said it was a prize for the winner of the streamer. Does the MS streamer himself deliver the package to the fan? Turns out the young man is a very nice man. The man said you can't come in here without permission, but this time he'll make an exception. For the hero who saved the people from the monster invasion, an exception is possible. The guy was already in the elevator, thinking that his fan helped him now. His life is changing for the better. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. Was he sure he was in an apartment building and not in a palace? Sik Kang stood outside his subscriber's door and wondered what she might look like. Inscriptions appeared before the young man's eyes. Some god longed for romance. One god's heart fluttered sweetly. The young man thought that he must be serious, because if something goes wrong, a stun gun might not be enough. Sik Kang decided to leave the gift in front of the door and leave. It turned out that the young man was shy. The young man rang the doorbell, left the horn under the door, and disappeared around the corner. The young man from behind cover watched the girl who came out to the call. He was dumbfounded. The girl took the prize in her hands and said that she had indeed been sent this gift. The guy found this girl to be of out-of-this-world beauty, and a princess in polka dots, a nickname that suits her very well. But the boy didn't understand what the polka dots had to do with it. Sik Kang couldn't get enough of the girl. She was extremely beautiful. Suddenly there was a diversion. A two-headed bird cawed, and it was the left head. The young man was frightened. The boy quickly oriented himself and covered the oracle's beak with his hand, but the deed was done. The polka-dotted princess asked who was here. There was silence in response. The girl looked toward the exit and thought the sound was coming from there. The boy was coming down the stairs and didn't understand. Why was he running away? After all, it was not difficult for him to meet the girl and say a couple of affectionate words of congratulations to her. The young man said goodbye to security on his way out and said he had settled his affairs. The young man turned around and asked the guard not to tell anyone that he was here. Sik Kang sat down on the bench and felt extremely dissatisfied. He didn't understand why he did this. From the inscriptions in front of his eyes, it was clear that the gods were laughing at him. The young man thought that the gods were not only laughing but also mocking him. Someone called out to him. He looked up and saw Kim Seo-yoon standing in front of him. She was beautiful in her military uniform. The girl asked, "What is this young man doing here? Does he really live in this neighborhood?" The guy smiled and asked if the girl was too interested in him. Kim Seo-yoon said she lives nearby. The young man should stop fooling around and answer her question, because he's always getting into trouble. The guy asked the girl to calm down. He said he came here to give a prize to a female spectator. Kim Seo-yoon stared intently at her interlocutor. The young man was embarrassed and told her not to look at him like that. Kim Seo-yoon told the young man that when he met with the Zero Blade, it felt like he didn't care about life. The girl added, she often sees people like this go missing. Kim Seo-yoon advised the young man to be careful, at least once in a while. The young man responded by saying that he would try his best, if he had that choice. The guy let the two-headed bird go and apologized for the incident near the polka dot princess. The bird did not accept the apology and started flapping its wings and pecking the young man in various parts of his body. The young man decided to compliment the oracle and said he looked different somehow, just glowing. It must have been something he ate. Sik Kang asked, "What do oracles even eat?" Maybe the bird would settle for sausages. The boy wondered where the monster's core had gone. The inscriptions in front of his eyes said that it was definitely not an oracle. Sik Kang gave an interrogation. The bird turned away and pretended not to hear. The young man repeated his question several times. The bird flapped its wings and flew upward. The young man told the oracle to spit out that cannonball immediately. It's worth a crazy amount of money. The young man shouted that if he caught this bird, it wouldn't just get away. The chase continued. Somewhere from her floor, a polka dot princess was watching the scene. Suddenly, an alarm sounded over the city. Everyone was asked to evacuate to the nearest shelters. Pigwings were spotted over the city. It was quite unexpected. They didn't usually come here. As happens in such situations, one girl with a small child did not have time to hide in the shelter. She was shouted at from the shelter to hurry up because the doors were closing. The girl was a few meters away from the shelter when a fearsome and terrible pigwing appeared above her. It had already opened its mouth and put its claws forward. But suddenly, Sik Kang jumped on top of the beast and struck the beast with his indispensable shovel. The girl looked back and recognized her savior. The young man asked how the mother and child were feeling. The guy picking at the piggyback's head with the shovel said the MS operator would always come to the rescue. The moment of the predator's destruction hit the news wires. Viewers of this stream were delighted with the MS operator. They wrote in the chat that he always makes an epic appearance. After this scene, the young man asked if the oracle had captured everything. The bird was flying in the sky and had a camera attached to its neck. The bird cawed affirmatively in response. Inscriptions from God appeared before the young man's eyes. Gods, he thought, are all just as impatient. The man stood over the defeated monster. A flock of its brethren circled overhead. Some were trying to attack the young man. The boy declared for the gods to prepare their dawns. The young man worked his shovel left and right. The defeated monsters fell one after another. The boy said that today was going to be a great monstrosity. This stream expectedly hit the news feeds. The manager from the Monster Association asked his assistant, what was wrong with this Sik Kang? The assistant said that this young man is a walking problem. He's very cocky and arrogant, and too popular. The manager added that this young man is also too strong and is not a member of the association. The manager added, the young man also has a shovel, which they recovered. It's definitely unusual. The assistant suggested we take the shovel away for real and examine it thoroughly. The manager said they're not villains and suggested that this young man be honored as a hero who saved the city from danger. The aide said he didn't really understand his superior's train of thought. He needs clarification. The manager said he proposes to reward the young man and give the shovel back afterward. Residence number 44 in Huntingtown, a house that doesn't take people. The manager started to explain his train of thought and said it was a good idea. It would be the best reward for the hero. The manager said, who knows what could happen to a young boy in this house? It certainly wouldn't be their fault. Defense line, Sector A. The warden told the soldiers to open the door quickly. Do they really have to stay here all day? The stranger said that these soldiers are very lazy. They're of no use. The soldiers resented being treated unfairly, but they came to the conclusion that there was nothing they could do anyway. One of the warriors thought if it weren't for their superpowers, he would have taught them a lesson in good manners. The man said the scouts reported that they found evidence of explosive Tauruses. But why a week before the end of the service? Sergeant Pack told his colleague that he saw something and pointed his finger forward. The warrior wondered, where did that cloud of dust come from? There's a reason for that. Something's going on out there. A young man was walking through the city and read the announcements. The storm troop is looking for a healer. The Sun Assault Squad is planning a military operation on a 3-star monster. The boy was surprised by the abundance of such advertisements. The operator at military headquarters reports that the gate is raising the alert level to level 2 due to the explosive Tauruses. Due to the absence of the first squad, they are requesting more reinforcements. The specialist said there will be no single-tasking monsters. They will not even recoup the cost of the equipment. Sik Kang thought that nothing had changed in the world. Gangnam is the same as before. 24 hours before, the reception room of the Monster Association. The young man interjected, was he really being given a house to use? The assistant manager said the association was going to give this house as an award. The manager added that every hunter dreams of such a house. The young man listened with suspicion. He did not trust the association. The interlocutor said that this luxurious new home is located in the city of hunters Gangnam. This place is ideal for exchanging information and acquiring first-class goods. The young man thought that Gangnam was a newly built building. Gangnam was a prosperous county, but its location on the plains made it easy prey for monsters. Hunters came here to defend it. Sik Kang asked, isn't that too generous a reward? The interlocutor said that it was a very big and very beautiful house. He showed its dimensions with his hands. The young man smiled approvingly in return and thought that the association was obviously up to something. The young man was not used to being afraid and decided to see what this suspicious house was all about. Traditionally, the young man read the inscriptions in the air. God anticipates a new adventure. God is shouting for the young man to act. The boy thought he needed to find this house first. The young man announced that he was expecting housewarming gifts from God. After that, the inscriptions in front of my eyes continued. One God said that there is no harm in dreaming. One God told the young man to search his conscience. The boy decided that this time he had overreacted. Someone called out to Sik Kang. The young man looked back and saw a young man and his cameraman standing behind him. The young man said it was an amazing coincidence and announced to his audience to meet the hero, Sik Kang himself. The young man hugged Sik Kang and told the camera to behave bravely in the battle with the pigwings. The man said that Sik Kang must not have recovered from the fight yet, so he offered him a joint stream at the spa. Sik Kang thought that it had only been 10 seconds, and he already wanted to punch his interlocutor. The interlocutor regretfully said that he was very busy and therefore couldn't give the young man any support. Sik Kang really wanted to hit this guy once. Streamer asked if it was true that Sik Kang was moving into the neighborhood. The young man wondered, how did he know that? Streamer explained that his younger sister, a real information maniac, she is aware of all the rumors about hunters. The girl looked at the young man and said she was very pleased to meet him. The young man said hello to the girl and suggested that it was quite difficult for her to do business with such a brother. He said that the young man was probably lost and offered to show him the way. Sik Kang thought this guy was up to something. The man said no need to be rude to someone who wants to help. Young people were looking for the right address. A girl cameraman was filming. The man said that many people went to strengthen the defense of the city because of the attack of the blast Tauruses. That's why the city is deserted. Suddenly, the man turned to his sister and told her to turn off the camera immediately. Joe Siop was walking towards the company. He wasn't supposed to be on camera. Chosop asked the man, is he really still doing it? Streamer said hello to Chosop and asked how things were outside of town. Chosop said he's not his buddy and advised him to stop with the clown streamers and join the assault squad. Streamer said he already had a meeting scheduled with this young man and pointed to Sik Kang. Chosop asked the young man he must also be MS fooling around on camera. The man asked the young man for his hunter card. Sik Kang asked why would he show this card. Chosop said that this guy's pretty cocky. The guy laughed and said that this young man only had a few victories over low-grade monsters. Chosop pulled out his sword and waved it in front of the young man's face. He said that every streamer thinks he's a tough hunter. Chosop asked. The young man didn't think he could match up to real hunters. After he destroyed the small fish within the city, the man added that streamers are only able to shoot their reports because of the hunter units. Sik Kang told the interviewer that he was ready to find out who the real clown was. Chosop didn't expect such audacity and laughed in the young man's face. Suddenly, a girl in a policeman's uniform appeared with a walkie-talkie in her hand and shouted for everyone to disperse. Cho Siep replied to her that he was just having a nice conversation with a colleague. He wasn't planning to do anything wrong. Assault squads, it's a group of hunters who deal with monsters that can't be destroyed alone. Streamer told the young man that these stormtroopers say they're fighting for justice, but in reality, they're no better than thugs. The men approached the house they were looking for. The young man noticed that it was a good place to live alone. Streamer said if the young man could destroy Zero, he'd be living in the heart of the city. Sik Kang thanked his brother and sister for their help and said they could go home. Streamer asked to be treated to at least some tea. After all, he had come a long way. The young man angrily said if he was going to be annoying, he would have to knock out a tooth. The interlocutor said that in that case he would drop by later. His sister apologized for the inconvenience. Sik Kang asked the oracle what he thought of this house. A bird flew around this house and cawed its left head. The young man said he thought so. The boy still assumed that he'd gotten a house as a gift that wasn't simple at all, and he had to figure out what it was. The house stood on a separate property behind a high fence from passing pedestrians. The young man decided to explore the entire area of the house and look in every room. There was no one in the bedroom. The restroom was also beyond suspicion. The young man looked in every nook and cranny of the house, but found nothing suspicious. The boy lay down on the bed and realized how tired he was. He wanted to rest. The young man turned to the oracle. He said he had already looked all over the house and found nothing. The young man asked why the bird was shrieking its left head like that. You can't just scare people for no reason. In response, Oracle cocked his left head again. Guy told him to shut up already, finally. The young man said he'd be back soon, and the bird would stay in charge. He'll be in charge of the place. The bird flapped its wings and began to circle over the young man, continuing to carp with its left head. The young man heard an alarm sounding outside. The warning was that the city's defense line had been breached, and all hunters must prepare for battle. Sik Kang's inscriptions appeared in front of his eyes again. One god's eyes shone with anticipation. One god took out his binoculars. 14 spectators were present. The young man became frustrated. A vacation was out of the question. He'd only just gotten here. The guy grabbed his shovel and headed for the exit. A huge explosion caught the young man's attention. It went off somewhere nearby. The blastators are already within the city limits. Where have the hunters gone? The young man lay unconscious. He was among the debris of the building. A shovel was in his hand. One of the rescuers appeared and asked how the young man was feeling. The boy regained consciousness and opened his eyes. He could not understand what was happening. The rescuer asked if the boy could get up on his own. Another lifeguard shouted that we should prepare to evacuate immediately. This is a danger zone. Sik Kang thought, did this explosion really happen because of the explosive Taurus? The guy realized that it was too late to retreat because one of the explosion Taurs was in close proximity to him. And now he had to think about his defense. At least he had a shovel handy. The monster screamed and a source of explosion formed in its mouth. It was unbearably horrible. The young man replied that they had just met. And suggested that they start by getting acquainted and shaking hands. Blastator didn't appreciate the joke and attacked the young man. The boy flew backwards. The blast wave was very strong. The young man managed to stick a shovel in the ground and holding onto it tried to get a foothold and not to fly further away. The boy held on with all his might. His strength was leaving him. He screamed that he couldn't do it anymore. Suddenly, the oracle was at his side. The young man looked at the oracle and realized that there was wind dispersion going on. Therefore, the bird could stay in the air. Kang thought that maybe oracle it was a fledgling, but it was still a 2-star monster. The young man shouted for the oracle to keep it up. It was a surprise to the young man. The bird still had the camera around its neck, and the stream continued. The bird flew around the explosion torus and scattered the wind. The young man stealthily crept up to the monster and attacked the monster. Blood rushed in all directions. The young man, running aside, said that the overgrown bull in front of him. The young man shouted that it was the monster getting payback for destroying the new house. The boy dodged and launched another attack. He jumped over the monster and brought his shovel high above its head. Kang gave a crushing blow and said that it was to the monster for almost destroying him. The young man was incredibly angry. He had just checked in. Why is this happening to him again? The young man extracted the core from the monster's body. The young man lifted the crystal high up and said it was food for the oracle, and he thanked the bird for its help. The bird flew toward the young man. The young man held the crystal in his hand. He saw what was happening in front of him and froze for a second. There were several of these same monsters approaching the young man. This was too much. Streamer watched from afar through binoculars. He said that a huge number of explosive toruses were approaching the MS operator. Would he be able to survive such an attack? This young man's cameraman turned off the camera and said he'd had enough. The young man was indignant. What was he doing? This is about to be the most interesting thing ever. The operator said it doesn't matter at all. Kang needs help. The streamer showed that it's very dangerous around the young man. There are 3 2-star monsters. You can't last 1 minute against them. The young man took the camera away from the cameraman and said that besides, you can't take someone else's prey away. Streamer added that with these setups in his life, the operator won't live long. The young man then threw the camera back to the cameraman and told him to shut up and keep filming. Kang prepared to face his opponent and thought that more interesting than the birth of a hero. Maybe only his downfall. Kang stood in readiness to face the monsters. The oracle circled above him, doing his job. The inscriptions in front of his eyes said that one god thought the young man was a good guy. One god hoped to meet him in the next life. The young man, after reading the ethos, decided that he wasn't going to give up, and there was no need to have a wake. Kang rushed towards the monsters and said that gods shouldn't be so heartless. The boy devised a plan of action. He decided that he would deal with the monsters one by one, and he wouldn't miss a single one. The Blastators tried to blast the young man. The young man dodged these fiery attacks. It was hot and heavy all around. The young man thought his life was hanging by a thread. He was indignant. Why don't the gods help him? The boy, reading the inscriptions in front of his eyes, realized that one of the gods was ready to help him. That gave him hope. One of the inscriptions said that the young man had almost unlocked an effort bonus. There were now 14 viewers present. The boy thought, what's with the effort bonus? He needs help fast. The young man thought about the last time he got a shovel for a donation. He shouldn't let go of the opportunity to get something else. Kang shouted that he would fight until his last breath. The young man read that another god had joined, and now there were 15 spectators present. The boy thought that the chances of survival had just increased. The young man shouted to the bird to stop the monster's breath attack for at least a second. The bird did as the young man asked, and the boy instantly went on the attack. The young man was waiting for the right moment. He had to wait for the right moment and attack the beast. The sign said that there were already 16 spectators present. That was the maximum number allowed. The boy received an incentive bonus. The boy looked up and didn't realize what was going on up there. He shouted loudly. The young man turned his attention to the oracle hovering in the air. The guy looked at the monster and saw that the explosion tor was not moving. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. Had time really stopped? The young man continued to follow the events. Cubes with numbered faces appeared in the air. The sign in front of his eyes said that the god was offering to choose a number. The boy wondered what kind of lottery was being played. The young man held on with his last strength. Kang shouted out that he was picking 8. The young man was surprised. The dice showed 8, exactly what he had in mind. The young man read before his eyes that some god was lending the young man his powers. Chakra is temporarily available to him. The young man was ecstatic. He was overflowing with energy. It seems like he could do anything right now. Chakra, it's a great power. Sik Kang said that he was now definitely determined to deal with these three monsters. The guy picked his first victim and went on the attack. The young man struck one after another. The victim suffered countless wounds, and she was bleeding all over. The other two Blastators watched warily. They thought their opponent was very bloodthirsty. Thanks to the power lent to him by God, the boy knew no fatigue. The chakra helped him interact with the cosmos and choose the most optimal techniques to achieve his goal. The young man learned to see his opponent's every move and anticipate their next strike. The young man came to the conclusion that it was time to finish them off. The young man gripped the shovel tighter and prepared to strike a decisive blow. Streamers watching couldn't believe this was even possible. The cameraman said his streamer was disturbing people watching. The streamer asked, "This isn't a dream, is it?" The young man was dealing with the last monster and swung his shovel at it and gave it a crushing blow. The guy shouted that it was time for this beastmaster to go to hell with his fellows. The final blow in this battle was the most powerful, and the most important opponent was finished. The young man dismembered the monster's body and thought that was the end of it. The case was closed. The young man said to the camera that everything was ready. An inscription appeared in front of his eyes that the chakra had expired. In the monster research notes, it was stated that a Zootaurus is a land type of monster that can blow a veritable hurricane out of its mouth. Zootaurs feed on carbon monoxide and reproduce quickly. The young man noticed that the hunters were beginning to gather. He assumed that the entire area had already been cleared. The arriving hunters couldn't believe their eyes. This young man had single-handedly defeated the Blastators. How could this be possible? The young man continued to read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. One god is preparing fireworks? One god advises the young man to be ready. Streamer became jealous of this upstart MS operator. How does he do it? The young man thought that everyone follows the rule of safe long-range attack. Hunters have the standard protective equipment. How does this young man manage to deal with dangerous monsters without following these rules, or having such equipment? If misbehaved, an explosion Taurus can turn a hunter into a corpse with a single blow. How can this young man use close combat techniques against explosive Tauruses? If this young man destroyed a 2-star monster on his own, his level should be at least above average. A young man approached the ruins. He said it was his house, or rather, what was left of it. The young man wondered where the oracle had gone. The bird was nowhere to be seen. The boy saw a bird near the destroyed monster. He figured the oracle was trying to steal the core again. Sik Kang felt sick and decided that he had overexerted himself. He felt a loss of strength and dizziness. The young man's eyes blurred and he felt like the ground was leaving under his feet. The ground was really starting to cave in, and it didn't seem that way to the young man. A huge tower appeared from the ground with many guns peering out of it. The boy shouted that it was a fortillery. The young man thought that this was the reason why the oracle was screaming so frantically. The military and hunters prepared for defense. They ordered the protective barriers to be raised. The young man shouted that it was the wrong decision. "You can't provoke her. You should just get away to a safe distance." Some cocky hunters reasoned, how much could they get for destroying the fortile area? The young man noticed the guns of the fortillery heading for the hunters. The guy shouted for everyone to retreat immediately. After all, this was no ordinary 2-star fortillery in front of them. It was too late to retreat. There were multiple explosions. The young man's eyes were filled with writing. One god says it's too late. One god prays silently. One god awaits the outcome. The hunters were terrified. They saw shells continuing to fly in their direction. The shells were also flying in the direction of our hero. Fortunately, he had a shovel in his hands. The young man covered himself with his hands, thrusting the shovel forward. But a miracle happened. All the shells flew past the young man. They went around the young man and flew on. The boy wondered why the projectiles had such a trajectory. There was no time to think, and he heard the hunters calling for help. At some point, Seo Yoon appeared on the battlefield. She was luring the shells towards her. The projectiles flew towards the girl and, having lost energy, hovered in the air. Everyone thought that the goddess had saved them. The girl shouted for anyone still alive to retreat immediately, because she wouldn't be able to hold the ammunition for long. The hunters shouted that they were retreating and would seek a safe distance. The girl said she would return all her toys to Fortilleria. All the shells turned and flew toward the tower. But the unexpected happened. There wasn't a scratch on the turret. It was as if it hadn't even been hit. Kim So-yoon yelled for the MS operator to get out of here immediately. The young man stood in indecision. He could not understand why the fortillery was not attacking him. The guy was standing in the open, and he was invulnerable. His oracle was flying above the young man. The officer reported that the shelling had stopped, probably out of ammunition. The military wanted to attack the fortillery, but were horrified to see that it was back on full alert. A hunch struck the young man. Maybe the fortillery didn't see him as a potential target. Afterward, the young man heard the oracle's right head cocked. The boy took it as a good omen. The military took notice of the MS operator, walking towards the fortillery no matter what. And he is still in one piece. The closer the young man got, the more he wondered why this tower was still not attacking. What kind of trick is this? Sik Kang moved closer and concluded that the fortillery really wasn't interested in him at all. She didn't react to him at all. The young man tried to solve this mystery of why he was invisible to the tower, but he never found the answer. The boy read the inscriptions in front of his eyes again. One god is impatient. One god drives the young man on. Sik Kang lifted the oracle into the air with the camera on and started streaming. The young man welcomed everyone and said that the MS operator was back on the air. Now his viewers will have a unique opportunity to see what is inside the fortillery. Now, they will all go there together. A young man was lighting his way with a phone flashlight. There were all kinds of mechanisms inside. The boy was amazed. Is this really what the inside of a fortillery looks like? Where did all this machinery come from? Who maintains it all? The young man didn't know how to explain it all. He couldn't just stand there and keep silent during the stream. The young man decided to say something and said it was a house, a nice house, and he invited everyone to visit the MS operator. The young man decided that this would not be a lie, but an exaggeration. The guy was reading the writing in the air again. One god is excited. One god wants to see everything. In the middle of this tower on a small platform was something incomprehensible. The young man assumed that it was a two-star monster, a fortillery. The guy noticed that there was a house inside this tower. What kind of monster is that? The boy thought. The monster research notes say that the fortilleria is a landscape-type monster, capable of turning buildings and caves into actual forts. It can fire self-produced projectiles at its target indefinitely. The monster feeds on the life energy of those who live above it. Sik Kang thought that this thing looked a lot like his house that had recently been blown to rubble. He wanted to check what was inside. The guy looked inside this house and thought it was not at all different from what the government had given him. The young man was surprised. Were they really serious about putting him in here? The young man realized that the fortillery was recreating an exact replica. Our hero wondered what was even going on here. The young man began to read the writing in front of his eyes. Some god says the young man is stupid. Some god asks the young man not to prompt. Sik Kang guessed that human energy is the main food of the fortilleria. The young man thought the fortillery reacted to the chakra, an incentive bonus. Sik Kang said goodbye to his viewers and said that it's pretty late, and this is the end of his stream. If subscribers are interested to know about all the secrets of this place, they should put likes and follow the continuation. The young man went to sleep. But even in his sleep, messages from the gods came to him. Some god is bored. Some god is singing a lullaby. While Sik Kang was sleeping carefree inside the fortillery, a significant change was happening to his body. Donations are something the gods give on a whim, but a bonus for effort is a more serious act on the part of the gods, putting their pride and honor on the line. In the morning after waking up, the young man looked in the mirror and could not believe his reflection. What had happened to his body? What a gift from the gods. The boy experienced the power of the gods this time. His body transformed to accept the power of chakra. The young man thought that the incentive bonus was over, but it wasn't. Moving around the fortilleria, Sik Kang was testing the limits of his strength, testing the strength of his new body. After a series of tests, the young man came to the conclusion that his body was now simply unrecognizable. Sik Kang left the fortillery and said that Oracle was staying in charge. The two heads would look after the territory as before. After the young man appeared in the city, he was surrounded by many streamers and journalists. People asked if it was true that what was happening in the stream was not fake. The young man wondered if they had been watching him all night. Sik Kang apologized and said he had nothing more to add. Any further news will be reflected in his streamings. The young man thought it was time for him to get out of here because he's wasting his time. Maybe someone needs his help right now. The young man felt that he could no longer use the full power of his chakra, as he had during the battle with the blast wings, but his body still remembered that state and could reproduce some things. The young man quickly left the area. The people around him couldn't understand how the young man managed to move so quickly. Is it true that he doesn't have superpowers? The young man looked back and said, he didn't think it would be this easy. The guy was suddenly confronted by a huge man. He was unbelievable. The young man apologized and introduced himself. They shook hands. The big man also introduced himself and said his name was Kang Ho Hyun. The new acquaintance said he was the deputy commander of the capture squad. He has an offer for a young man. Kang Ho Hyun said that he would give the young man an outfit made from the body of a 4-star monster and the position of commander of the capture squad. The man said that for this, the young man should join the squad. Everyone in the neighborhood who heard this suggestion envied the young man. Everyone could use such an outfit. These invaders are well paid. Everyone assumed that the young man would certainly agree to such an offer. No one would refuse. People around me said that such equipment doesn't even have a price. Not every stormtrooper has such equipment. It was nothing compared to his shovel, the young man thought. Sik Kang realized that equipment alone wouldn't be enough to deal with the Zero Blade. The young man believed, not unreasonably, that in order to deal with this monster, he must act alone. To limit the number of blades, the young man said he was grateful to his interlocutor for such a generous offer. But he had to decline. To defeat the Zero Blade, he must act alone. Everyone around him was astonished. How could this guy give up the title of commander of the invading squad? He doesn't know what he's doing. Kang Ho Hyun was not upset. As a hunter of hunters, he understood the young man. The boy was thinking very sensibly. The events take place a month earlier at City Hall. The mayor told the guest that he was ready to get right to the point and explained what was required of him. The guest asked how everything is going in the mayor's office, what progress has been made. The management explained that thanks to their secret cooperation with the relevant ministry, things were going great. Everything is going according to plan. But they are concerned about land, infrastructure, and transportation. The visitor said they're just 3-star evil carps. Or does City Hall have no confidence in the assault squads? The man said the mayor's office has absolute confidence in the assault squads. That's why they're meeting. The official said that according to intelligence, the malocarps are showing mutation and strange behavior. In addition, they have tripled in size. The stormtrooper said it's still within expectations. He doesn't see anything critical. The ministry's main task is to keep the information from spreading. It's a good deal, especially since there are more and more hunters refusing to cooperate with the government. Hunters prefer to work alone, and they succeed. Such individualists carry even more danger than the monsters themselves. Such hunter behavior threatens an uprising. Recent events are proof of that. Independent hunters are becoming a problem. Their numbers must be reduced. The official turned to Kang Ho Hyun and said, well, he was the one running the operation. The man added that the ministry will make sure there are no problems, and they hope to cooperate with the captain. The captain said officials can prepare hymns of praise. They won't regret cooperating. Sik Kang hooked the camera around the oracle's neck and went on air. The young man greeted his viewers and said that the MS cameraman was on the air. The young man said that today there is something unusual for his subscribers. The guy recalled what happened last summer. Thousands of mutant fish were spotted in the upper reaches of the river. The task of the hunters, to destroy them. The mission difficulty is rated 3 stars and above. That was the official message from the Monster Association. Every year around this time, the 3-star malacarps get out of control. The young man said that he was not interested in carp in principle. His main task is to learn how to deal with 3-star monsters alone. Before Sik Kang could finish his sentence, there was a huge explosion somewhere nearby. The young man was surprised and alert. Questions began to be asked in the chat room. What was that? The young man looked back and saw the car that had just gone to the river. It was coming back at a great speed. This machine was trying to break away from the evil carpets attacking it. There were endless numbers of them. They were all over the road, and they were trying to attack this car. The hunters in the back of this vehicle wondered, where did these monsters come from? After all, these mutants should be at the headwaters of the river. The hunters feared that if the mutants caught up with the car, they would not survive. They demanded that the driver speed up. The young man couldn't understand what was happening. How could he stop this invasion? The young man thought he had only one way out. He walked to the middle of the road and faced the car that was coming to meet him. The driver yelled for the guy to move out of the way. Sik Kang pushed off and jumped over the car. The young man landed right in the epicenter of the monster's location. And with all his might, he jammed the shovel into the ground. He wanted to activate the shovel's special function. There was a localized earthquake caused by the shovel. The young man thought how good it was that everything had worked out. He was afraid the earthquake might not work. An inscription appeared in front of his eyes. God asks you not to underestimate his donation. Sik Kang looked around and realized that it wouldn't be just one earthquake. The surviving evelocarps surrounded the young man and were approaching him from all sides. The boy thought that there were too many of them. The young man saw another inscription in front of his eyes. One god sent the young man a donation. The shovel in the young man's hands glowed with an unnatural light. Another inscription appeared before my eyes. One god asks to answer the phone. The young man fought off the monsters as best he could. The forces were unequal. The boy was wielding the shovel left and right. He thought, what kind of call could he possibly be talking about right now? Are they up there messing around? The young man read the new messages. One god says it's urgent and asks the young man to look at the handle of the shovel. The guy saw the innovation and wondered, where did this thing come from? And what should he do with it? At this time, the monster in the tower was waiting for a command. The monster pressed the red button. This action was planned. Sick Kang looked up and shouted, what should he do now? The beast cars were everywhere. The young man thought that the handle of his shovel appeared to have an answer button on it, like on a telephone. How could he fall for that? After pressing the red button, there was a huge explosion. The young man, without releasing the shovel from his hands, shouted loudly. Looking around, Sick Kang saw the following picture. There were beast carp remains lying everywhere. There was a fire burning somewhere. The guy realized that he had the help of the fortillery. It was magnificent. Sick Kang looked at the new donut and thought that he now had a connection to this fortillery. The young man thought that this was a great donut. Sick Kang thought that this button could help him many times in the future. He would definitely use it on occasion. The young man reasonably decided that if there was such an invasion of beast carp in the center of the city, the situation by the river was much worse. He had an idea. What if the MS operator showed up in the middle of the battle and saved everyone? He'd be exalted to the heavens. The surviving hunters from the back of the truck asked the young man what those explosions were, and where did the shells come from? The hunters were very surprised. This guy who had destroyed the monsters was just leaving like this. Isn't he taking anything for himself? The explosions may have destroyed the monsters, but these remnants were still worth something. The hunter saw one still sort of alive monster not far from the car. It moved its paws and opened its mouth. One of the hunters thought this monster might help them make some money. A colleague said he'd better get out of here for good. He had a bad feeling. The men decided to do just that. The upper reaches of the river. Explosions are heard in different places. There are fires in some places. There is an intense struggle with beast carp. The beast carp are advancing on the humans in organized columns. They're coming out of the water. The monsters are being fought by hunters. They say that such an invasion has never happened before. They have to fight back with their best efforts. The girl says it all looks very strange. There are several times more monsters this year than before. The huntress added that there were strange mutations present this time. There were no such varieties before. The girl urges other hunters to intensify their activities and destroy the bulk of the monsters before the situation gets even worse. The hunters realize that the girl was right. If they didn't destroy the monsters now, they would be impossible to deal with after a while. The hunters teamed up and used their superpowers to activate the barrier. Stormtroopers recalled that it had been much easier to deal with such an invasion last summer. There were many more beast cars. They kept coming and coming. The hunters thought that at this rate, their advance party would go first. The hunter asked the officer if management had figured out what was wrong. Why is there such an extreme invasion this year? The officer said the government has not given a clear answer. There is probably a disagreement or not enough information. The man asked angrily, what is the meaning of all this? What were they fighting here for in that case? Would there be help from the association? The hunter urged his military colleagues to pay attention to what is going on among the beast carp. They sometimes devour each other. Hunter added that this is for a reason. This is how the beast carp evolved. When they eat each other. And then there's the speedy species. And there are more and more new mutations. One of the carp, just belonging to the speedy species, lunged forward and captured one of the military men with its mouth. The man screamed loudly and asked for help. Kim Soo-an reacted instantly and wrestled her coworker away from the monster. The hunter shouted that he was grateful to the girl for saving his soldier. The girl smiled sweetly in response. Kim Soo-an said that there was no more procrastination. The girl decided to use her superpowers. Kim Shui was attracted by a large number of beast cars. They swarmed the girl from all sides. After that, an explosion rang out, and the beast cars were flying apart piece by piece. There was nothing left of them. At the epicenter was the invincible Kim Soo-an. This situation did not change the balance of power. The beastmen continued to come from the bottom of the river. There was no end to them. A stranger showed up and said that so much effort goes into fighting a couple of fish. It's just pathetic. The hunters looked around in surprise and saw that it was the captain, who was in the mayor's office. The captain asked if these hunters after such a fiasco, were worthy to fight under the banners of the city. One of the hunters recognized the man. He shouted that Ilak was an unscrupulous fool. The man brought an assault squad with him and ordered them to deal with the place immediately. The military deployed an artillery missile system on the shore, near and medium range. The missile system fired a salvo from its guns. The beast carp were hit by the projectiles that flew out. The projectiles were in the form of special rods with heads on the end. Ilak ordered for the lightning squad to begin the attack. This was the second phase of the offensive against the monsters. The lightning squad fired a lightning volley, and a chain lightning from rod to rod was produced. The lightning was transmitted and struck the beast carp. No one was able to escape. The captain reported to the mayor's office that the hunting lands are now under the control of the assault squad. 80% of the spoils will be retained by the assault squad. The hunters appreciated the scale of the action. The vast majority of beast carp in the area had been destroyed. The hunters were outraged. They did not agree with this percentage of trophy sharing. The hunters said they had a lot of losses. One of the hunters, outraged by this injustice, clenched his fists and approached the captain. The captain asked, what was the matter? Did the hunter want to thank him for saving his life? Hunter grabbed the captain's chest and asked, surely he must have known about everything beforehand? Hunter shook his opponent and repeated the question. The captain replied that it was a ridiculous idea. The hunter demanded an explanation as to why so much military equipment had been brought up. Wasn't it too much? Hunter continued, assuming this is just an annual Zoba carpus hunt. Why are there a huge number of lightning hunters here? It is impossible to prepare so quickly without knowing the magnitude of the disaster in advance. The captain calmly replied that the talented are always envied, and you shouldn't compare the assault squad to those crooked hunters. Kim Seo-yoon showed up right away and told the men to stop fighting. It won't do any good. The girl said that this is not the time to fight. The stormtrooper commander turned to the captain and said their squad was awaiting orders. The captain turned around and, ignoring the hunters, said it was time to lure these monsters out of the lair. The captain ordered the stormtroopers to proceed according to the plan and to follow the instructions they had received. Robocarps continued to arrive from the bottom of the river. They were innumerable, and they were getting bigger and bigger. A squad of stormtroopers began to destroy the newly appearing monsters. The soldiers acted as instructed, striking the monsters with lightning bolts. The warriors dipped their hands into the water, and the commander ordered them to begin. The commander told the warriors not to get distracted and to focus on their task. Robocarps were jumping out of the water. They tried to attack the soldiers from the air. From the rear, the stormtroopers were covered by fellow defense lines who struck the monsters with lightning discharges. The commander told the warriors to concentrate. The water's already warm enough, and soon the main villain will appear. A monster of incredible size rose from the water. It was the leader of the evil carp, a monster like no one had ever seen before. The hunters shouted that this was their main target. The captain ordered the assault squad to move to the second stage of the operation. The evil carp's eyes burned with demonic fire. The stormtrooper commander ordered his subordinates to prepare reinforced harpoons. Everything was ready for the attack. The commander gave the order, and the stormtroopers fired harpoons in the direction of the super monster. The monster experienced a massive attack. Many harpoons sank into the body of this monster. Harpoons pierced through the body and into the flesh of this monster. Blood gushed out. It was a bloody sight. Hunter cried out in bewilderment, "What are these stormtroopers thinking? Where is their command looking?" Hunter continued that this action wouldn't help them. The mutant would simply drag all the stormtroopers underwater. The captain calmly observed what was happening and at one point ordered a lightning discharge to be applied. Simultaneously, all the stormtroopers activated their lightning bolts, and that monster glowed like a Christmas light bulb. Beastcarp screamed in pain. Kim Soo-an said that those military men want to fry the monster by electrocuting it with harpoons. But that might not be enough. The captain sprang into action and said that he was about to show something to those around him. The man said he was ready to demonstrate the power of the storm. He fired a huge bolt of energy directly at the giant monster. The hunters wondered, where did the captain get such destructive power? Kim Sui assumed that the man was using some equipment to temporarily enhance his abilities. The leader of the Beastcarp was deactivated. The captain said to take out the core before regeneration could begin. Everyone knew that the situation this year was very different from last year, and perhaps there was more than one such giant present. No one had done the relevant research. The captain said they would always be ready for new monsters of this size. They have the equipment at the ready. It was exactly as the hunters had anticipated. The second giant had already appeared, and out of the water. The captain stated that there would be another performance coming up. He told the hunters to watch what was going on. A second beast carp of gigantic size came out of the water and roared loudly. It showed its sharp jaws. The captain said calmly that everything was going according to plan. Viewers watching the stream wrote that this captain is a true patriot and the pride of his country. The man stated on camera that he has shown his strength to the masses, and he is proud of his accomplishments. The captain thought to get his father's recognition. He needed to prove that his second squad was doing a good job, even without him. The stormtrooper commander commanded the warriors to hurry. The core must be extracted before regeneration could begin in the body of the giant. The captain turned to the assault commander and said he had a small errand to run. The man said he was leaving the command to him and expects it should go smoothly. We just have to follow the plan. The captain asked that this squad show the other squads that it was the most advanced squad. The stormtrooper stated that the second assault squad would now be under his direct command. The captain turned around and walked away. He said he wanted to get out of this dump as soon as possible. The man got into the car and stated that he wanted to meet his father as soon as possible. The driver knows where to take him. The interlocutor on the phone told the man that the colonel would be pleased with the results of the operation and brought his congratulations. The captain said to report the situation to him. The stormtrooper commander reported that they were now working on extracting the core from the first Zlobakarp leader. The second mutant was already almost defeated. The assault squad applied harpoons to the second monster in the same volume as the first. The second monster was almost ready. The commander ordered the warriors to urgently deal with the core of the second monster. He reminded them that as long as the core was inside, the monster was considered alive. The stormtroopers surrounded the monster and came closer and closer to it. They could see that the monster was still moving. That means it's still alive. The stormtroopers had already climbed directly onto the monster's body, and they were discussing among themselves what role the second unit of the assault squad would play. One of the warriors pulled out a cannonball and reported that the cure was complete. Suddenly, there was an emergency. Another giant appeared. It was the third monster of gigantic size. No one expected to see it here. The hunters watching from the sidelines shouted that it was impossible. Where did he come from? The monster jumped out of the water and attacked the stormtroopers. The warriors did not expect such a development and rushed to retreat. The hunter shouted that the leader of the beast carp evolved. Kim Su-on was horrified. The supermonster rose from the water and everyone saw the incredible size it had reached. No one had any idea how to fight it. The stormtrooper commander ordered the warriors to gather and attack this monster. Everyone fired harpoons at the monster. The harpoon attack was followed by a lightning attack. The stormtroopers followed a well-practiced script. The monster remained invulnerable. It opened its jaws and greedily devoured the stormtroopers one by one. There was no escape. The hunters came to the aid of the stormtroopers. They couldn't do anything with the giant either. The hunter was able to hold back the monster's onslaught a little. Hunter shouted for the soldiers to unite among themselves and begin to work in concert. He would try to buy them time. Maybe they'd still have something to work with. The stormtrooper commander yelled that there was no way they could handle this thing. Harpoons can't take this monster. The stormtrooper turned around and shouted that if the hunter so desired, he could stay here. The warrior began to run away from the monster. The beast attacked the hunter, and the man, losing his balance, was thrown far back. The beast was ready to devour him. Suddenly, Kim Su-on appeared above the monster and used her superpowers to attack the giant beast carp. The girl noted to herself that now she understood the power of evolved mutants. This is no joke. Kim Su-on tried to use telekinesis on the monster, but she failed. The monster broke free from that attack. The beast turned around and tried to attack Kim Su-on. The girl managed to avoid this attack. She thought that this monster might get her at some point. Suddenly, Sick Kang appeared on the battlefield. He stated that he was a two-core carp chief. Therefore, it is so huge and strong. The young man was on the air. A shovel was in his hands. The boy stated that his viewers had waited long enough for this moment. The young man showed his hunting skills, and using his shovel, swelled this monster's front paw. The monster screamed horribly in pain. Kim Su-on was surprised. Isn't the MS cameraman afraid? The young man said into the camera that he is starting the real hunt. At this time, one of the hunters came to his senses and thought he had been unconscious for quite a long time. The girl said his coworker was knocked out for 5 minutes, and it's unclear how he survived. The young men watched from the sidelines as the MS operator handled this monster. The shovel worked wonders. The monster had no chance of escape. The young man noticed that his body was moving differently now. His chakra must have returned to him. It inspired him to do the deed. The inscriptions in front of his eyes said that one god was impressed. One god shrugged his shoulders. The guy performing another attack thought it was a little different than the last time he had been with him. Sik Kang struck another blow on the monster's other paw and resolutely severed it from its body with his shovel. The young man scurried away to a safe distance and thought that should be more than enough. The most incredible thing happened. The monster's severed paw began to regenerate and reattached itself to the body. The young man wondered what kind of monstrous regeneration was this? Was it possible? Sik Kang noticed that the monster was eating its fallen younger brethren. Why does it do that? Maybe cannibalism speeds up its recovery? The young man decided to test his assumption. The guy swung around and jammed the shovel into the ground with all his might, counting on the earthquake effect. The shockwave was so strong that the monster was thrown back. The young man asked how the monster felt about it. The monster steadied itself on its hind legs and continued to perform the act of cannibalism to its fellow man. The young man noticed that the monster was becoming more dangerous with each regeneration. The young man noticed that the changes in the beast carp's body were no nonsense. One front paw had turned into a predatory fish. The other paw turned into a powerful stabbing weapon. The boy thought that this fish head was getting cocky. Sik Kang decided that he was at too much of a disadvantage in this case. The young man decided that he needed to change his position immediately. The young man was changing his dislocation, but the monster was one step ahead. Anticipating his move, the boy didn't even have time to think, but the monster had already anticipated everything. The young man remembered a past donation and thought that maybe this thing would help him. Sik Kang immediately pressed the button on his shovel, hoping that the fortillery would go off. The turret was loaded with ammunition into the firearm. Everything worked like a well-coordinated mechanism. The monster was hit by fortillery fire, but its regeneration occurred. The boy thought that the regeneration of this monster was prohibitively fast. He suggested that perhaps the beast carp was at a great distance from the fortillery. Oracle continued to circle with the camera around his neck over the battlefield, and the audience watched everything that was happening online. Sik Kang noticed that the Oracle shouted with his right head. This was a good omen. The young man stood boldly in a duel against the huge monster. His battle shovel was ready to deliver a devastating blow. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. It was the arrival of a shell. The hunters wondered where the shell had come from. Everything happened very suddenly. The young man was leaning on one knee, hiding among the ruins. He thought he could have quietly not survived. Pure chance had helped. Guy noted to himself that this fortillery attack was different from the last one. Perhaps it depends on the distance. The young man looked back and saw that the beast carp was still standing on its hind legs. Sik Kang decided that this beast carp was already injured, but it was too early to celebrate victory. The fight hadn't been won yet. The guy realized that this explosion helped him buy some time. If delayed, the regeneration process would restore the monster completely. The young man decided that now he would need the power of the core. Where could he get a power like that? To the young man's relief came the inscriptions in front of his eyes. One god advises to remember the action of the chakra. One god advises to concentrate. One god joins in. 17 spectators are present. The young man concentrated and tried to remember the sensations he had felt last time. Sik Kang closed his eyes. He needed those feelings. He needed to concentrate extremely hard, and he had to hold the shovel tightly in his hands. The huge monster partially recovered from the projectile's arrival and moved towards the young man. Sik Kang put his shovel forward and gave a crushing blow to his opponent. The shovel pierced through the monster's body. The hunters thought, is this the true crushing power of the MS operator? The young man looked at his hand. He hadn't expected that it could possess such incredible strength. It was grandiose. Streaming viewers watched the online defeat of the incredible monster. The core of the defeated monster went to the Oracle. The young man didn't even have time to warn the bird not to swallow it. But it was too late. It was lightning fast. The Oracle continued to make sounds with his right head. There was nothing the young man could do about it. The monster research notes indicate that the leader of the beast carp is a monster leader. He dominates the surrounding zwercarps. The kin under his command are able to evolve into different forms. If he is not stopped in time, it will lead to the emergence of a huge army. Assault Squad Central Headquarters. Management asked the second squad leader what really happened. The captain is sweating and trying to apologize. He says things didn't go according to plan. The warden is nervous. He says that the captain must have misunderstood the question. The captain states that some unforeseen factor has come up, hinting at an MS streamer with a shovel. The head of the assault squad recalls that there were an extremely large number of people involved this time, and the captain has a rather pathetic excuse for the disaster that occurred. The captain was extremely depressed. He realized that his father already knew everything. The captain looked at the girl who was the commander of the assault squad and thought that she was the one who had reported everything to the leadership. The head of the assault squad suggested that the captain's position was a burden on the man, and he would reflect on it. Yu Yuang displayed an image on the screen and asked if this young man was the MS operator. The head asked if the captain thought this young man could replace him in that position. The captain told his father that this young man had tarnished the name of their unit. The father shouted for the captain to shut his mouth. His son had only himself to blame for this disgrace. The son got a lot of soldiers involved in this operation and ruined everything right away, and he also put on a cheap act. The girl looked at the boss and thought he was quite attractive, even when he was angry. The girl told her boss that his son had already realized everything. Kong Mi-yeon reminded him that the captain knows how to clean up after himself well and leave no trace. The man thought he should take steps to make sure nothing more damage was done to the squad. The captain turned around and walked away. He decided he wasn't going to let this one go. There would be a reaction from him. His father said his son's pride would come back to haunt him. He has a long way to go. The girl offered her services to restore order. The head of the assault squad said there's another assignment for the girl, also related to this guy. Yu Yuan said for the girl to find out everything about this guy. It's better to have him as an ally than an enemy. The girl assumed that her boss had a very high opinion of the young man, and Wang said he probably did. But this young man reminds him of an old colleague. The guy doesn't have superpowers, but he can kill a 2-star monster with martial arts skills alone. That's saying something. The man added that it would be good if they involved his youngest son. But he will deal with this issue separately. Monster Association, Korean branch, at the press conference, reporters asked if it was true that the leadership knew about the mangacap mutations taking place. Did the Fortillery really drop a bomb on the river? The questions continued. Journalists asked what was planned to be done in the future with the Fortillery. The man asked everyone to calm down and to ask questions one at a time. He will try to give comprehensive answers to all questions. The aide told his master that the MS operator had cut the connection and was not answering his calls. It is impossible to approach him because of the Fortillery. He unfortunately does not want to answer. The man was furious. He didn't know what the rascal boy was thinking. Sik Kang plugged in the camera and went on air. He said hello to the viewers and said that this was the special edition of the stream that everyone had been waiting for. The young man said that today's hero of the day is Fortilleria and showed everyone the monster. The guy put his finger on the creature and said it wasn't just soft. The young man stated that the Fortillery had a whole squad of clones. The audience watched these creatures with interest. The young man took one clone in his hands and said that it could be turned. The young man did not have time to finish the sentence because a message came to his phone. The young man was interested. After all, he had only put the notification authorization marked urgent. The guy read the breaking news and thought he'd finally shown up. It was about the Zero Blade. He showed up in Western China. The young man apologized to the audience and said that his plans had an emergency change. He now has to go to China. Because of the monsters, overseas travel is severely restricted. Air technology has become a rare first-class treat. The guy thought he needed an airplane right away. The young man announced to the cell that he needed urgent help with a flight to a neighboring country. The polka dot princess, sitting at the monitor, was interested in this information. The guy complimented. Whoever helps him with the flight, he'll invite to the Fortillery. The polka-dotted princess thought that there was no way she should miss such a chance. The man started reading the messages and thought it was overkill. There doesn't seem to be much airborne technology in the country. The guy looked at the unanswered calls. He didn't pick up the phone because he didn't want to be dragged into more trouble. But how would the polka-dot princess know his phone number? Sik Kang remembered meeting this girl and thought that she was indeed an unusual young lady. The head of the assault squad was watching the young man's stream. He thought he was a pretty cocky kid. A man yelled at his son and wanted an explanation from him. Why hasn't he done anything about it yet? The captain said the assault squad takes full responsibility, and now he's got his hands free. The head of the assault squad said to have his secretary contact the brat immediately. A young man answered and said he was at the phone. The man wanted to introduce himself, but the young man said he wasn't interested and asked if his caller had an airplane. The man tried to calm down and said, "The young man doesn't understand how the world works. He doesn't realize the magnitude of his request." The captain snatched the phone from his father and answered the young man that the plane would be provided by the assault squad. Sik Kang heard the reply and thought the voice was familiar. The young man thanked his interlocutor for helping him that time and said he was indebted. and maybe they could come to an agreement in the future. Sik Kang replied that it sounded great. The boy realized that the airplane issue was solved. There was a slight change in plans, and instead of an airplane, the young man was given a helicopter. But that didn't change the point. The young man flew to Western China. The pilot announces that he has a destination in front of him, and he's going into descent. Passengers should prepare themselves. The young man turned on the camera and said the MS cameraman was on the air. Sik Kang looked out the porthole and realized that he was already in China. The young man looked around and thought that this China was very different from what he knew of it. The young man didn't expect the assault squad to provide him with an airplane. Probably they want to save their reputation after the recent events with those monsters. The young man remembered the conversation in which he had been promised air transportation and thought that the best part was yet to come. Sik Kang felt that his main goal right now was to reach his destination. He couldn't miss the zero blade this time. The pilot says the aircraft is descending. Everyone should buckle up and prepare for landing. The young man stepped out and the helicopter rose into the air. The boy was frightened. Is this really the place he's supposed to go? There was nothing here. It was all desert. The pilot stated that he flew to the point according to the given coordinates. When the young man has finished his business, he should report, and the airborne will return for him. The young man was left alone in the company of the oracle. He hoped that the helicopter would really come back for him. There was a phone call. The call was right on schedule, coming from a Chinese number. The young man didn't know the caller, but he had a feeling that if he answered, a lot of problems would fall on him. The young man decided not to answer and just start another stream. Oracle stepped up with his camera. The young man said hello to his audience. The young man said he flew to China from Korea. MS operator on the air. An armed horseman was watching the young man from afar. Sik Kang cheerfully announced that he would go anywhere for a zero blade. In the background, a rider could be seen approaching the streamer. The rider slowed his horse near the young man and told him to stand still and not move. The rider said for the young man to confess immediately. What family would he be from? Sik Kang was nervous. He didn't understand a word, but this stranger had almost destroyed him. The rider shouted that he was giving a final warning. The young man asked his opponent to speak Korean. The young man read the sign in front of his eyes that he had received a donation. The rider became even more nervous and told this young man to report to him. Sik Kang was surprised. He now understood this rider. Apparently, the gods were pissed off by this situation of misunderstanding. The rider got tired of repeating the same thing and drew his sword. He declared that he would have to eliminate the stranger if he did not finally deign to introduce himself. The young man gripped his shovel tighter and thought that the Chinese man would not succeed. But if he wanted to, he could try. Sik Kang replied in Chinese and said that he was here to deal with Zero Blade, and he is not an enemy to the rider. The rider asked, "Is this young man really talking about the devil of heaven?" But he didn't look like a person skilled in martial arts. Sik Kang asked his interlocutor to just take his word for it, and he noted to himself that this monster is called a heavenly devil in China. The young man on the horse laughed. He wondered how his companion would fight a monster. But he has zeal. That was the only positive quality. Suddenly the Chinaman was silent. He remembered the elder telling him that a man would soon arrive from afar. He remembered the elder telling him that a man would soon arrive from afar. The rider paid attention to the bird that was on the young man's shoulder. This bird is called a fortune teller in China. It's very revered. The rider asked the young man if he needed any help. He has a bird on his shoulder, to whose predictions his clan listens. If this bird predicts his fate, he will do his best to find the devil in heaven. The young man is wary. The stranger offers him help. Could it be a trap? The Chinese man said he understood the young man. It is difficult for him to trust a stranger, but he asks for forgiveness in advance and wants to say that he needs this stranger's help. The rider shouted, "Flaming sword of Sura," and pulled out his flaming sword to demonstrate it to his interlocutor. The Chinese man had a pendant of crystal on his chest. Sik Kang said that it was clear to him. This is the power of a 2-star monster. The Chinaman said if he wanted to get rid of the stranger, his sword would leave no trace of his body. There was no point for him to cheat now. The young man thought that it would be difficult for him to search for the Zero Blade alone in the desert. The two of them would be able to finish the job faster. The young men introduced themselves to each other. The writer said that he was the 13th son of the Ha clan, and his name is Ha Hujin. Sik Kang looked at his interlocutor's sword and thought he was in the Middle Ages. This was not the kind of China he had been told about. The young man thought, was it really true that he had gone to China? The young man looked around. There were primitive structures all around him. Weapons and armor were not up to date. The young man looked at the locals. They had looks full of fear of foreigners. The young man turned on the camera, showed the viewers the surroundings. There was bewilderment in the chat. Is this not staged footage? The young men arrived at the location. The rider dismounted and a servant came up to him and said that he was glad to see the young master. Sik Kang thought it would be hard for him. The young Chinese man said that they were in place, and in front of them was the pride of the Ha clan, which had been in existence for 500 years. The young man raised his head and saw that the royal flame pavilion was in front of him. It was a grandiose structure reaching into the sky. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He said it was a completely different world. The guard asked who was accompanying the young gentleman. The young man replied that he was their guest of honor. Ha Hujin added that the guests would like to meet the clan head. The guards were confused. The young man wondered if they wanted to keep the dear guest waiting. The guards began to apologize and said they didn't want to keep anyone waiting. They are doing their service. A young girl appeared on the doorstep and said that the clan head had given permission to enter. The young men followed the girl and kept in her fairway. Sik Kang looked around and noted that everything inside looked amazing. The young man came across some pretty girls along the way. He wondered if all the pretty girls in the village were here. The girl said that they could go to the next room. Hahujin asked, did the clan head really let them use this? The girl nodded affirmatively and said, after all, the young man is a very important guest. The Chinese said it seems the young man is really special. Not many people have seen this thing. The boy will be allowed to ride it some more. The young man took a ride on the elevator. When he got out of the elevator, the girl said that he was already expected here. The doors were opened in front of Sik Kang. The young man stood before the clan head. A man was seated on the throne, and he told the young man that he was very glad to see him here. The clan head said as he welcomed the young man into Hahu Chang's world. The elder sent the young man away and said he would be alone with his guest. The doors closed behind the young man, and he stood in front of the throne where the clan leader sat. The stream continued. The clan head stated that he hadn't been nervous in 60 years, but now he remembered again what it felt like. The young man was surprised. His interlocutor looked quite young. Hahu Chang said, he knows the young man is surprised. In fact, he really does look younger than his years. The core of monsters, it's not just a source of superpowers. It's the monster itself. If it is processed, it can unlock the abilities of its own body along with other powers. Chang said Yiwan from the same area as the young man and looks accordingly. The young man thought, so that means he controlled all the information and ran the village. Sik Kang said he wanted to ask a direct question. Can the elder establish the exact location of the monster, Zero Blade? That was the most important thing to him right now. The elder said he had forgotten that the young man was in too much of a hurry. It was all due to his carelessness. The elder said that his soldiers are now searching. They'll come back soon with a report. We'll have to wait a while. The head of the clan said that the journey had probably tired the young man. He added that his daughter would take care of him. He could rest in comfort. The girl said hello and introduced herself. She said her name was Hahu Lin. The young woman invited the young man to follow her. She showed him the direction to follow. Elder Chang said that a good rest is very important before a significant event. The young man didn't understand what his interlocutor was thinking, but he decided to play along. The boy decided for himself that he would do anything to catch the ruthless monster. The young people sat in silence for a while. Sik Kang thought, how long is the girl going to stay here? The young man got tired of waiting and told the girl that he would like to be alone. The girl wanted to object. Ha Hulin said that the head instructed her to take care of the young man with warmth, and she asked him not to put her out of the door. The young man said it was too much. He didn't expect this. The girl asked the young gentleman to look into her eyes. The boy complied with her request. The young men's gazes met. The girl asked the young man to tell him about the secrets he knew. The guy wondered what she was talking about. Why would he suddenly tell her his secrets? The girl cried. The girl looked once more into the young man's eyes and was confused. She realized that she couldn't read his thoughts. This had never happened to her before. The young man read the inscriptions before his eyes. One god is furious. One god says the girl needs to be reprimanded. One god advises to concentrate on the chakra. The boy thought the girl was trying to get inside his head with superpowers. Sik Kang stood up in front of the girl and said that she had better explain herself. She's acting very suspiciously. The girl thought about how her father had told her to get a shovel by any means necessary. They had invested a great deal of resources to get this young man here. There should be no miscalculations. The girl tried to justify herself to the elder. She said she couldn't handle it. The elder asked, she doesn't want to say she can't do it, does she? Does her starving people not care about her? Her naive brother wouldn't be able to survive in that case. The man said it would be better if his daughter made the right choice. It seemed to the young man that the girl was asking to be saved. The young man could not understand what had happened to him. He had just seen the memories of his interlocutor. Sikkang was surprised at how strong the chakra ability was. The young man asked Mrs. Hahu Lin to come clean. He said he would bring her out into the open. After talking to the girl, Sikkang approached Mr. Hahu Chang. He said he wanted to talk to him frankly. The young man stated that he was waiting for an explanation, and there was no point in cheating now. Hahu Chang asked what the young man meant and thought, didn't his daughter succeed? The man said that his daughter's hospitality didn't seem to reach the young man's standard. Elder Chang pulled out his gun and said that he didn't need to be nice now. Apparently, the young man had already understood everything. The gun was pointed directly at Sik Kong. The young man responded by taking out his shovel and holding it out in front of him, and, said Chang, the first to start. Hahu Chang stated no matter how strong the young man is, he is still human. Just one bullet and he will die. The man demanded that the young man immediately give him his shovel. The guy was holding a shovel in his outstretched hand, and asked if his interlocutor thought a shovel would solve all problems. The elder told the young man to be quiet. He's seen it all himself. There is no hope here anymore. The man added that this land abandoned by the state will soon be taken away by starvation. Hahu Chang said they have tried to negotiate with the government, but it is not profitable for them to maintain them. The elder continued, if they had this shovel, they could defeat the devil of heaven, and then the state would hear their pleas. The young man thought that a lot of effort had been put in. For the sake of it, Hahu Chang spread false information that the monster was here. The man said that now the young man knows the whole truth. If he did not want to die here, he had no choice. The young man says that he is, in that case, willing to give this shovel, but he warns that it is heavy. The young man tossed the shovel up, and it spun in the air and fell, stabbing the elder in the legs. The man cried out in pain. The young man jumped up to him and with a right hook sent his opponent far back. The elder fell down and did not move again. A young foreman burst into the room and said he became concerned when he heard an unexplained noise. The young Chinese man saw his father bloodied, sitting on his throne and showing no signs of life. The young man was mad with rage. He couldn't believe that the elder was in an emotionless state. What happened here? Sik Kang thought that this situation was starting to become problematic. Young Chang said he trusted the guest. Why did this happen? Now he may not have any hope of getting back from here alive. The young man pointed his sword at Sik Kang and said that he had no excuse. The young men stood against each other. A confrontation was brewing. A Chinese warrior with a sword against a Korean streamer with a shovel. Our hero thought maybe we should just deactivate this opponent, so as not to torture him for too long. The young man said his father was the cold and intimidating head of the family, but he was his only father, so he must take revenge. The hot Chinese guy shouted that his father's killer should disappear and rushed to the attack. Suddenly, the girl rushed to the guest's defense. She covered him with her body and told Ha Hu-jin to stop. She would explain everything now. Hu-jin asked, why is his older sister interfering in the men's squabbles? The young man shouted that this guest was the sworn enemy of the chapter. The girl replied that their father was not a good man. Had she really sided with the villain? The brother wondered, what are we talking about? The sister asked as her brother looked into her eyes. Sik Kang thought that the iron core was incredible. It is the ability to not only read thoughts, but also broadcast them. The young man bowed his head and asked if what he had just seen was all of it, really. He had seen all of his atrocities, both the way he tried to rule the village and how he wanted to kill the young lord. Was that all of it, really? The young Chinese man apologized to Sik Kang. The young man bowed his head and said he was terribly ashamed, and he owed his guest a great debt of gratitude. Suddenly there was an uprising. There were many dead soldiers and civilians. Namgung Yunran and the Black Wolf Squad revolted. The young people couldn't understand what was going on, and who were all these people? The young Chinese man said that it was their family's personal guards, the Black Wolf Squad and Namgung. The young man couldn't understand. Why would the stepmother rebel? The stepmother of the young Chinese man, who's also the leader of the rebellion, said the stranger already knows what they want. If he gave up the shovel, the rebels might spare him. Sik Kang only smiled in response. Does everyone really consider this shovel to be their property? Why is there such self-confidence present? Young Hu-jin said that he would try to keep an escape route. Sik Kang suggested that the young man stay here and protect his only sister. The girl must remain in her brother's care. The hero with the shovel says he'll try to deal with the rebels himself, and is counting on him to put down this rebellion. Sik Kang asked the young man to trust him. But if Mr. Jin had any doubts about his abilities, he suggested that he just observe his actions. Sik Kang, using his shovel, began to scatter the rebels left and right. Young Hujin was terribly surprised to see how much strength and power his guest possessed. The guest said that if he wanted to massacre Mr. Hujin, he would have quietly done so. The young man stated that he could now see how noble the gentleman with the shovel was, and he had no need to distrust him. Sikang said he had to go about his business. The young man can stay at home and protect everyone he cares about. The rebels surrounded the young man and hoped to take the shovel away from him. That was their main objective. Sikang said that the shovel was at their disposal. If they wanted, they could pull it out of the ground. None of the villains could even move the shovel. Sikang grabbed the shovel out of the ground and immediately shoved it back in with force. This created a localized earthquake. The rebels watching this decided that the young man definitely had superpowers. Without them, it would be impossible to achieve such an effect. The villains decided not to spare the young man and deal with him mercilessly in cold blood, and after that, take away his shovel. The villains surrounded Sikang. They decided to attack him at the same time to destroy him. The young man stood alone with his shovel, surrounded by his enemies. The guy started waving this deadly shovel around and claimed it would now look like self-defense. Namgung, the leader of the rebels, said that the rumor that the young man had fought the devil of heaven was definitely true. She used to think that their clan leader was bluffing. The young Chinese man told his sister that it was not safe to stay here. He offered her an escape route to a safer place. The young man says they need to hurry up. He understands how the girl feels now, but they don't have time. The girl stopped her brother and drew his attention to the ring that was on their father's finger. Its core was glowing. The young man assumed that the elder was not dead, but how could that be possible? Changes began to happen to Elder Chang's body. He turned into a huge spider monster. The true form of the core, it's a devourer. It used the elder as a vessel to awaken. Young Hujin shouted to his sister to immediately hide behind his masculine back. He would protect her. The young man drew his sword and swung. He said that this monster had just hatched. That means it hasn't reached its full 3-star strength yet, and it should be dealt with immediately. The girl shouted for her brother to be more careful. The young man engaged in a fierce battle with this insatiable monster. He defended his sister with all his might. The fearsome monster was receiving injuries from the young man, but continued his offensive actions. Ha Hulin had a crystal core pendant on his chest. The young man tried to establish a verbal connection between his sword and this crystal and enhance the cold weapon's abilities. The young man succeeded, and he noticed that his sword was much stronger this time. The young man stated that his connection to the core on his sister's chest was now amplified many times over. The young man thought that this was the true power that the elder had told him about. Hujin struck the monster with the upgraded sword, blow by blow. The monster was in unbearable pain. The guy didn't stop to prevent his opponent from regaining his strength. The young man tried to finally destroy the obnoxious spider. The monster thrashed around the room, fleeing from his opponent's blows. The monster received new wounds and was in unbearable pain. Blood gushed from all the wounds. The monster realized that he was failing and decided that he would be sure to deal with his abusers eventually. Having lost a significant number of limbs, the monster has decided that it needs to recover immediately. But to do so, he needs a new vessel. The beast saw its victim who could become this vessel. That vessel could be Namgung, the leader of the rebels. The rebels were terrified. Madame Namgung was attacked. She was captured by a terrible monster. Sik Kang, who was fighting the rebels, saw the eater. He wondered where the monster had come from. Madame Namgung was trapped in the cocoon that the monster eater had woven. The woman screamed, "Help, help, help." The huge monster grabs the cocoon and decides that now he needs to keep it safe. He needs to get that cocoon to a safe place. The rebels decided to organize themselves and attack the spider eater. They needed to free their leader, who was trapped in a cocoon. The rebels decided that they shouldn't be afraid of this spider because it already has a huge wound on it. And this indicates that it has lost a significant portion of its power. The rebels decided to attack the spider immediately and surround it and take it prisoner. We must take advantage of our numerical advantage and superior strength. The monster realized he had to buy time. In order to move to a new vessel, he was looking for a hiding place. Sik Kang shouted for the pursuers to stop mindlessly chasing this spider. They should first devise a plan of attack. The pursuers approached the ruined building. They noticed that the monster eater had hidden here. The attackers thought, it might be a 3-star monster, but it's weak right now. We should seize the moment and destroy it. The warriors began to fall into traps set by the monster eater. They became entangled in the web, and the monster created cocoons around them. The monster's pursuers couldn't understand Where did the monster get such an advanced intelligence? Suddenly, Madame Namgung appeared in front of the warriors. She looked strange. It was as if she had grown out of a spider and was weaving webs, creating cocoons for the captured warriors. The warriors realized that Madame Namgung had become a monster, and now they will have to fight her. The armed men decided to go on the attack and deal with this sinister monster. The monster screamed and in turn began to attack the attackers. The monster screamed and in turn began to attack the attackers. The warriors were now and again falling into traps created from spider webs. The men, entangled in the cobwebs, could not move. They were screaming and begging for help. Sick Kang was in the right place at the right time. He said he knew it. This monster didn't look like an ordinary devourer. Oracle continued to fly in the sky with the camera around his neck turned on. Viewers who attended the stream managed to see this terrible monster in all its glory. In the chat, there were inscriptions that they have never seen such a terrible monster in their lives. What is it like for the MS operator? The young man was contacted by the military and told to tell the MS operator to slowly stop streaming. How dare some streamer from a tiny state dishonor their huge nation? The military approached the epicenter of events from all sides in helicopters. The military man shouted, if the young man wanted to stay alive, he should stop the live broadcast immediately. The young man didn't let the military man finish his sentence and shouted that he shouldn't distract him at such a crucial moment. Suddenly, the oracle began to cock its left head. This did not bode well. The young man asked the bird if things were worse now than during the fight with the beast carp. During that battle, the oracle was silent. Sick Kang came close to the terrifying monster. He put his shovel forward to defend and then attack. The young man thought that it was really great that this monster had dealt with the rebels. Now he doesn't have to do anything with them. The young man saw the image on the helicopter from below. He thought, what is it? The guy said those guys in the helicopters better mind their own business. The military man in the helicopter was terribly angry. The young man refused to continue talking to him. So he would be next, after the monster. The military gave orders to his subordinates. It was necessary to eliminate the monster immediately, and then take away the shovel from this young impudent. The military from the helicopters illuminated the monster with searchlights and said that the target, the eater, is set, and they are awaiting further instructions. The commander stated that this monster couldn't get them in the air. Therefore, it didn't matter that he was a 3-star monster. The warriors activated their super weapons and fired on the monster. The commander said that now the monster would taste the might of the great country. The monster eater screamed loudly and used its superpowers. The unexpected happened. The monster responded by sending a shockwave at the airborne invaders. The young man realized that the monster devourer was using the shockwave of the explosion torus. How is that possible? We realized that the balance of power had changed, and now they were threatened by this monster. He could get them even in the air. The commander of the military shouted that a shockwave of beastators had been used against them. The monster underneath them is terribly insidious, ruthless. The commander ordered all helicopters to spread out and dodge the shockwaves if possible. The monster eater wouldn't calm down. It still had the energy to create shockwaves. The monster used another of his super weapons. He shot a web at one of the helicopters and entangled it. The aircraft became a prisoner. Suddenly, the young man saw that the oracle screamed right head on. It was hopeful. The young man asked, in what place does the bird see a good omen here? The monster used the Beastmaster's ability. Perhaps the devoured girl had the same power. In addition, this spider is intelligent and knows when and how to use its skills. Sick Kang thought that he had no reason to fight this creature. The guy decided to retreat. A young man's inscriptions appeared in front of his eyes. One god awaiting the revival of martial arts. The young man shouted that he would definitely fail this time. It wasn't like he was some philanthropist out there. One god prepared a donation. The guy said it was unprecedented generosity. That's a whole other thing. The youngster stated that the Korean Monster Streamers collaboration is starting. The commander of the military, after getting out of the downed helicopter, crawled on the ground and said that this couldn't happen. Helicopters were shrouded in spiderwebs. The crews of the aircraft were in cocoons. The Red Dragon strike force was destroyed by a single monster, despite the full might of their squad. The reason for the defeat was Namgung-san's mind and memory. The girl had experience in combat as someone with superpowers. She was also familiar with modern technology. The Red Dragon didn't stand a chance against the symbiosis of Miss Namgung and the spider monster. Sick Kang, realizing that there was no one else to rely on, took out a deadly shovel and rushed into battle against the deadly monster. The monster realized that the young man wanted to destroy his core. He must not, under any circumstances, be hit by the blade of the shovel. At first, the monster expected to devour others to become stronger. He can't let those who harmed him live. The spider remembered how the young Chinese man wanted to destroy him when he was still raw. His sister also wished for the spider's destruction. Sik Kang noticed that the monster was trying to leave the area. He realized that the monster was heading out in search of young people. The young man decided to follow the eater more quickly. He noticed that something was wrong with his shovel. It was behaving strangely. The guy noticed that his shovel had gotten heavier and much longer. It felt unnatural. Sik Kang was nervous and tried to do something with the shovel. The young man felt that he didn't have time for it. Even with chakra, there was no way to move it. The young man mentally ordered the shovel to become ordinary again, and not to mess with his head. The young man noticed that his wish had worked, and the shovel returned to its original size. The boy wondered what the badge was on the shovel. Sik Kang considered this sign and thought that this was the donut. Now he could control the length of the shovel. A shovel with new abilities hit the live stream. In the chat, viewers wrote that the shovel is a legendary weapon. Some were curious about the details of the devourer. The young man logically thought that this shovel could not only lengthen, but also shorten. The young man figured he could then reach his destination in seconds. At this time, Ha Hu Lin and her brother Hu Jin were looking for a place to escape from the scary monster. They ran while holding hands. The young people knew that they had to leave immediately. Suddenly, a devourer appeared in their path. He threw the young man far back with a strong blow. Following the spider, Sik Kang immediately appeared with his marvelous shovel. The young man was filled with courage, and he expected to strike the monster instantly. The monster didn't understand how this young man could catch up to him and be next to him in a split second. The boy used a new feature of the shovel and made it very long. The monster was furious and shouted that such a thing was impossible. This young man doesn't have superpowers. Eater made the decision that he would attempt to send the young man flying with a shockwave. Sik Kang didn't think for long. He was in close proximity to the monster and threw his precious shovel, a deadly weapon, directly at it. The shovel, with incredible speed, pierced through the monster's body. A huge hole was formed in the body. The monster's research notes indicate that the Poe Hunter is a humanoid monster. Retains the characteristics of a spider, looks like a human with spider legs, produces paralyzing venom and webbing. The military arrived by helicopter to the epicenter of events. They saw the defeated monster below and the invincible MS operator with his remarkable shovel beside him. Ha Hulin and her brother said that their guest appeared just in time. The young people noticed that the young man was about to leave. They asked why the guest was leaving so quickly. The MS operator said his work here is done. He has been cheated and is trying to figure out what to do next. Either way, the young man knew that he had gotten some useful information about awakening the core, and had gotten some good experience in the battle with the intelligent spider. This would certainly come in handy for him in his future life. The young man noticed that his shovel was ringing. Had something happened to the fortillery? That was all he needed. Ha Hulin said that she wanted to travel further in life with their dear guest. The brother was extremely surprised. The young man, after some thought, replied that he could not take the girl with him. He apologized. The path he would take would be very difficult for the girl. She needs a different perspective in life. Sik Kang said he was used to acting alone, and a rescue helicopter had already arrived to pick him up. The helicopter was coming home through the night sky. The news was on the air. There was an unexpected announcement that the MS Top 5 rating had changed. Sik Kang continued to listen to the news. The main reason was the recent incident that happened to the strike force, the Red Dragon. Despite the fact that MS Dragon, number 3 in the top, was not involved, the consequences of breaking through could not be avoided. The news anchor added what's bad for one is good for the other, and suggested looking at the updated ranking. The updated MS Top 5 appeared on the screen. In 4th place was Sik Kang. It was a big success. The news anchor said that the first place belongs to Captain Africa. He's the clear leader. This man, a great hero of his continent, he fights the Murop army single-handedly. As people often say, without this hero, all of humanity would soon become the food of the Murops. Number 2 in the top, a man nicknamed Man Army. That's MS Kaiser. In 3rd place is Master Johan, the leader of the strongest strike force of the 6 stars. Thanks to his data, he was the one who was able to unite this famous unit. Shiro Yamato comes in at number 5. He is the strongest swordsman, able to cut through anything with his 2 swords. The presenter said that she is now ready to announce the person who caused the change in this top. It's the MS operator. Number 4. This young man did something that even the Red Dragon could not do. He destroyed a monster with a supernova mutation. A guest in the studio said he'd like to watch the young man's strength from a different angle. The man hypothesized that the new hero's shovel is there to eat the monster. The girl was surprised. It was the first time she had heard such a theory. The earth is filled with many monsters, and many are inorganic creatures. Therefore, this shovel could very well be one of those monsters. This shovel is unusually heavy, and no one but the MS operator can carry it. It was with this tool that the zero-blade monster was wounded. The man in the studio continued. A new ability of the shovel was recently revealed. It changes its size. Just like the oracle and fortillery following the young man everywhere, the shovel may be another unknown type of monster. Sick Kang, after listening to this report, I thought it all sounded pretty logical. The guy figured that aggression in a case like this wasn't the worst solution. The young man looked out the porthole and determined that the helicopter was already over the sea of death. Sick Kang turned his attention to his friend and thought that the oracle had helped him get to China in one piece. The young man once again read the inscriptions before his eyes. One god is in anticipation. One god wonders if the young man is ready. The boy wondered what they wanted to say with these inscriptions. After that, the oracle did not remain silent either. The bird cawed with its left head. The boy thought that now we should definitely expect trouble. The young man felt the helicopter change its trajectory. The pilot shouted that something was moving at them. It was a huge monster. The young man looked out the porthole and saw a monster insect of grandiose size. It was in close proximity to the aircraft. A monster attacked the helicopter. The monster tried to get inside. The beast ripped the door off and it flew down into the sea. The young man realized he was facing Murope. Sick Kang couldn't understand how this creature from Africa could be here. The monster continued to circle around the helicopter, trying to avoid colliding with the blades and at the same time sneak inside the aircraft. The guy thought it would be bad if this monster broke anything else in the helicopter. He decided to finish him off with one punch. Murup saw that someone aggressive towards him was trying to attack him from the helicopter. The monster reacted instantly and, changing its flight path, moved out of the MS operator's field of vision. Sick Kang calmed down and thought that the danger was over. If this monster continued to attack the helicopter, it could have ended disastrously. The young man didn't realize what it was even now. Where had it come from? And for what purpose was the monster attacking the helicopter? The stormtrooper reported to the man watching the airspace that Sick Kang would be arriving shortly. The man stood with an angry expression on his face, waiting for the helicopter with the MS operator to arrive. The helicopter arrived on schedule and landed on the helipad, located on the roof of the building. Apart from the Meropa attacks, the flight was uneventful. The young man was under the impression of encountering this monster. He thought that he might have died, and it wasn't even a zero-blade monster. The man told the young man that he had managed to survive the journey through the sea of death after all. Sick Kang saw that he was being greeted by Yu Ilam. What's he doing here? And why is he wearing that uniform? Sick Kang said, although Yu Ilam denied it. But he is indeed the younger son of the head of the assault squad. Yu Ilam wondered why the young man brought it up. Yu Ilam said that there was a car waiting for them and they should go to the young man's house. Sick Kang wondered, why would the two of them drive to his house? It's not part of his plans. Yu Ilam asked, in that case, how is the young man going to get to his home at this time of day? The guy said it's his own business, and he's not going to discuss it with just anyone. The man thought he'd gotten a not-so-appropriate order. He wasn't getting anything right now. Yu Ilam said that he will take the young man home in a limousine. That's a very good offer. At this time of day, other offers are limited. Sick Kang thought that this guy was out of his mind. Why is he bothering him? The young man asked why his interlocutor was trying to lure him with a limousine. It was obvious that he was up to something. The guy grabs a shovel and tells Yu Ilam to lay it all out goodbye, while he delicately asks. The man was frightened and shouted that he knew nothing. He was only ordered to help the second squad leader. Sick Kang thought it was about Ilak. What is that bastard up to? The young man decided that under no circumstances would he part with his shovel. He might need it now more than ever. Sick Kang decided that he couldn't linger any longer. The time for socializing with this guy was over. The young man turned around and quickly ran. The interlocutor shouted, "What is he doing? They are on the roof!" The young man pushed himself off the roof and jumped forward. The guy activated the shovel's stretch mode, and at the same moment it increased in size and pierced into the ground with its sharp end. The young man commanded that he wanted to get into the fortillery, and the shovel sent him in that direction. It was a combination of the new shovel ability and chakra, a unique way of moving specifically for Sick Kang. Chakra allows for high speed, reducing air resistance. The young man moved like a real human bullet. The young man read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. One god squeezed his eyes shut. One god is laughing. One god is pleased with what is happening. The young man was also pleased with what was happening. The young man arrived at the fortillery and couldn't understand what was going on. What is the fortillery doing at this moment? The guy heard eerie cries for help. A man was looking for rescue, and he had a fortillery or a clone of it on his head. A man screaming to be rescued, promised he'd never come here again. The man fainted from fear and fell down. Sik Kang assumed it was a member of the assault squad. What is he doing here? The young man in the room found several prisoners. They were guarded by clones of the fortillery. The boy was conducting an interrogation. The young man clarified the situation in front of him, the members of the assault squad. Did they come here to find a rare iron core underground? After that, the stormtroopers were captured by these cute creatures and almost died? The stormtroopers apologized and said they'd never do it again, and asked them to put those slimes away. The young man thought it would be difficult to get cooperation with them. These people are starting to pull their own punches. The guy remembered the Chinese girl, Ha Hu Lin. The mind-reading ability of that core she had on her chest was impressive. Sik Kang said he understood, and the men could just leave. The stormtroopers didn't believe it. Would he just let them go? The guy grabbed his shovel. His opponents immediately began thanking him, bowing, and telling him they were going home. Sik Kang live-streamed the entire negotiation. He said the stormtroopers owed him a debt of gratitude. The young man thought he had to deal with the slimes. They might not do anything because they were hungry. The young man looked at one slime and saw that it was increasing in size. The boy guessed it was because the slime was absorbing his chakra. A young man got a text message on his phone and remembered that today was the day of the Princess Polka Dot visit. The guy thought that the girl should definitely be met, otherwise it would look indecent. Secret Service personnel were carrying crates out of a helicopter that was on the helipad. The man agreed that the pilot was right. It's a painfully detailed investigation, but it's definitely part of the Meropa's body. Merupts, they are ants, but not at all the laboring ants. The Merupts are monsters whose job is to enslave humans. Their rate of reproduction is unbelievable. The Meropas have long made Africa a living hell. In the process of evolution, the mutated monsters acquired wings. It meant only one thing. There was a new queen. Korean border town, industrial center. Kim Soo-won has defeated the monsters and is hosting another stream. The girl has something to show. Suddenly, there's an emergency message. Attention all hunters and assault squads. New monsters have been discovered in the immediate vicinity, presumed to be Merops. All registered units and hunters must respond to this message. This constitutes a first-degree emergency. The emergency message was repeated. The young man heard this distress call and reacted accordingly. He could not pass it by. The boy once again jumped from the roof and, using the abilities of his shovel, landed safely. The young man said that he found himself in that place again. The young man looked out of the bushes and saw familiar faces and thought, what are they doing here? It looked very suspicious. Mansu, a hunter of the highest rank, asked if his interlocutors wanted to know what was going on here. The girl thought, why is Mansu so nervous again? Why does this guy think the world will fall apart without him? This girl was a mid-ranked hunter, Lee Miho. The young man said that Mansu clearly hopes that the situation will play into his hands, and he will become like his idol. Kim Soo-won appeared and apologized for being late. The girl apologized and said that her conversation with her little sister had gone on a bit long. The young men pounced on Kim Soo-won. They were upset that they had to wait for her. The young man suggested moving out if everyone was already gathered. The young men were discussing who would get into the car first. They were being overly sensitive. The top-ranked hunter Mansu told everyone to shut their mouths and quickly settle down in the vehicle. Sik Kang looked out from behind the bushes and thought that these people had gathered because of the Meropas. The young man decided that they would take care of the matter themselves. The guy said he had his own personal business to attend to today and went further along the established route. The young man jumped high and decided to get to the balcony of one apartment. The young man successfully parked and thought he felt like a thief. There was something illegal about it. The guy had to read the writing in front of his eyes. One god's pulse quickened. The boy thought how noisy they were. A girl appeared on the threshold in front of the young man and asked, "Who is there?" The girl was frightened and confused at the same time. She said one name, Sik Kang. The young man said he wasn't a robber. The girl hid and asked, "Is the young man's name Sik Kang?" The guy said it was him, and he felt terribly awkward. He regretted taking that route. The girl stated she didn't think the young man would be so quick. She would come out to him as soon as she was ready. Sik Kang apologized for scaring him and said he got to the girl in an unusual way. The girl asked, "What do you mean in an unusual way? Was it with the help of a marvelous shovel?" The guy said the girl guessed. The interlocutor was surprised that she had such an ability. She only knew about shovel stretching. The polka-dotted princess said she was now quickly packing up and leaving. The young man was watching the girl, and the girl was considering what she should wear in this situation. The young man thought that this girl definitely reminded him of someone. The guy remembered how, when he was a kid, his little sister would cry and ask his little brother to help her find her things because she was late. The young man stood pensive. The girl came up and said she was ready. A beautiful creature appeared before the boy. The girl asked if the merope the boy was fighting was very strong. Sik Kang said that he didn't expect such a question in this situation. The girl smiled and said that she was very interested in monsters. The pea-sized princess declared, since the young man is the same MS operator who defeated the spider eater with one punch, he must know a lot about monsters. The girl repeated the question. It must not have been easy for the young man to fight strong monsters. The guy said that even a strike force like the Red Dragon could be easily defeated by an unknown kind of monster. The young man continued, this is why, no matter the situation, one can never be sure the outcome of a battle. The girl replied that she thought so. The polka-dotted princess thought that a true humble hero stood before her. Inscriptions appeared before the young man's eyes. The gods wondered what the young man's plans were for his offspring. The young man mentally asked them to stop this nonsense. The guy said that he would, as promised, show the girl how the inside of the Fortaleria was organized. The pea-sized princess pointed to the shovel and asked if she had to use that thing too. The young man told the girl to hold on tight and put his arm around her waist. The young men, overcoming the forces of gravity, thanks to the universal shovel and the young man's chakra powers, soared upward. The girl noted that they were moving very fast. She didn't think that was possible. The polka-dot princess said she was a little scared, but it's very exciting. This is the first time this has happened to her. The girl explained that she was very often sick, so she rarely left the house. She thanked him for such a fascinating journey. The guy looking at the polka-dotted princess thought, if his sister were alive, they would be alike, like drops of water. During this movement, Sik Kang heard the oracle shouting with his left head. Could it be that there was some bad luck ahead of him? The boy thought, not unreasonably, that some kind of trouble was coming. The young man noticed a merope trying to attack him. Why would he be here? The young man pressed the pea-sized princess tighter against his body and blocked the dreaded insect's claws with his shovel. By doing so, he prevented the attack on him. If they fall now, the polka-dot princess could get hurt. The best option is to quickly deal with the merope and then land. But it's not that simple. The young man decided to see who would be stronger. He used the expansion mode in the shovel. The boy instantly struck the monster's head with his elongated shovel and split it into pieces. The monster's blood spurted out in all directions. The young man saw a cannonball fly out of the monster and decided that it was absolutely necessary to get hold of it. The young man and the girl were safely down on the ground with the shovel. The monster was lying in a pool of its own blood. The young man looked the girl in the eye and told her they had made it. It was a test. The polka-dot princess said the MS operator was the best. Sik Kang thought that he had failed again this time. He saw that the core was in the oracle's beak. The MS operator looked up and realized that their ordeal did not end there. There were several more merops circling in the sky. They saw in the young man their target. The boy said he was going to go crazy with these monsters. Wow. He went on a date. Monsters surrounded the young men on all sides. The ring was shrinking. The buzzing of their wings could be heard in the air. The boy thought, why is he in so much trouble? The young man told the girl when he gave the signal to run and hide behind those rocks. Guy told the girl not to worry about him. He still had unfinished business. The young man held the shovel tightly and rushed towards the bloodthirsty monsters. Sik Kang activated the shovel expansion mode. He decided not to get involved in close combat. The size of his weapon allowed him to do so. The shovel, like a powerful projectile, lightning fast rushed towards the nearest meropa and dismembered it into two pieces. Sik Kang thought that everything was going according to plan. The young man did the same with a few more monsters. He noted that 4 of them were ready. The only monster left was the one that was most aggressive. The young man wondered why this merop ignored him and set his sights on the polka-dot princess. The boy pointed his shovel towards the huge insect with rage and activated the expansion mode again. The young man was drilling the same question. Why did the monster fly towards the girl? The horrible jaws of the huge insect were already ready to pierce the body of the polka-dotted princess. The young man thought it was too late. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and the monster was torn apart. The girl crouched down in fear and hid behind a rock. The boy thought, where could this have come from? Who had given him the support? Turns out it was the Fortillery. This time, a telescopic sight was used to most accurately aim the weapon at the enemy. Sitkang thought to himself, "Fortillery, a jack of all trades." The monster was lying not far from the girl, and barely showed signs of life. The boy decided that this monster was hard to destroy, even with fortillery weapons. Sitkang jumped up and smashed the bloodthirsty monster's head with a precise blow of his shovel. The young man turned to the girl and said that this monster was done with as well. Now they could rest. The young man, turning to the polka dot princess, said he was very sorry that his invitation had turned into such a nightmare. The girl stated to her interlocutor that it wasn't that bad. She had been a part of an incredible battle, and she saw how everything happens in reality. The girl added, now she knew how the strongest hunter spent his days. The young man smiled and said he shouldn't continue. He was very embarrassed. The polka dot princess told the young man that she had dislocated her right arm in the fall, but it would soon go away on its own. Sitkang said that the monsters were finished and now they could go to visit him. The girl really enjoyed visiting the young man. She said that these toys were very soft and cute. The princess and polka dots noticed that inside this tower, a very huge area, the guy noted that the girl was the first to visit him. The young man introduced the girl to his room and said that he was staying here for the time being. The guest was surprised. She said that it was even better than what she had seen in the last stream. Sitkang thanked the fortillery for tidying up his room before the polka dot princess arrived. A lot of things had been modified here. When the girl went into the ladies' room to powder her nose, a sign above the door said that men were not allowed to enter. The young man got angry and thought, who did they take him for? He didn't intend to. In front of the young man's eyes, there were signs saying that sexual harassment is unacceptable, and God could call the police. The young man shouted that it was not what they thought it was. When the girl showed up, the young man said the slime was always at her service. The polka-dotted princess said that she had already made friends with him. The polka-dot princess says the slime is really great, and she wants to take it home with her. Sitkang said out of caution. If he didn't know what to expect, it would be best to stay in a protected area. The young man couldn't help but wonder why the Murop suddenly flew after the girl. He thought it was him that these monsters wanted, and his shovel. The guy admits he could be wrong. And this girl isn't who she says she is. At the medical center, the doctor, sitting at his computer, received new information. He said his theory was confirmed. The doctor dialed the MS operator on the phone and asked if he could come to the hospital tomorrow. Young said he couldn't make it tomorrow. He has a personal schedule. The doctor said the young man could not refuse. The doctor added that the information he has concerns the story of the young man and the Zero Blade. Sitkang arrived at the doctor's office, but the latter was not present. The young man waited for a while. The doctor appeared in the office with an envelope stamped Top Secret. He apologized for being late. The boy expressed hope that the information was indeed worthwhile. It was not for nothing that he had traveled so long to get here. The doctor replied that the young man would not regret it. The doctor said it was an incredible discovery. It was difficult for him to describe everything in a message. That's why he needed an audience. The young man examined the contents of the envelope and asked what it was. Who are all these people? Could it be the ones who survived the Zero Blade attack? The doctor said the young man was right. The place and time are different, but they have all experienced an encounter with this monster at some point. The doctor made a correction, to be precise. These are the people that the Zero Blade allowed to survive. Sitkang gritted his teeth in anger. Did the doctor really mean to say that this monster took pity on him? The doctor wondered if the young man had never thought about it. Why had he survived that collision? The doctor asked how the young man had managed to stay alive at that time. Did he analyze the situation? Sitkang remembered how he cried over his sister's body and saying that she should survive. The boy remembered how his father had shielded his children from the monster. The child turned to his father out of fear, and the father, dying, told his son that he was bound to survive. The young man pounded his fist on the table and said that his father had covered his children from the monster's attack. The doctor interjected, so the young man thinks his father stopped this monster capable of cutting through steel like butter? The doctor continued, even assuming that's the case. Then why didn't the monster get rid of the young man immediately afterwards? Sitkang was nervous. He asked, what does the doctor mean by that? The doctor said he had a hunch that the young man might be a suitable vessel for the Null Blade. The young man was surprised at such a theory. The doctor thought it was only because he had survived. It's all a stretch. The interlocutor said that this was his conclusion, supported by evidence, and he is ready to present it. The doctor motioned for the young man to look at the documents. Each survivor cannot be linked to the cores of other monsters. Hence, there is a possibility that they are suitable for an unprotected core. The man said the decisive proof is now right in front of the young man. The man showed the young man some drawings, under which it was written that the match was more than 94%. The boy asked, "What does all this mean?" The doctor explained, "The internal skeleton and body shape are a 94% match. That can't be a coincidence." Sik Kong became even more nervous. What does the doctor mean by that? The doctor asked the young man to calm down and said maybe it was really just his theory. The doctor believes the null blade is purposely leaving his possible vessels alive. He may need them in the future. The doctor said he doesn't know what the monster's purpose is, he can only speculate based on his research. The man said he thought if the ability of the vessel wield the appropriate core, it could turn into a null blade. Sik Kang finally boiled over. He pounded his fist on the table once more and said, "Does the doctor really think that the zero blade is a human? Is that his guess?" The doctor said that's exactly the point of his theory. The interlocutor asked. The young man had observed something like this before, hadn't he? The doctor continued, "The kernel, like a sprouted seed, turns a man into a monster." The young man immediately recalled the spider situation in China. There are organizations that are secretly researching this phenomenon, but it's classified. The doctor noticed that the monster's core held many secrets. Does the young man not allow even the thought that this could be true? Some survivors may actually be Zero Blade. Sik Kang asked, "If this is true, then how do people without any abilities get his core?" The doctor said that a proper investigation should be initiated immediately, and to notify the competent authorities. Need to know what these powerful monsters might be hiding? The young man was leaving the hospital. He was dizzy from the information he had received. Could he really be human? The guy thought, what were the odds that he too could turn into a Zero Blade? The young man remembered his sister and father. These thoughts always stirred his mind. The guy said it doesn't matter if he's human or not. He's his nemesis, and that can't be changed. The young man decided to use any means to finish off this monster. The young man heard someone call out to him. The young woman shouted for the MS operator to help her. The boy looked back and saw Cho Sobhan's younger sister catching up with him. The girl was extremely excited. Sik Kang asked how she knew he was here now. The young lady paused to catch her breath and said that it didn't matter now. The girl was begging for help. She screamed that her brother could die now. That Sobhan started a new stream and said hello to everyone. He said that his viewers are welcomed by Korean Tor, and today he will be destroying anthrops. The young man said that the Ice Prince Oh Mansu was present in their team today. Streamer continued, also on their team is a better healer, Lee Miho. The girl said hello to everyone. Young said there is also a heroine present whose name speaks for itself. The young man said that the heroine's name is Kim So-yoon, and she's a real goddess. The hunting team wondered where the holes in the ground had come from. Wasn't this the work of the anthropes? Mansu wondered who could have interrupted these anthropes. Kim So-yoon suggested putting out the fire first and then looking for survivors. After a while, Oh Mansu said that he had already dealt with the fire. Now it was necessary to do the search. Lee Miho used her superpowers, Healing Circle, and made a reconnaissance of the area. The girl assumed that there was only one survivor here. Lee Miho said that she can only feel the outgoing movements from that person. That's very unfortunate. The streamer told his subscribers on camera that they were able to locate one survivor. I wonder what he'll be able to tell us now. Lee Miho walked up to the survivor and asked what happened here. The guy told them to be careful. There are other things here besides anthropes. And then the young man didn't continue. He just kept moving his lips without making a sound. Kim So-yoon thought about what happened to that young man. Why was he just moving his lips? The young man wanted to shout that everyone should run away because it's coming back. But he only opened his mouth and said nothing. His sounds were gone. The cameraman was filming Kim So-yoon. It seemed as if the girl knew what the reason was. She was tense and looking in one direction. Streamer shouted, what was the girl going to do? But he couldn't finish. He was losing sound too, and you could see that he was moving his lips. Why couldn't he hear his own voice? Suddenly there was a huge explosion. The stones were flying in different directions. The girl showed this stream to Sik Kang and said that this is where the recording cuts off, and added that neither her brother nor anyone else is responding. The young man figured there wasn't much information to be gleaned from this video. The guy thought the only thing he can see at the moment of the attack is the explosion and smoke. But why is there no sound beyond that? It hit the young man. There's probably no sound. The guy clarified, Cho Sobhan was heading towards the airport? The girl confirmed. Sik Kang said he has no certainty that those people survived. The young man said firmly that he would surely find these hunters. Inscriptions appeared in front of his eyes. One god shed a tear. One god bought popcorn. 22 spectators are present. The young man arrived at the airport area using the properties of his shovel. The boy noticed the overpowering silence all around. The young man also took up the question, Where did these ubiquitous holes come from? The boy thought it was all the burrows of the very creature. Sik Kang thought that he should lure this creature outside. The young man turned to the bird and told Oracle to start the streamer. The guy greeted his audience and said that hunting time was starting, suggested that everyone make a fuss here. The boy shouted that there would be a battle here today, and the next thing he knew, his voice was gone. He only moved his lips. The young man thought that the monster was here. Indeed, a very scary monster appeared from one hole. The boy thought it was hush. The young man, using his shovel, began to strike. With a blow of the shovel, he cut the monster's head in two. The monster survived this act of violence, and its head rejoined. The guy looked up at the monster from below and said that this freak was clearly unusual. The young man thought this monster had outgrown all of its kind, absorbing the noise of yesterday's downpour. The monster hid in a hole. The young man told the audience that the monster was afraid of him and hid in its lair, and he can hear himself again. The young man told the audience that the monster's name is Tish, and its main food is sound. They especially like to eat human screams. Sik Kang suggested that if you go by this theory, all the missing people are still alive. The young man told his viewers that he was going to rescue the survivors. A group of hunters in a dungeon were trapped in cocoons and could not free themselves. This monster used poison to immobilize its victims. The young men were coughing and having trouble breathing. Kim So-yoon said it's too dangerous here. The poison creates fumes. Kim So-yoon said, maybe she's been breathing poisonous vapors for too long and she's having trouble using her superpowers. The girl thought that there was no way she should die here. Kim So-yoon thought that she couldn't leave her sister alone without protection. The girl did not despair and decided by all means it is necessary to get out of here. Suddenly a co-worker appeared. She lit up in the dark with her phone and said she had finally found her. Kim So-yoon asked, how could Lee Miho be here? There's Tisha's poison everywhere. Lee Miho said she has a double core. One of her abilities is resistance to this poison. She's of zero use in normal battles. So she even forgot about it. But her body remembers. The girl added that immunity plays a huge role. The girl wandered over to Venom and smiled. She said that Kim So-yoon was unable to use her superpower. Miho kicked Kim So-yoon and laughed. She can't even dodge. Kim asked, why is Miho doing this? What does a girl want from her? Miho said she wants Kim to die. Miho said she wants to get rid of the competition. And in that case, she'll be adored by everyone. Miho turned away and cried. She hated Kim So-yoon. Everyone around her repeats Kim's name, but no one noticed her. The girl cried and said, why does she only hear Kim's name around her? It's her life, but no one talks about her. Miho added, the thing that annoys her the most is Kim's attitude towards her. It's like Kim doesn't care about the people around her. It seems as if everyone around her has to serve. Miho laughed and shouted, this is the reason why her rival is about to disappear from the face of the earth. And the girl started to trample her rival right into the poison with her foot. Miho said she would even pretend to grieve when everyone was mourning Kim. The girl thought that now the poison was seeping in. Suddenly there was some kind of explosion from above, and everything started to collapse. Miho looked up and saw Sik Kang and his magnificent shovel aiming to help. The young man continued streaming at this time and said that the MS operator was rushing to help, and he made it safely to the dungeon, and he thanks all the viewers for their support. The young man showed the audience the surroundings and said that apparently this is Tisha's lair. He will continue his actions. Sik Kang said he will help all the victims first, and will free them. Lee Miho threw herself on the young man's chest and screamed that finally the MS operator would save her. She hadn't expected this to happen. The girl tearfully pumped that she was very scared. The young man was surprised. The girl didn't look affected. Was her body resistant to Tisha's poison? Sik Kang asked the girl to stay put and wait for him. He wants to take care of the needy wounded and free them. The guy walked over to Kim So-yoon and asked how she was feeling. The girl was still conscious. The young man tried to bring her to her senses and told her that the monster could appear at any moment. It would be hard for him to save everyone alone. He won't be able to do it without the help of Mrs. Kim. Kim opened her eyes and said that it won't work now. She can't concentrate because of the poison. Its fumes have affected her psyche. The young man yelled for the girl to pull herself together. Now was not the time to give up. She has to remember who she is. She's the brilliant Kim. The boy continued, she's not like the other hunters' slackers. A lot of people count on her for help. Kim tried to get up, but it didn't work. She said she lacked strength. The poison had damaged her nervous system and weakened her physical condition. The young man noticed that his voice began to disappear. He tried to shout louder, but he couldn't even hear his own voice. Sik Kang shouted to the young men to run away from this place faster, but the voice was still missing. Suddenly, the monster Tish appeared and grabbed Lee Miho. The girl screamed and cried for help, but no one heard her. Miho tearfully asked for help, but no one could hear her cry. She only moved her lips. Sik Kang and Kim. Soyun thought at the same time, why did Tish grab Miho specifically? The young man swung his shovel and decided that now was a good opportunity to finish off this monster at once. The guy thought that right now he couldn't penetrate the core of this monster. He'd have to think of another way. The girl in Tish's jaws tried to scream for help. She was waiting to be rescued and did not want to die, but her voice was barely audible, and she could not finish a single sentence. The guy thought, this isn't over. The fight is not lost. We must try to destroy the core of this monster with one blow. The young man was held back by one thing. If he missed, he could hit Lee Miho directly. Sik Kang tried to avoid the fate of the girl who was in the jaws of the monster. The young man thought that he should use the factor that there was absolutely no sound here. Maybe it would help him fight the monster. Unexpectedly, Kim found her power again, using her superpowers, and decided to help the young man to destroy the monster. The guy got excited and shouted that the girl could whenever she wanted, and she confirmed her status as a genius. Kim came fully to her senses and confronted the monster. The girl was the same as before. The energy effect on the monster that Kim created forced the beast to let go of its victim. The beast let Lee Miho out of its mouth. The girl screamed that she was falling, and fear reappeared in his eyes. Kim helped the victim avoid a hard fall. Miho thought, why is she saving her? Kim was the same hunter again as before. The girl decided she didn't care what Lee Miho thought of her. Kim decided that right now she had to save everyone. The rest, it didn't matter. Sik Kang saw the extent of Kim's action and was impressed. He noticed that Tishi's poison was receding. The guy said that his colleague had very powerful strength, and with a smile, he added that she was only pretending to be weakened. It must not be easy to have superpowers. The poison had receded. Lee Miho thought she had survived. She couldn't believe her eyes. She got out thanks to Kim Seo-yoon. Kim felt on edge after that attack. She didn't even have the strength to stand on her feet. The fainting girl said that the rest should be handled by Sik Kang and his shovel. The guy gained tremendous speed and moved towards the monster. There was no longer a victim in its mouth, and nothing prevented the MS operator from piercing the monster's core. The boy shouted that he had succeeded. He pierced the core with the shovel. The monster was finished. The young man said that now no one could restrain their voice, and he could shout without fear of not being heard. His attention was drawn to the girls. He thought, what is happening to them? Kim lay on the ground, exhausted. Lee Miho stood in front of her. Miho said Kim saved her even after what she did to her. She hates her for that. Lee Miho was hysterical. She was screaming, how long was her rival going to make her look so pathetic? Kim yelled for the girl not to do that and tried to use her superpower on her. Lee Miho was out of control and was exposed to the crystal that was around her neck. Kim shouted the girl out of the influence of her telekinesis. It could be dangerous. There was an incredible explosion, and Kim was thrown far back. The young man managed to catch her in his arms. Kim thought that her coworker had died because of her. Sik Kang wanted to say something to the girl, but no sound was heard again. The young man was furious. It was annoying when it was impossible to make a sound. The young man tried his best to explain to Kim that now was not the time to get upset. It was time to combine their forces and suggested the girl to turn on her brain. Sik Kang pointed his finger at the resurrected monster and said that it could spew its poison again. We must do something to prevent people from getting hurt again. The hunters, freed from their poisonous captivity, looked at the young men with hope. They were sure that they would be helped. Sik Kang noticed that the poison from this monster's mouth had already started to be released. It would soon fill the entire area. Kim gathered her last strength, stood up, and found it in herself to team up with the young man to end this monster once and for all. Sik Kang and Kim Seo-yoon teamed up and decided to cooperate together and destroy Tish. The girl used her superpowers. The young man used his super shovel. Kim Seo-yoon directed a stream of her superpowers towards the villain. She decided to use telekinesis to block his movement. The young man delivered a powerful super strike with his modified shovel. It increased in size. Another crystal was shattered. The monster fell. The sweep of Tisha's lair was complete. The monster research notes stated that Hush is a silent killer monster. Its translucent body resembles the shape of a ghostly serpent. For its main food source of sound, the monster hunts in noisy places. Kim Seo-yoon was recovering her strength and health at the city clinic. The girl was on the mend. The young lady was pensive. She was thinking about her colleague Lee Miho. What could have happened to that girl? The rescuers did not find the girl in Tisha's body or anywhere else in his hole. She disappeared without a trace. Kim Seo-yoon regretfully thought that her strength was at its limit then, and she couldn't save Lee Miho. The girl came to her senses when she realized that there was someone with her. It was her younger sister. She said hello and asked how Kim So-young was feeling. Kim So-young wondered, why did she come here? Was her body too weak? How did she even get here in the first place? My little sister said she's fine. She's much better now. The girl smiled sincerely. The young lady said her new friend was helping her improve her health. The girl had a slime with her, given to her by Sik Kong. The girl remembered the young man telling her that this slime was capable of absorbing and releasing energy. It could become an indispensable assistant if you took it with you. The little sister thought that she shouldn't tell her sister about it. Even though her new friend is tiny, he's still a monster. She wouldn't be happy about it. Kim So-young was pleased that her sister's condition had improved markedly. The girl thought that she hadn't even noticed when her little sister made acquaintance. She hadn't paid her proper attention. The younger one asked how Kim So-yoon was feeling. After all, she had lost too much precious energy. The older one replied that she was doing her best. The girl added that she had even gotten some use out of it. She had a crystal on her hand. Kim remembered that she had exceeded her strength limit 3 times that day. It had been a huge waste, and an incredible strain on the body. Kim So-young thought that she didn't like that feeling at the time. Like she owed something to the young man. But on the other hand, she had the opportunity to learn what she was capable of thanks to the young man. The girl thought she needed considerably more core energy. She knew how to use it. The sister asked, what kind of benefits are we talking about? Kim So-young said that it doesn't matter. It's just a thought out loud. The older sister pulled herself together in time. She thought she might have snapped and used her superpowers in front of her younger sister, who was still immature. The younger one said she's totally fine, and it's okay to go easy on her. The younger one stated that after what had passed, she could no longer lead her usual miserable lifestyle. Kim So-young looked at her sister and thought, when did she get so old? She had too little time for her. The girl said she had to leave. Her friend was already waiting. Next time she will come for a longer period of time. Her sister wished her luck and told her to be careful on the road. And of course, to take care of her health. The girl left the room and breathed a sigh of relief. She apologized to the slime and said that he must have been too stuffy under her hair. She excused herself and said she was afraid of her sick sister's reaction. Inside the fortillery, work was boiling. The slimes didn't stop for a second. Production was in full swing. Sik Kang appreciated the scale of production and was pleased. He said that the guys are doing a good job. The young man remembered the remains of the destroyed machinery. He didn't think he could get a hold of anything. No one suspected he might find it. Probably those government goons had laughed at the young man for picking up a little trash. The young man laughed. The government hadn't taught him the fact that he had slimes. The guy looked at the refurbished equipment and said he had absolutely no knowledge of it himself. Sik Kang noticed that everything here, from the building to the missiles, was made of scrap metal. Nothing is impossible for an army of slimes. The young man turned his attention to the latest development. It's a modern cluster missile. With such a weapon in the arsenal, you can repel any attack in a matter of seconds. Sik Kang went on air and welcomed his viewers. He announced that the MS operator was back on the call. He prepared a special content today. The young man said he wouldn't be paying attention to unpacking today. From now on, clichés aside. The young man said that today there would be a test launch of a rocket designed for a large number of giant monsters. The guy read the feedback in the chat room and said that this was exactly the reaction he expected. Young said that during the test run, the missile will be aimed deep into the sea. The young man suggested that everyone start a countdown together. The young man was very focused and counted the time until the launch along with his audience. Even before the start of the launch came, the rocket ignited and flew out of the fortillery. It was a very effective sight. The missile flew out of the tower and changed its flight path. The young man was surprised. Why did the rocket launch on its own? And why did it change its flight path? The young man was terrified. His missile was heading straight for the city. This could not be allowed to happen. The boy, instantly studying the trajectory of the missile, came to the conclusion that its target was the city hospital. He was terrified. The young man realized that the explosion could not be avoided, and it would be a terrible catastrophe. The young man was covered with cold sweat and turned pale. He screamed with fear. He went mad with indignation. The young man screamed, "What could he have done in the fortillery?" His life was over. Revenge could be forgotten. The young man joined the screen and wanted to see what was being written in the chat room. Reviews in the chat room. Young man was horrified. Viewers wrote that he was cool. He managed to do everything, even better. Their relatives remained alive thanks to the young man. He's a savior. The boy refused to understand it all. He wondered what had just happened. 10 minutes before the accident, City Hospital. The girl said that the second squad leader arrived in person. That's quite unexpected. Doesn't he entrust this to his subordinates? The captain said he was doing his job as commander. The girl had better think about her tasks. The captain was in no mood to make conversation. The interviewer said the stakes are too high. They can't let the captain screw up again. The stormtrooper commander thought that he would destroy this Kang Mi-en someday. Kim So-young replied to the guests, "Did they really come with an invitation? Are they trying to entice her to join them?" Kang Mi-yeon said their facilities are great and good medical insurance. The captain said that Ms. Kim So-young is wasting her abilities. The captain reminded the girl of the recent dungeon battle with Tissue. He said that the incident could have been avoided if she had the support of the assault squad. The man continued, "As long as she's hanging around with losers like those hunters, she'll continue to stagnate. She needs a push and a way forward." The captain finished his sentence, "And this MS operator will save Kim So-young forever." Kim So-young's younger sister, who was present during this conversation, was surprised when she realized who was being talked about. Kim said she was clear, and the purpose for which this delegation had come was clear. The stormtrooper commander said that he was counting on understanding, and he had no doubt that they would be able to find common ground in this conversation. The girl wondered why the delegation had come to her and not Sik Kong. The young man is a more worthy candidate. The girl added, "This organization that the delegation represents seems to have absolutely no control over that young man." Kim So-young continued, "If the interlocutor was interested in abilities, this guy would be much more interesting to them." The girl thought her coworker had screwed up after all, and she didn't bother to report it to her boss. The girl replied that the reason she became a hunter was to save lives. Kim So-young continued, "She doesn't know the motives behind their organization, but they are clearly on different sides." The stormtrooper captain realized that he would not be able to persuade Kim So-young, and he hadn't accomplished his mission. The man was angry. The young men became alarmed. They could not understand what was happening. Things became very tense. Kim So-young thought anxiously, where did that sound and vibration come from? She was struck by a terrible realization. The hospital building was being attacked by crazed erupts. They were climbing the walls and trying to get into open rooms. People looked out the window and thought, where could a whole swarm of these things come from in the middle of the city? Kim So-young, at the same moment, began to use her superpowers to fend off the attack of those vile creatures. The girl shouted to her younger sister to stay put, because it's very dangerous here now. Kim So-young's first concern was for her sister, because she thought that if nothing was done, the danger would be even closer. The girl lowered herself onto the first Meropa she could find and immediately used her superpowers to deactivate it. At the same time, she looked out for the next target. Kim So-young thought that there were too many enemies, and it would be hard to deal with them alone. She won't be able to hold on for long. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. Kim So-young flew aside. She wasn't hurt. The remains of torn Meropas were lying everywhere. The stormtrooper captain looked out the window and thought that Kim So-young definitely couldn't do it alone. She couldn't overcome so many monsters by herself. The girl asked the captain to help her sister. She still hadn't recovered from the previous battle. The man thought, if he uses this girl, Kim So-young might be in his debt. The man reassured the girl and told her not to worry. He had given the order and their organization was already looking into it. The stormtrooper commander said that the girl could now see the strength of the stormtrooper squad and their greatness. The captain, using the magic crystal in his ring as a superpower, made attacks on the erupts. Kim So-young thought that the captain's attacks are really fast, but Il-ak is capable of destroying enemies one by one. He can't stand up to a huge number of monsters. The girl realized that she must not stop. She must maximize the use of her superpower. Right now, a lot of people were relying on her. A young lady in a hospital room heard a strange sound, and it really scared her. The girl looked back and saw that a ravenous monster had burst into the chamber. Murup was quite close. The bug made a nasty sound. The girl said it would take the assault squad a while longer to get here. They should all focus on defense now. In the air above the hospital at that moment, a huge explosion rang out. A large number of enemy insects were destroyed by the shockwave. The next second, Sik Kang appeared with his indispensable shovel. The young man immediately entered the battle. Using the superpowers of the shovel, he began to destroy the outnumbered opponent. The guy thought the rocket would put an end to his life. I guess it didn't. A young man came to Kim So-young's rescue. Who knew there would be so many Meropas here? The girl saw the young man and wondered, where did the MS operator come from? Sik Kang replied if Kim So-young wasn't going to deal with them alone, then she could pass the baton to him. The assault squad commander saw the young man through the window and thought, Why did he come here? He was the only thing missing here. The young lady saw Sitcong and shouted happily, "Finally, the MS cameraman has come." The young man saw the polka-dotted princess in the window. He thought that the Meropas had gathered around her again. There's a reason for that. People looked out of their apartments and asked with hope, would the MS operator be able to save them? They would survive, wouldn't they? The young man proudly thought that now he had a great opportunity to increase his popularity. Sik Kang swung his shovel and said he was ready to have some fun with his arthropod friends. The young man was like a hurricane. His shovel knew no fatigue. It worked like a meat grinder, crushing the bones and skulls of enemy monsters. The captain was surprised. How could an ordinary guy have such powers? He was now even stronger than before. It was not easy for the young man. He mentally asked the gods to help him. The boy used all the abilities of his shovel. In this case, the ability to cause a localized earthquake helped him. With a single blow of the shovel, the young man was able to pierce through the entire body of huge merupts, causing the monsters to die instantly. Residents of nearby homes and patients at the hospital who watched the MS operator in action thanked him and said he was the best. The polka dot princess said the young man was behaving amazingly. MS operator, the best. The guy acted as if he had everything planned out. His every move was fine-tuned and synchronized. Oracle helped keep the streamer going. Bird pumped his left head. The young man regarded the bird's cry as an indication that the emergency would still continue. The bird looked like a bird of prey. A huge swarm of wild African meropas appeared on the horizon. How did they get here? The bugs buzzed menacingly and kept heading toward the hospital. The captain thought, why is this swarm coming straight here? Kim So-young became worried about her sister and yelled that she needed help. The young man made contact with the fortillery by means of his shovel and said it was now her turn. Guy corrected the target and commanded, fire. The turret guns fired simultaneously. The shot was accurate and it hit the swarm. The next moment, the stormtroopers appeared and said that from this point on, the situation was under the control of the assault squad. Sik Kang, sitting on the body of one of the Muros, said that the stormtroopers were too late. He had already taken care of all the problems. The young man looked at the oracle and said that they didn't have to worry about the cores either. Though if they did a thorough inspection, they might find some crumbs. The assault squad came in as support. Those around them realized that they were no match for the MS operator, only in a supporting role. The captain began to get nervous. He realized that this was a reproach to him. The girl told the second squad leader not to escalate the situation now. The girl said the captain had to be braver and face the truth. He has to tell the head of the assault team the truth. His father will understand. The MS operator told his viewers that his new rocket is awesome. A young man showed the aftermath of the fortillery in the stream and a lot of destroyed murops. The young man said that this is where he would end today's stream. All the most interesting things his viewers have already watched. Kim So-young thought that a swarm of meropas had flown to the city center. Does this mean that there are no more safe places in the capital? The young man gave another quiz at the end of the stream and said that the winner would get a meropa antenna. The girl was concerned about her sister's welfare. The sisters met and hugged each other. Kim So-young said she was fine. She asked how the younger one was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine, but her sister hasn't fully recovered yet. That's why it's better to hold off on fighting for the time being. Kim So-young thought, is she able to protect her little sister now in this state? The girl turned to Sik Kang and asked that he take care of her little sister in the future. The young man realized that the sisters were standing in front of him, and he was very surprised at that. It was a revelation for him. The girl explained that she was now in the hospital, and it was difficult for her to control her younger sister. The girl added that there were no more safe places left in the city. It must be admitted that the young man was by far the strongest hunter she knew. Kim So-young explained, the young man has incredible strength. He has the best defensive house, fortillery. The girl concluded that he was the only one she could safely entrust her little sister to. Kim So-young bowed to Sik Kang and asked that he honor her request. The polka-dotted princess was surprised. Her sister had never ever bowed to anyone, and now she was going to do it just for her. The young man said he agreed, but only until Kim So-young got stronger. The girl accepted his terms. The young man thought he and the polka-dot princess would be a little awkward. The boy read the inscription in front of his eyes that some god was preparing for a honeymoon. A breaking news bulletin reported that the Murops had appeared in the center of town, at the hospital. The entire swarm had been destroyed. What could have led to a monstrous disaster was eliminated by a monster streamer who appeared suddenly like a shooting star. Thanks to his timely intervention, only a small number of people suffered minor injuries. On the other hand, the public is unhappy that the Defense Department failed to foresee this situation. Where was the country's air defense looking? The head of the department said angrily, "How could they have foreseen this? After all, merpes are only found in Africa." The aide told the minister that other countries were insisting that they provide information about the merupts. The minister said that he himself would like to know something first. The official thought, if things continue like this, his position is in jeopardy. Apparently, he would have to negotiate with the MS operator. The minister asked his assistant what the young man's occupation was. What is he doing now? The aide said that according to their information, this young man is now on a date with a girl in his fortress. The minister grudgingly thought, it's such a difficult time, and this young man, has a date. Sik Kang led the girl to the room she would have to spend some time in. Both of them were stunned. The girl liked the room very much. The young man said that the polka dot princess really liked the fortillery. That's why she got such a great room. The young man was a little discouraged. This room was much better than his room. The boy had to read more inscriptions in front of his eyes. One god asked how many children the young man was planning. One god said it was only a matter of time. The young man resented, "What are they thinking up there?" The polka dot princess said she couldn't do that. Her big sister is still out there somewhere, and she's in pain. And there's no telling when the Meropas will show up again, so she can't stay here. The girl said maybe it's selfish, but she'd like to give that room to her sister instead. The young man shouted that her sister would be better off if the polka-dotted princess stayed here. The guy added, "He's the one who thinks so, because Kim So-young really asked to take care of her little sister." Sik Kang asked the girl to trust him. She really should stay in the fortillery. The polka-dotted princess genuinely wondered, what did that mean? She couldn't know about the young man's true motives. The young men heard the oracle scream. They looked at the bird and realized that it was the left head that was screaming. It was a bad omen. Hordes of merupts were approaching the fortillery. The young man instinctively grabbed his shovel. The polka-dotted princess asked, "Did he want to fight right here?" The young man said that these monsters appeared here faster than he thought, and he gave the command to the fortress to start intercepting them. The polka-dot princess wondered, how could the young man know they could come here? The young man said he didn't know, of course, but he expected to, and assumed. The guy looked at the number of monsters arriving and said that he was now absolutely sure of his version. Fortillery began shooting away monsters. They were aiming at the monsters. The number of monsters was decreasing, but there were still plenty of monsters. The insatiable bugs were making a terrible noise. It was as if they had come from all over Africa. The young man figured that the fortillery wouldn't be able to deal with everyone on its own, but she could buy precious time. The young man figured there weren't many missiles left, and it would take some time to reload. Something must be done. The monsters were trying to chew through the walls of the fortillery. The guy decided he had only one option left. The young man located the epicenter of the Murop swarm and prepared to attack them. The young man shouted loudly and, putting forward his magnificent shovel, rushed straight into the center of the insect cluster. The polka-dotted princess watched this epic battle from a safe place. Her cute friends kept her company. The young man, going into battle, said that it would be better if the girl stayed here. He was absolutely sure of it. The polka-dotted princess remembered these words of the young man and guessed that she was the one who attracted these Murops. The polka-dotted princess was horrified to realize that these monsters had appeared in the country just because of her. They had traveled across several continents. The polka-dotted princess thought that her older sister had sacrificed herself for her. She was very sad to realize that. The polka-dotted princess bitterly decided that she had set her sister up to be a burden. Would she really have to spend the rest of her life as a burden to the rest of us? Suddenly, the young man shouted for the girl to be very careful. He knocked down on the fly one Meropa, who was threatening the princess in the polka dots. The young man wondered what the polka-dotted princess was doing here. After all, it's very dangerous. The girl tearfully asked Sik Kang, was she really the cause of all the troubles? The girl cried and kept asking questions. Would the Murops really come back here as long as she lived? The young man said, that seems to be the case. But we must deal with this invasion first, and then decide what to do next. The polka-dotted princess continued to cry. She said she saw salvation. To do so, the young man must destroy her. The girl thought, the Murops follow their queen's hormones. And her ability, that's the Murops queen. The young man hit the girl on the head with his fist in anger. He screamed, is this really why she wants doom? Does she want to make a murderer out of him? The polka dot princess said that as long as she was alive, they were all endangered, her big sister included. The young man asked his interlocutor why people with superpowers are so short-sighted. The guy explained, They just need to figure out how to use these superpowers. After all, it was a very good thing that the girl had gathered all the Murops in one place. Sick Kang stated, "Now the polka dot princess can safely drive the monsters out of here." The girl stated that she didn't have a core yet. The young man put his arm around the polka-dotted princess's waist and said they would solve the problem together. The shovel was already at the ready. Until the danger passed, the young man vowed to protect the girl. The boy said he promised to fulfill this function for the rest of his life, as long as he's healthy enough. The young man immediately fixed the inscriptions in front of his eyes. One god asks, "When is the wedding planned?" A persistent god inquires about the number of children. One god congratulates the newlyweds. The young man shouted into the air, "He just meant that they should cooperate together. We should work out this problem together." Sick Kang shouted, "Is he the only one here taking everything seriously?" The polka dot princess said she was quite serious too. She would never say that as a joke. The girl added, "She may not look like it, but she is Kim Mushin's daughter." The young man was quite surprised. Kim Mushin was a legend of the first generation of hunters, along with Yu Wan. He was a hero of the nation who saved the country. The young man was quite ashamed. He hit the hero's daughter on the head. The young man came to the conclusion through logical reasoning that Kim So-young was also his daughter. The guy came to his senses and said that now was not the time for such thoughts. There's still a huge number of these monsters. There's a lot of work to be done. The young man told the girl to go back with the slimes and to stay out of his way. The young man didn't know what to do. The Murops themselves were not a problem. The problem was the number of these monsters. In addition, fighting them in the air was much more difficult than on the ground. The MS operator decided not to think too much and do his job, do what he can. The girl looked up into the sky and was frightened. The number of Muropas was terribly large even for Sick Kang. She was sad that there was nothing she could do to help. The polka-dotted princess sat down and cried. She asked everyone who could to help the young man, that they would give that help. The young man came to the conclusion that fighting in the air was no fun at all and very difficult. "We need to land immediately." The young man saw another swarm of insects coming up from the other side. He was not prepared for this. The guy noticed that this swarm was heading straight for the girl. He thought that So-young was in danger. He had to get to her in a hurry. Sick Kang read the inscription in front of his eyes. He had received a new gift. The young men had rings on their fingers. It was a symbol of the blessing of their love by the gods. Now they can never part. It's the strongest thread of the universe's destiny. The girl was amazed that the young man could be near her so quickly. She asked if he could do that. The guy explained that it was his new superpower. This young man's gift was different from the others. He could feel the immense power in this ring. Its power even resonates with the other half. It was a gift from the gods. The girl asked the young man, "Are they really wedding rings?" The young man said that these rings were indeed wedding rings. He looked up into the sky and said, "I think someone is trying to bring them together." The girl whispered to the young man that the power of this ring was incredible. Now they are together forever. The young man floated in the air and thought he was as light as a feather. He felt like he could do anything in the world. The boy thought that this swarm that was coming would be the last, and now he would deal with it severely. Sick Kang wedged himself into this swarm of Meropas. He was swift and fierce. The insects flew apart in pieces. A single contact with the shovel was enough for the monster to disappear. So-young looked up and couldn't believe her eyes. The young man had cleared the sky of the ruthless monsters. There was nothing left of those swarms. The people of the city could not believe their eyes. The young man had single-handedly dealt with so many ruthless insects. The officials at City Hall were amazed. How could this Sick Kang defeat the Murop hordes without their help and without government support? The young man thought it had been a hard day. Now it was time to rest. He would definitely not be the one to clean up the aftermath of the Murop liquidation. The utilities would have to be brought in for that. The danger was over. The polka-dotted princess looked the young man in the eye and said that they had now jointly dealt with the trouble. The girl continued, "We can't rule out the scenario that these Murops will return again. There are more battles ahead of them." The girl added, "This problem will exist as long as she is here. This fact cannot be argued with." Sick Kang said that originally the Murops lived in Africa. This was their habitat. The continent of Africa is controlled by Captain Africa, and he did not allow the Muropeans to leave that territory. Even assuming that's where the species with wings originated, there is no way that no country could have noticed them crossing the border. It's impossible. The young man added, "If you analyze all this, you can conclude that they came from a neighboring country. So in order to figure out where they live, we need to track where they go back from here. and then get rid of them. The breaking news anchor had an urgent message. There had been 2 European invasions in one day, but these monsters had gotten a quick response from the humans. Who could have done this? The announcer continued that this hero turned out to be Mr. MS Operator Sik Kang. This young man is a national hero. The announcer drew attention to the fact that on the other side, citizens were again indignant at the inactivity of the state. The head of the department received instructions from the president himself. The boss said to avoid such a situation later on, "We need to secure the partnership of this young man." The subordinate said, "He will do his best not to disappoint the leadership again. Mr. President will be satisfied." The man was furious. He was suffering reputational damage because of some young boy who had come from nowhere. The phone rang again. The department head decided that he was going to talk to the president again. Sik Kang was on the line. The young man introduced himself. The guy stated he had to work hard to resolve the Marapas issue. But in this situation, he is quite embarrassed by all the honors that have been heaped on his head. Sik Kang said, putting all courtesies aside, the city government has something for him to do. Right now, a small swarm of Muros is heading east. We need to track them down. The purpose of the stakeout is to find out where their nest is. This will be a very delicate mission. The young man added, Un hopes that the authorities will have the strength and means to do so. The man was outraged. How dare this boy? Why should the country listen to some MS streamer? The aide showed the chief a sign that said he needed to enlist Sik Kang's support. The man said they would trace the location of the nest. The young man told his companion that they had the tracking sorted out. Now they would prepare for the next step. The young man said he was referring to storming the Murop nest. It would be a very important part of their mission. The guy said even though he had asked the government to track down the Murops, he had an idea of where they might be living. The young man assumed that if the Moropas flew eastward, then their nest was near Japan. The young man added that once they know the exact location of the nest, they will be ready to strike immediately. The young man looked at his companion and said that he had not seen such a beautiful smile in a long time. The girl smiled even wider. Sik Kang said he intended to show the girl the most ambitious project of this fortress. The young man said it was the newest and coolest fighter jet that would get them to Japan in no time. 72. A young boy saw what this fighter jet had become and screamed loudly. One of these 2 cute slimes said he wanted a cool and sexy fighter jet. The guy thought he was dreaming. Does this thing look like a serious machine? It's some kind of toy airplane. The Murops crossed the sea and returned to their nest. These monsters were met by a young man and wondered, were they really the only ones who survived? The guy asked why they couldn't grab one girl. The young man realized that the whole problem was this MS operator. He was interfering with the plan. The stranger decided that he had to take matters into his own hands. A young man on a super airplane arrived in Japan, the island of Hokkaido. The young man decided he shouldn't judge a book by its cover. His plane is 100% cool. Travel time on this swift airborne vehicle took only 10 minutes. Sik Kang couldn't believe that this airplane was so fast and comfortable. The designers had done their best. The young man probably thought it was all thanks to the substance the slimes were made of. In the backseat was Ms. Soyoung, and she said that this liner felt like very high-quality latex. The young man said he was worried that the girl might get tired during the flight, but he was glad that she was happy with everything. The girl gingerly thought about what awaited them here. She said she wasn't sure if she should have gone on this flight. The pea-sized princess realized that now she would have to join in the destruction of Anthropia. The young man stated that he was contacted by the Ministry of Defense. They said that the Anthropies were on their way to Hokkaido. However, the Department of Defense and other organizations can't act as easily as the young man on that plane. There's too much politics involved, and officials are afraid of the Sea of Death. The young man added that he was being nominated to participate in the mission as an international contingent. Ms. Soyoung suggested that she might be a burden to the young man. The young man said it was all nonsense. The guy reminded the girl that her strength helped defeat those insects for him. The Pea Princess's contribution is invaluable. The guy added, if he's not around, who will protect Ms. Soyoung? The girl was worried. What kind of help could she provide in this operation? Sik Kang thought that his companion was really suitable for the role of the Anthropy Queen. When they approached the nest, it would seem to the insects that they had 2 queens. They'll go crazy. Guy thought he would take this opportunity to find the nest. The gods questioned the young man. Is it okay to use a girl as bait? The boy stated that that was it, part of the plan. Sik Kang looked out the porthole and thought he couldn't see anything because of the snow. It was unclear what was happening overboard. The young man asked the slime how should they proceed. We need to make a landing. Slime made a clear sky appear. The young man could see what was going on below. The young man was amazed. Could the slime really do that? Mrs. Xu Young is interested in what's going on there. Is there any additional information? The guy saw that there was a huge building in the middle of the mountains. Where did it come from? Nothing was marked on the maps. The young man thought it was strange. Such a structure in this place with no infrastructure. The young man figured that people had abandoned the building after the monsters appeared. On closer inspection, the young man determined that it was not a building, and told the autopilot to quickly gain altitude of the fighter. Sick Kang realized that the 4-star concrete beneath them was now 4-star concrete. The 4-star concrete was a monster. It can manipulate stone and iron freely. It is quite a formidable opponent. The monster is capable of destroying or building a city in an instant. It is a very mysterious and powerful creature. The young man had no time to gain altitude on his airplane, and the monster got him with its concrete paw and destroyed him. The stranger told the concrete monster if he keeps acting like this, he's going to get in trouble, Kantian. The stranger continued, "What will the concrete do if it is a girl, also die? It is very difficult to find a suitable candidate for the role of queen." The young man thought that Sik Kang would not let the girl just die like this. Sik Kang and his companion landed safely after the plane's destruction using a universal shovel. The young man stuck that shovel right into the concrete monster. The stranger thought he had just the right shovel in front of him. Sik Kang walked down the shovel like an elevator. The stranger turned to the young man and said he was stronger than rumored. The stranger asked where the girl was now. Sik Kang couldn't just throw her away. Sik Kang said that nothing can be ruled out, and wondered, how did this stranger know about Ms. So-young? The young man thought his opponent looked like the Japanese hunter Shiro Yamato. And why would he want his Ms. So-young? Sik Kang wondered, what kind of strange energy did this stranger possess? The young man had never met such a thing before. Shiro Yamato, a special hunter, representative of Japan, uses double blades. Not much is known about him. Sik Kang could now add another interesting fact about this Japanese. Shiro Yamato has the ability to control a 4-star monster. Concrete obeyed him. The Japanese man tried to attack the guest. The young man, using his skills and his shovel, parried this attack with no problem. Shiro Yamato thought that this young man was able to repel his blade. One must respect him and his shovel. One should not underestimate them. Sik Kang thought that, in an unfamiliar area, dealing with a new enemy, he could use the extra functions of a shovel. He decided that a donation would be appropriate right now. Inscriptions appeared before his eyes. God welcomes another god. The young man wondered, what do you mean, another god? The boy thought, is there really another henchman in front of him? Shiro Yamato easily handled huge concrete structures. He could move entire cliffs of concrete with the movement of his hand. Shiro Yamato read the inscriptions in front of his eyes just like our hero. He got an inscription that the number of spectators remains unchanged. God asks not to disappoint. The Japanese thought that his opponent also has 23 patrons. So this guy isn't that easy. Shiro Yamato decided that he would be the next to fulfill the conditions for the bonus from above. The Japanese man told the gods that he is ready to put on a great show right now. He will work to increase his ratings and get more attention from the gods. The Japanese gave a command to the monster concrete to wipe out this guest. The concrete lifted a huge stone right above where Sik Kang was. Shiro Yamato said it's time to wipe his opponent into powder and take his shovel afterward. It would be like a trophy. Sik Kang only smiled in response to the concrete attack. This Japanese has 23 patrons. Is that really all he can do? The young man smashed the concrete attack into crumbs with his shovel and said, does he really fight with such garbage? Sik Kang added that about his death, Shiro Yamato can only dream about it. He has no chance of winning this battle. Miss So-young realized that something was going on. She was worried about Sik Kang. The girl asked the slime how the young man was doing. The young person was horrified to think that they were being attacked by concrete. Slime created a protective shell for the girl. It was like she was in a balloon. She was safe now. Mrs. So-young continued to worry about Sik Kang. She relentlessly inquired about his condition. Slime was silent. The girl saw a huge shadow appear ahead of her, which began to increase in size. She thought with horror, what is it? Is it really a monster concrete? Sik Kang continued to fight fiercely with his opponent, who was also patronized by the gods. Japanese sword versus Korean shovel. It was a confrontation between two cultures. Shiro Yamato was terribly pissed off. Why weren't his sword strikes working? It seemed illogical. Some shovel could stand up to a samurai sword. If the bout turned out to be boring, his gods would start to leave. The Japanese knew for himself that it was vital for him to deal with this upstart. He must win, and it must be an exciting fight. In close combat, Sick Kang asked his opponent, did he really have 23 patrons? Shiro Yamato commanded the monster to give him support. Sick Kang thought that this guy had the ability to control the monster as a bonus for this fight. The young man was not upset at all. He noticed that in any case, his physical strength was greater than his opponent's. The young man gave the Japanese another blow with his shovel and asked if it was true that he was the one who had sent the Anthropius to his home. The Japanese said that Sick Kang was smart. That's exactly what happened. The young man was even able to track down their location. Shiro Yamato says it's all about capturing that girl. His rival already understands what it's for. Sick Kang saw that the monster concrete had captured Ms. Soyoung along with the balloon she was in. The young people looked into each other's eyes. The guy decided that he couldn't let this happen. He needed to free his companion. Sick Kang found himself blocked between two concrete slabs. Shiro Yamato thought that this was his chance to deal with his opponent. Our hero screamed, "What does this Japanese man want to do now to his companion? Why is he aiming at her? Is he really up to something bad?" The Japanese replied with a smirk on his face, "Why would a dead man know about this?" Sick Kang could just watch it powerlessly. It is no longer in his power to change anything. The young man realized that the concrete was moving Ms. Soyoung straight to the anthropy nest. He must do something about it. The young man saw the concrete ring shrink around the girl. She called out to the young man and asked him to help. It was becoming difficult for the girl to breathe. The polka-dotted princess saw that right next to her was a crystal, a huge monster core. The girl was in close proximity. Shiro Yamato realized that the irreparable could happen now. He shouted to the concrete monster to be more careful. Sick Kang, sandwiched between the concrete slabs, couldn't do anything. But he was also watching the situation with Miss Soyoung and the core unfold. Sick Kang was able to escape from the embrace of the concrete monster. The concrete began to crumble. The young man had a chance. Shiro Yamato shouted loudly. He realized that an uncontrollable situation had developed. There was a huge explosion, and the concrete monster's core was shattered. Sick Kang rushed to his companion's aid. He shouted that his opponent was even weaker than he thought. He didn't even have words to describe the situation. Sick Kang saw Miss Soyoung floating in the air while holding the monster core. The young man realized that the girl had resonated with the concrete core. The young man couldn't believe it. Miss Soyoung is a superhuman with two cores. In addition, she is patronized by powerful slimes. Shiro Yamato realized that his monster concrete was dying. It was crumbling. Sick Kang managed to catch the girl and picked her up in his arms. A concrete stream of monster shards raged around them. The young man carefully asked his companion how she was feeling. Was she hurt? The girl said she was fine. The guy excitedly said that the girl could resonate with concrete. That's a rare property. Ms. Soyoung said that she knew about it. The girl was holding a precious crystal in her hands. The girl said that concrete cores are very rare, and she didn't think she could get her hands on them. It's like hitting the jackpot. Sick Kang pulled his companion tighter against him. He was trying to protect her. Shiro Yamato still posed quite a threat. The guy looked at his opponent and said, "Who would have thought there could be such a fool? Who could put a cannonball right in their hands?" The Japanese yelled that they should give him back his core immediately. That's the beauty of it. Otherwise, he can't vouch for himself. Sick Kang said that was not part of his plans. The young man smiled and remarked, "Why is his opponent so greedy? He had just given him a core and immediately wants it back." Shiro Yamato realized that he was being laughed at. He got even angrier and shouted that he was about to destroy that warrior with the shovel. The Japanese man decided to use the Yamato-style ultimatum skill, Hell's Flesh. This is a technique using a samurai sword. Shiro Yamato didn't succeed. He flew far beyond the mountain range with tremendous strength and incredible speed. Ms. Soyoung said with surprise that she didn't have time to do anything. She just imagined the guy flying far away. The young men saw that a ladder had appeared on the edge of the monster concrete. The young man said that it was amazing. This girl even had time to make up the ladder. When the danger had more or less passed, Sick Kang thought that Ms. Soyoung was already capable of using the core properly. The girl is able to create such structures with her mind. The polka-dotted princess, realizing the abilities that had appeared, thought that now, more than ever, she must watch her tongue. Sick Kang, gazing into the distance, thought that their opponent was already far away, but he still had a few unresolved questions. Mrs. Seo-young apologized for accidentally throwing that guy far away. The young man said it's okay. They have an alternative path. Sick Kang looked at the girl in the eyes and said that she was suitable for the role of the Anthropy Queen. Even now, Mrs. Shoyoung is emitting hormones that make them go crazy. Eventually, they won't be able to hold back. They'll show up on the horizon. The Anthropians were having a hard time finding their place. It was the moment when another candidate for the role of queen appeared. The low-ranking Anthropians began to show considerable restlessness. This was disrupting their balanced way of life. Shiro Yamato stood discouraged, but he wasn't about to give up. He still had a plan of further action. Guy told Yuki not to tell him anything. He would know what to do next on his own. Yuki held onto the rock by the sword that pierced her chest. The young man turned to Yuki and asked, "How many Anthropias do they have left at their disposal?" The girl thought for a moment. There was absolutely no emotion on her face. Yuki said that there were almost 300,000 Anthropians ready for battle. Shiro Yamato smiled. That's actually quite a lot, and told Yuki to get them ready to go out. The girl tried to object. She told Yamato-san that there were already many dead, and suggested he be more careful. The young man said that he didn't care how many of these insects died. If you send them all away, even he won't be able to cope. Yuki replied without emotion that, unfortunately, that young man was not performing alone now. Yuki added that there's concrete and a girl with the abilities of a queen. Those factors can't be ignored. Shiro Yamato refused to listen to objections. He directed his negative energy directly at Yuki. The girl screamed in pain. The young man said that a lowlife like her dare not instruct him. He knows what he is doing. Shiro Yamato thought that after the battle, the patrons would not be happy with him. If he couldn't change their disposition towards him, he could forget about more than just the bonus. The Japanese feared that his opponent could poach his patrons as well. The young man once again told Yuka to shut up and do what he says. The guy added that after he impaled her with his sword, she is now his slave forever. Shiro Yamato said that Yuki should just keep laying eggs. That's her primary function. The girl said she obeyed. She'll do as Mr. Yamato wishes. Yuki added that she will do whatever Yamato-san tells her to do in order for him to fulfill his noble mission. That's what she sees as her purpose. The young man remained dissatisfied. He thought that this Yuki was no longer good for anything. He's noticed that she's slowed down her breeding rate, and we need to replace her sooner rather than later with this new girl. Sik Kang and Ms. Soyoung continued their journey home. They realized that the major threats had not been eliminated. They had to stay alert at all times. The girl was disturbed by something. The young man asked what was wrong. Could she be feeling something? Ms. Soyoung said fearfully that she could feel it approaching. The young man asked if the anthropy was near. A single insect appeared on the top of the mountain. The young man was surprised. Was there really only one beetle against them? The girl declared that he was far from alone. There were untold hordes of anthropias waiting for them down below. The young man screamed in horror. What was happening? The ground beneath them collapsed and they began to fall into a cave flooded with a huge number of monsters. As the young man fell, he read the message before his eyes that the gods were pleased. In a book about monsters, you could read that the concrete monster is a concrete conqueror. It is a monster in the form of a city made of cement and steel. It's very dangerous. It is born out of abandoned buildings, able to absorb the surrounding concrete to increase in size. The young men fell into a cave, flooded with untold numbers of anthropians. The boy cursed and couldn't understand why this had happened. He had to clear a path of retreat for himself and his companion. The young man thought that all Shiro Yamato had left was anthropias. That's not even interesting. Suddenly, one of the anthropes released a jet of dangerous liquid. The young men managed to jump aside at the last moment. The guy noticed that this liquid behaved unnaturally when it hit the ground. He realized that this liquid was dangerous. The boy thought that these bugs were not as simple as they might seem at first glance. The young men saw that they were trapped. They were surrounded on all sides by horrible anthropias. Bugs were everywhere. The young man did not give up. He raised his shovel high above his head and began to spin it at an incredible speed. He said that there were not enough bugs to deal with. The young man shouted for Yamato to stop hiding and come out for a fair fight, if he wasn't a coward. Sik Kang pressed a button, and the shovel increased in size. He started destroying the bugs that were far away from him. The young man mowed down the monsters like grass. The young man jumped straight into the center, where the maximum number of monsters were located. The bugs encircled him and prevented him from using the shovel. The girl was frightened and shouted for the young man to be more careful. Suddenly, the bugs scattered, and the young man, waving the shovel, continued to destroy them. It was his strategic move, so that they would get closer and he could neutralize them as much as possible. Sik Kang thought that something was bothering him after all. The beetles were behaving unnaturally. The guy realized that their new property, the acid they were giving off, was annoying him terribly. Something had to be done about it. The young man thought that Shiro Yamato should realize that these atropias and their acid would not be able to defeat him. The boy was trying to figure out what would be the next step his enemy would take. Suddenly, the oracle screamed. The young man looked and saw that the left head was screaming. The boy was wary. This did not bode well. What was ahead of him? What the young man saw frightened him very much. He shouted that this could not be. Sikkang saw that the ground where his companion had been had fallen. The young man was frightened and rushed to the place. There was emptiness and nothing more. Miss Soyoung was gone. The boy realized that it was all Shiro Yamato's fault. Yamato smilingly said that he should not have underestimated him. Sikkang had hoped in vain that he had already won this fight. Shiro Yamato thought the bugs were just expendable. The Japanese man was in the midst of a huge number of eggs. In front of him was Ms. Soyoung, who was in an egg-like shell. Yamato said that his opponent should understand what was involved. The Japanese said if Sikkang didn't find the place and destroy the queen, the bugs would just keep multiplying. Ms. Soyoung watched in horror at what was happening around her. She imagined what the future might hold for her. The nest of Anthropias, it's an infinitely expanding tunnel system, an endless labyrinth. Many hunters have tried to capture this nest. All these hunters failed miserably. They were eaten before they reached the queen. None survived. These tunnels will continue to proliferate until the city collapses. Shiro Yamato thought that he was the only person who could control all of this. Ms. Soyoung, while inside the egg, tried to use her superpowers to resist the enemy. The Japanese man decided that he must not let this happen. He used his powers against the girl and directed concrete structures at her. The guy said he intended to take what was rightfully his. That was his point. Shiro Yamato said that in return, he would give the girl a new power. Miss Soyoung, realizing the prospect, was very frightened. Shiro Yamato said that the girl should be happy because she is the only one suitable for the role. Yuke and Ms. Soyoung looked at each other. The Japanese man said he would make the girl the new queen. That's what this was all about. The guy said it was an honor to help him achieve his goals. Now, he'll be even more powerful. The girl said she didn't want any of this, and she's had enough. She'll fight back. Suddenly, there was a flash before Ms. Soyoung's eyes. The girl found herself in an unfamiliar place. She couldn't understand where she was. What was this place? A giant anthropy appeared in front of the young lady. Her eyes glowed with demonic fire. The monster was approaching the girl. Shiro Yamato appeared between the girl and the bug with a naked sword. He looked at the anthropy and said that there was no end to these beetles. The young man was enraged. Mrs. Soyoung asked Yamato what's going on. The guy replied by asking if the girl was sure they should be here. Yuke appeared next to Ms. Soyoung. She looked like a normal person. Shiro Yamato once again asked if Yuke was sure they had to come here. Soyoung was surprised. What is Yamato doing? It's like he doesn't notice her. What's going on with him? Yuke said confidently that she could hear the call. And it's a very strong one. After all, she's the right person for the role. Yuke added, she remembered a time when she was still human. Those memories came back to her now. These memories are from a time when she was not yet queen. Yuke said to make the new challenger a queen, she will inject everything she has into her. Yuke continued, when she's done, Soyoung will be stronger than her. And a new, better queen, the strongest in history, will be born. Soyoung screamed that she didn't want that. There was terror in the girl's eyes. Yuke said that it was up to Shiro Yamato to decide. The Japanese man asked if she was ready. Yuke told her master that she was ready, and it was time to get started. Yuke continued, she will help the Lord chosen by the gods to save humanity. It is a great honor for her. Yuke said she would do whatever she could to control the queen's core. She sees it as her destiny now. The guy hugged the girl and said, she's all he has. Her ability will be the key to saving this world. The anthropies came to life and moved towards Yuke. Yuke laughed and shouted that the core was now in her power. And she is the true queen. The girl said, although she lost her human body due to the power of the core, it didn't matter. After all, she could save so many people now. Suddenly, the sword that Yuke was chained to the rock with glowed, and a bright light flashed in her chest. Shiro Yamato happily reported, meaning that the girl was now a true monster. Yuke asked fearfully, why had Mr. Yamato done this to her? She had been faithful to him. The young man said that this sword, a gift from the gods, it allows him to control monsters that are weaker than him. He has waited a long time for this moment. Yuke was depressed and cried bitterly. Shiro Yamato said that now he would use her to take over the world. Mrs. Soyoung was surprised. She couldn't think of how Yamato could do such a thing to Yuki. The young man stood between the queen and the Anthropians and spread his arms and said that he would now give everyone an amazing show. So dear gods may subscribe to him and press the bell. The wily Japanese thought as long as this woman was in his power, no one in the world could stop him. He won this round. Shiro Yamato looked at Ms. Soyoung. The girl was not giving up. The guy thought she was resisting harder than he thought. The villain wondered if the girl was still holding out hope. Her savior would never get here. Yamato said the girl should just get over it. She would make him many more children, and with their help, he would conquer the world. The guy spread his arms wide and said that he would start right now on this side, and in the near future, the whole world would bow down to him. Suddenly, there was an explosion and rocks started falling from everywhere. The Japanese man thought with horror that it must be the girl's savior. Sick Kang noticed that Oracle shouted with his right head. He thought that they found the right place. He can feel Ms. Soyoung approaching. Our hero saw the queen and his girlfriend beside her. The young man waving a shovel rushed to help. The young man realized that it wasn't that simple. Shiro Yamato, who was standing nearby, put up stiff resistance. The enemy asked angrily, "Where did Sick Kang come from here? How did this boy find his way here?" In this endless labyrinth, it was impossible to find the right path. Sick Kang laughed and said in response, "It's immediately obvious that Shiro Yamato doesn't watch his streamers," and advised his opponent to sign up immediately. The young man added, "Did Yamato really think he could stop him? Where do such naive people come from?" The queen realized that it wasn't all smooth sailing. She told Yamato-san that the girl had denied synchronization. But that's impossible. What went wrong? Shiro Yamato shouted for the queen to direct all the Anthropians to Sick Kang. "We need to stop him immediately. They don't have much time left." Sick Kang was not discouraged. He said that Shiro Yamato didn't understand something. The young man grabbed his shovel and continued his swift movement. The boy shouted that the queen's actions could not affect him in any way, and the Anthropies could not stop him. Sick Kang came within striking distance of his opponent. He swung around and knocked Shiro Yamato out with a powerful punch. The shovel confidently made contact with his opponent's face, leaving him no chance. The Japanese man dropped his sword and flew far back. Sick Kang was indestructible at this moment. He was willing to move mountains for his girlfriend. The young man slung his shovel on his shoulder and asked, "Why doesn't Shiro Yamato understand one truth? Sick Kang is much better than him." All the gods saw that. An emergency situation was reported to the Prime Minister at the government center in the Japanese capital. The Prime Minister has been informed that there is an Anthropian attack across the country. It's a disaster. Sick Kang came close to his opponent and said that the end had come for him. Resistance was useless. Shiro Yamato said that this wasn't the end. The young man was terribly angry. Plus, he had lost a tooth after meeting his opponent's shovel. Anthropies were everywhere. Sick Kang shouted that all of his opponent's actions were extremely useless. The young man waved his shovel and continued to destroy the advancing Anthropians. Their dismembered bodies were lying everywhere. The next stage of his mission, the young man saw the release of Miss Soyoung from the clutches of the Monster Queen. Sick Kang swung around and with his shovel destroyed the tentacles that the queen was using to hold the girl. The synchronization was completely stopped. The guy yelled that no one dared to mistreat his girlfriend. He wouldn't let anyone do that. The young man approached the girl and completely cleared her from the monster's tentacles. Miss Soyoung was terribly pleased with her savior. The guy picked his girlfriend up in his arms and asked how she was feeling. Soyoung clung to her savior and only now felt safe. The girl could feel the young man's heartbeat. The ruthless monster queen thought she still had a chance to make a difference. The queen ordered the Anthropians to attack the young men. The young man grabbed a shovel and said he had to stop these rampages. His mission had gone on long enough. It was time to put a stop to it. With one hand, the guy held Mrs. Soyoung, while with the other hand, he continued to mow down the oncoming monsters. The Anthropians continued to die in untold numbers. The young man looked back and saw that the queen had disappeared. A void had formed around the young people. Where did everyone go? The guy hit his shovel and thought that Shiro Yamato had also run away. The opponents realized that they were outmatched. The girl said that Shiro Yamato and the queen escaped, and she was grateful to the boy for saving her after all. The young man said that he could not have acted differently. His actions are perfectly natural. The girl should realize that. And don't be overly grateful. The guy said they just destroyed a nest of Anthropians, and it's all thanks to Ms. Soyoung's abilities. The young man added that the girl should be aware that she saved the whole world from the invasion of monstrous monsters. The weak woman's nerves could not stand it, and the girl cried. She clung to the young man without thanking him. Soyeon saw Sick Kang as her protector. The young man was a little discouraged. He didn't understand why the girl was crying. Was it because he had just praised her? That remained a mystery to him. The young man said the core enslaved that queen and turned her into a monster. He wondered what kind of relationship the queen had with Shiro Yamato. So Young thought the question was directed at her and said that she had no idea. The girl stated that she had seen the queen's memories. It's been a day since the Anthropian attack began. The consequences were already catastrophic. The prime minister realized they couldn't hide it any longer. The advisor said that something had to be done. Officials decided that a rescue plan had to be worked out. So far, that's all they've been able to do. The officials arrived for negotiations in a secret underground bunker. The men asked, "What happened?" No one had warned them that it would be like this. How to deal with this disaster now? In front of the officials, Yamato-san sat on the throne. They asked, hadn't he promised that he would stop the attacks of all monsters, including Anthropias? In return, they gave him the financial support of the government. The young man said menacingly that he had made such a promise. So the officials are still living. The young man said, now it is time to pay his debt. The men wondered, what duty were we talking about? They had so far fulfilled all of Shiro Yamato's demands. The young man received 30% of all the country's taxes. What more did he want? Yamato said angrily that he'd been given some change, and now they were snapping at him. Next to the young man was the queen. Yamato added that such a debt must be paid with their lives. The guy added that he is talking to politicians now, so they have to mobilize everyone. People and soldiers. Shiro Yamato said that if the politicians don't like it, he has other methods. The officials were surrounded by ominous anthropias. The young man said that these people were very ungrateful for all that he had done for them. The guy looked menacingly at the frightened men. He said it was time to pay the debt anyway. Sikkang stated that there is a huge nest of anthropias under the Japanese capital. This could end disastrously. The young man said that Yamato used the capital as a starting point to take over the country and spread a network of tunnels from there. That young man is crazy. The guy thought the base might be in the capital. It made sense to look for him there. Sikkang scratched the back of his head. He thought that he had a difficult task ahead of him. It would be difficult to reach an agreement with the Japanese government. The young man had not solved the problem of transportation. He did not understand how he could get to the capital now. The young man's words were heard. Slime sprang into action, and he reassembled the fighter from the broken parts. The girl seeing this said her slime was the best. Slime smiled. The young men took their seats, and the fighter moved lightning fast toward the capital. No radar detected it. A certain portion of the Anthropians remained on the island. They couldn't have traveled to the capital so quickly. The queen told Mr. Yamato that they were approaching. They should be expecting guests in the capital soon. We must get ready. Shiro Yamato realized that he could not delay. He decided to give instructions to the prime minister. The young man said anything flying towards the capital should be taken as enemy aircraft. Air defense systems were placed on alert. The military began to carry out the mission. The fulfillment of the mission was to destroy any target that would be within the state capital. Red alert has been issued. Shoot down all objects approaching the capital's airspace. The air defense system was activated. An unidentified object was approaching the capital. The order to shoot everything down at all costs has been practiced. Missiles have been launched to engage the target. Sikkang's plane flew over the capital. Explosions rang out all around him. One of the shells hit the target with a precision hit. The plane was destroyed. The fragments flew in all directions. The official received a report that the target had been hit. To be 100% sure, a squad was sent to verify the results of the firing. Mr. Yamato has been informed that an unidentified flying object has been shot down as it approaches the capital. Shiro Yamato reads messages from the gods. One god states that the young man is unrealistically boring. One god states that the young man is a coward. One god asks, when will the young man start fighting? God asks, where's the promised show? God says he'll stop donating. Shiro Yamato was very angry. He punched the prime minister in the face with fury. The messages in front of my eyes continued. God notes that Yamato is the epitome of a weakling. God warns that this is the last chance. Yamato told an aide that he was now the new prime minister. The young man said he wanted this boy. He must be brought here dead or alive. A special unit arrived at the crash site of the airplane. Specialists made sure that it was indeed the airplane in question. One of the experts said there were rumors that it was Sikkang. Let's make sure he's really dead. The man stated that he personally had to make sure that everything was done for sure. If there is a need, he will destroy Sikkang. This enemy brought the Anthropium directly to the capital. Suddenly, a young man appeared near this special forces unit and asked, where did this information come from that he brought Anthropy here? Sikkang said, He was unharmed thanks to the unique functions of his shovel. But he was still curious to know where he got this information about anthropias. A special unit decided to fulfill the order of the leadership and destroy this young man. Special means were used against the young man. Sik Kang said these people can't call themselves hunters. They are acting against the existing laws. The young man effectively evaded the attacks of the special forces. In doing so, the young man was assisted by his shovel. He said that hunters would never rush to attack a person without a good reason and without warning. Sik Kang was hitting with a shovel and causing maximum damage to his opponents. He confiscated from each of the attackers the kernels with which they had used to carry out the attack. The young man said that they had no rights to possess these cores because of their bad behavior. The young man said his opponents have the last word before he finally deactivates them. The attackers said that many people died because of Sik Kang, so they will do anything to kill him. The young man realized it was all Yamato's doing. He'd never forgive him. That bastard had misled everyone about Sik Kang. The hunters approached Mr. Yamato. They offered their services and asked permission to fight the enemy at his side. The men said they would give full support to Mr. Yamato. There were many people in the square, eager to come to the aid and support of the country's hero. The new prime minister said that everyone who could hold a gun was here. Yamato thought that everything was going according to plan. Shiro Yamato framed Sik Kang, and everyone thinks this young man is responsible for the Anthropian attack on the capital. The Japanese hero decided to use the anger of the masses to defeat Sik Kang. Shiro Yamato thought, when his opponent is cornered, he will finish him off. In the meantime, the number of hits would increase, and the gods would return to him again. Shito Yamato thanked everyone from the stage for being here. He called everyone present the mighty hunters of Japan. Yamato continued, because of one man, they were facing a crisis never seen before. The hunters held their breath and listened to their leader with undisguised admiration. Yamato continued, to stop this crisis, we need to get rid of Sik Kang. Shiro Yamato finished. He said that Sik Kang is the hunters from Korea, known as the MS operator. Hunters have been asking, what is this Korean man's superpower? What is he known for in his home country? The speaker from the stage said that the source of all the horror and chaos, the most brutal hunter this world has ever seen. Yamato encouraged the crowd by shouting that they were here together to take down Sik Kang, the MS operator. The new prime minister listened to Yamato's speech and thought that he continued to shamelessly lie to all the people. The official thought that there was a very dangerous person standing in front of him. Sik Kang had better deal with him quickly. Suddenly, everyone present saw a beam of light falling downward from the sky. The hunters noticed that an MS operator had appeared in that place, the one they all hated fiercely. Shiro Yamato shouted that the rascal had come to them himself. The young man shouted that Shiro Yamato, a shameless liar. He lied to his opponent and to all these people. Before Sik Kang could finish his sentence, ruthless bugs appeared from the ground. These monsters burst out and moved to attack Sik Kang. The young man became angry and shouted that Mr. Yamato had sicked these monsters on him. The young man told all the hunters to pay attention to the fact that it was the young man who was being pursued by these anthropias. The hunters could not be calmed down. They shouted that Mr. Yamato was right. The hunters claimed that Sik Kang was the one controlling this army of anthropians. The young man looked at the fact that the bugs had stopped attacking him. He thought that his opponent had done that on purpose, in favor of his lie. Sik Kang thought that his opponent had for once decided to move his brains. Our hero said that if the hunters do not change their mistaken opinion about him, he is certainly ready to fight everyone. The hunters were unconvinced and decided to destroy the operator, using the powers they had gained from the cores. The men went on the attack. As always, the unbelievable happened. Sik Kang ruthlessly and purposefully dealt with his opponents. The young man was so fast and impetuous that his opponents didn't even notice him. The young man used his skills, which he received as a bonus from the gods. Shiro Yamato was surprised. Was this Sik Kang really that good? How much time can one waste on him? The villain looked at the bodies of the hunters that were lying everywhere. He thought that everything was going according to plan. Now this guy's going to be a murderer's yoke. The hunters were puzzled. How did this young man manage to break their cores? Now, they had no superpowers. Yamato was surprised. How was this Sik Kang managed to focus on destroying nukes in the chaos? The Japanese thought that such actions were unrealistic. His opponent was definitely being helped by something. Could it be his shovel? The new prime minister didn't understand what was happening. Why was their enemy winning? Could it not be as it was presented? Yamato said that everything was going according to plan. The prime minister was surprised. After all, the Japanese hunters were taking heavy casualties. Shiro Yamato tried to calm down and focus. He still had a trump card up his sleeve. The young man decided to enlist Yuke's help once again. He told her to start destroying the hunters. Sik Kang was surprised. Why did the Anthropians start attacking the Japanese hunters? Who had given them such a task? The young man shouted, "What is Yamato doing? He's about to destroy all his comrades." Yamato objected and said that the young man was wrong. Everyone would know that it was Sik Kang who had killed those hunters. The boy looked around. The Japanese hunters had suffered heavy losses. They couldn't stand up to the bugs because they had no nukes. Sik Kang shouted with rage and began to destroy all the bugs that were within his reach with even more force. He realized what Shiro Yamato was preparing. It would be an even grander deception. The surrounded hunters realized that they wouldn't last long without the nukes. The men couldn't understand why the MS operator was saving them. Why is he destroying Anthropias? Do they really have common interests? The young man fighting thought it was only getting worse. Ms. Shoyoung is still not ready. Shiro Yamato swung his sword at Sik Kang. The young men fought in hand-to-hand combat. The Japanese asked, "It must be difficult, fighting and defending Japanese hunters at the same time." Everyone around them shouted that Mr. Yamato, the hero of Japan, he's fighting their common enemy. The surviving hunters shouted that thanks to Yamato-san, the Anthropians were beginning to retreat. Yamato thought, these hunters don't even realize he's using them. Practically, they worship him. The villain thought that today he would destroy Sik Kang and ascend to new heights himself. The bastard planned to track down Ms. Soyoung after that and use her for his deceitful plans. Yamato continued to charge at Sik Kang. He was pressing down on his shovel with his sword. The Japanese man wondered where the girl was now. Yamato realized that Soyoung was hidden somewhere right now. Even if she was, it would only be a matter of time before she was found. Suddenly, everyone in the square heard a speakerphone. Someone was checking the microphone. The question was asked, "Can you hear well?" The next question was, "Could Yamato-san hear well?" Everyone fell silent and looked in the direction the sound was coming from. Everyone looked at the stage and saw Ms. Soyoung standing there. The girl's image was being broadcast on the big screen. The girl said that an exclusive video of the MS cameraman will now be presented to the attention of all present. Shiro Yamato realized that this could not be allowed to happen, so he ordered that the girl be captured immediately. The girl asked if it was true that Shiro Yamato had sent Anthropy to Korea. The screen showed footage of Yamato being compromised, where he was revealing his devious plans. The footage showed Shiro Yamato calling the Japanese hunters worthless and saying that they are not capable of anything. On the screen, there was footage of Shiro Yamato giving orders to the concrete monster and telling it to swallow the girl and take her to the Anthropy nest. The hunters listening to this were very surprised. Did Yamato really control the monster concrete? Did he really control the Anthropians? Yamato didn't know how he should act now. He could see the disapproving looks on him already. There was no time to think of anything. The man shouted that it was all fake. Where could such a video even come from? Sik Kang wondered, had Yamato forgotten what his opponent's channel was called? The young man pounded his chest with his fist and said that he is really a real operator, and he has a lot of experience. Yamato didn't give up. He said he was being cheated. The young man doesn't even have a camera. The guy replied that he had a camera. Sik Kang said that his cute little bird flies everywhere and films everything. And everyone saw the oracle flying over Shiro Yamato with a camera. The girl once again showed the video that compromises Shiro Yamato on the screen. Mrs. Soyoung said this is the trump card that Yamato told Sik Kang about. The girl thanked the Prime Minister for his help. If it wasn't for him, it would have been difficult to uncover Yamato's true nature. The man said the most important thing was that his country was safe, and there were no such criminals in it. The Prime Minister said he used to be a criminal too, because he listened to Yamato without any objection. The man added that through his connivance, a great many people had died. The Prime Minister bowed to Miss Soyoung and said, "He is asking to save Japan. More casualties cannot be allowed." The girl reassured the Prime Minister and told him not to worry. They would do everything in their power. The girl added that they should be able to do it, because there was no one stronger than Sik Kang. The young man delivered a crushing elbow strike to Shiro Yamato's jaw with all his might. The young man said that the traitor to humanity was pathetic to even hit with a shovel. Yamato lost another tooth. Sik Kang told his opponent to get up. He promised to beat him with his bare hands. Yamato jumped up and grabbed his sword. He furiously began to smile, demonstrating a toothless smile to everyone. The villain shouted for all the Anthropias to gather near him immediately. Yamato added that he would not hold back now and would use the full power of Anthropy. Yamato swung his sword and uttered that his final blow absorbed the power of the gods and the might of his core. A weakling like Sik Kang would not be able to withstand it. Sik Kang used a shovel to ward off Yamato's attack and deactivated his opponent with a counterpunch. The rogue flew right back to the feet of the Japanese hunters. They were surprised. How could this be possible? Yamato, bleeding, reminded that he was about to use the full power of the Anthropians against his opponent. He'd be in for a world of hurt. The hunters surrounded the former leader and asked if what they had just heard about him was true. Was he the cause of all this nastiness? The hunters rounded up the traitor and said he had deceived them. They had trusted him before and fought for him, but he turned out to be a fraud. Shiro Yamato called the Japanese hunters pigs and said they couldn't do anything to him. The man read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. One god said he was bored and was leaving. One god said the man turned out to be pathetic. One god said he had wasted his time. Yamato screamed for the gods to give him another chance. The man felt his strength leaving him. He had no patrons. He realized that the fight was lost. Sik Kang watched the hunters massacre the traitor. They said he had betrayed their families and their friends. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and everyone wondered what it could be. Who else could do evil? An Anthropian queen appeared above Yamato. The rascal shouted that he was still the lord of Anthropias, and he should not be treated like that. Yamato yelled at the hunters that these pigs dare not touch him. They are all rabble who don't know how to be grateful. The man told Yuki to destroy all of his enemies. The man shouted for the queen to summon all the Anthropians and order them to destroy everything around them. Everyone was horrified by what they heard. Yamato shouted that he would destroy the whole country. Yuki looked at everyone with a demonic gaze. She inspired fear and terror. Everyone around her was afraid that disaster was coming. Sik Kang rushed towards the queen at the same moment, and with a few blows of his shovel, shattered her to pieces. Yuki died. The young man told Yuki to rest in peace. She hadn't belonged to herself for a long time. Yuki turned into a girl, who later also disintegrated into pieces and vanished into thin air. Shiro Yamato fell to his knees and screamed that it was his queen. The villain realized that the fight was lost. Yamato remembered that he still had Anthropy and shouted for them all to attack and destroy all those who had defeated the queen. Yamato saw the Anthropias glare with their eyes, turn around and move in his direction. He was distraught. What are they doing? They should be following his orders. Sik Kang asked why the rival thought he had power over the Anthropians after they were left without a queen. The young man noticed that Yamato was now very close to the Anthropians. The Anthropians pounced on the former leader and tore him apart. Yamato lay on the ground with his arms and legs torn off and said he wouldn't die. It can't end like this. The man was bleeding, saying that the power of the gods was with him now. Yamato wondered why the bleeding wouldn't stop. Why does he feel pain? In the last moments of his life, Yamato read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. All the donations had been taken away. The number of patrons began to dwindle. Shiro Yamato yelled for them to stop. He would be able to entertain them. The last god said there was little that could entertain him other than the death of this man. Number of patrons: 0. Shiro Yamato screamed and let out a gasp. Sik Kang stood silently over the body of the defeated enemy. Japanese hunters and the prime minister announced to the world that Shiro Yamato no longer existed. Sik Kang said that this guy had been given up on by everyone. It couldn't have gone any other way. Sparks and a festive plaque appeared before the young man's eyes. The gods were congratulating him. They wrote that he had defeated Yamato. The boy said he shouldn't be so intimidated. The young man read another inscription. The conditions of the second bonus have been fulfilled. He has 24 spectators. The young man thought, second bonus, this is just like last time. The guy noticed that the very same dice with numbers had reappeared. The guy read the following inscription in front of his eyes. Bonus Ether unlocked. The young man began to see the world through different eyes. He thought he could see everything now. Sik Kang's eyes were exposed to the elements, structure, and threads of all things. Even the foundations of the universe. Everything flowed into his mind. The young man noticed that he saw even the Anthropians in a different light, and he had more control over them than anyone else. The young man thought that these Anthropias were, after all, just offspring of the elements of core and matter. The boy thought he could cut that connection. Mrs. Soyoung shouted for everyone to pay attention to the army of Anthropias. The hunters and the prime minister were horrified by the Anthropians' behavior. They could not believe their eyes. Everyone was amazed that he began to disappear. Who could do that to them? The prime minister shouted that it was unbelievable. What is happening is beyond comprehension. The whole country is discussing only one news story. Anthropies are disappearing all over the state. The young man, without engaging in direct interaction with the bug monsters, eliminated them with a single hand movement. In breaking news on TV, it was announced that Korean streamer Sik Kang had saved their home country live on air by destroying the Queen of Anthropia. A tragedy of national proportions was caused by the actions of Shiro Yamato. Mess streamer Sik Kang defeated this enemy of the nation. A politician speaking in the young man's hometown announced what happened today, an incredible event that will strengthen the position of their state. From now on, the government will cooperate more closely with Sik Kang. The young man was resting after his hard labor. The breaking news had already overwhelmed him. The young man asked the slime to turn off the tablet. The boy thought that it had been a week since he had dealt with Yamato. He finally felt alive and rested. Thinking back on past events, the young man thought his schedule was jam-packed with all sorts of crazy stuff. Sik Kang realized so that because of what he had done, he had managed to earn a new strength. It was worth it. The young man felt that the new power allowed him to manipulate the properties of matter. He could even change the state of matter, like water. The young man realized that in this case, as with the chakra, he could only use a fraction of the real power. The guy decided that he would rest here for a while and watch how the current situation develops. The young man was informed that he had received a new video message. The guy was surprised. No one could know his current number. How could that be? The young man decided to play the video. The outline of a stranger appeared on the screen. It was Dana's girlfriend from out of state. The girl said that they had an emergency situation in their country, and they asked the young man for help. The boy was surprised. Would he have to fight a monster again? To the young man, Dana informs him that they have a zero-blade monster in their sights. They call it the Zero Blade. The girl said her country is covering it up to prevent panic, but they can't handle it anymore. It has become clear that only Sik Kang can solve this problem. Her country will provide everything needed. Dana said they would wait for the young man's response. That was the end of the video message. The young man quickly got out of the water and got dressed. He told the slime man to get the fighter ready for departure. The young man, putting on his shirt as he walked, said they were on their way to hunt for the Zero Blade. After a not very long time, Sik Kang's airplane, using the vertical landing mode, landed on a helipad on the roof of a building. In this country, the young man was allowed to use personal air transportation services. The young man stated that he had been looking for this meeting for a long time. So-young asked if the young man really wanted to overcome the Zero Blade on his own. So-young thought that when it comes to this monster, there's no stopping Sik Kang. The girl wondered if her young man could handle this monster. The girl wondered if her young man would be able to handle this monster. Sik Kang said to the girl not to worry. The young man said that he was not an ordinary man and not an ordinary hunter. The young man added that he is the first person who was able to strike the Zero Blade monster, and he is the strong man who saved the world from the threat. The guy added that that's why the girl shouldn't worry. She should just wait for him back home. The young man said goodbye and said that he would return home with a Zero Blade monster core. As he flew, the young man thought that he had become incomparably stronger than the last time he fought Zero Blade. That time, he had no chakra and no ether. The guy realized that this time too, compared to his opponent, his strength was rather limited. The young man realized that now he had more trump cards up his sleeve, and this would have a favorable effect on the future battle. The young man mentally tells the Zero Blade monster to wait for him, and he promises to tear it apart. The young man's plane shook. The young man realized that he was under laser attack. The guy thought that this attack was the same as Yu Ilika's attack, but several times stronger. The young man ordered the slime to track this laser. Sik Kang looked around and realized that he was being attacked by a vulture. It was quite unexpected. Griff, using his laser capabilities, fought off the invasion of the fearsome monsters. It was an unequal battle. The five-star monster scattered the attackers in all directions. Kaiser and his companion, watching from the cliff, said that the five-star monster, he in Africa five-star. Kaiser said that with such low-ranking minions, they are only delaying the inevitable. The young woman said to hold off the attack. The young man had already arrived. The girl thanked Kaiser for the help he had given her. Kaiser asked the girl if the young man could really be of use to her in their plans. The girl said if he really is what they say he is, he'll be useful, and he could be a key figure in this plan. Griff continued to attack Sik Kang's plane with his laser. The plane skillfully evaded the attack. The guy thought it might be a decent warm-up before a Zero Blade fight, and told him to have his plane pointed directly at this feathered creature. Sik Kang entered the battle with the vulture and thought, before he started fighting with the Zero Blade, he needed to get used to its ether. Ether, it was a gift from the gods. It was a new power that had yet to be explored. The young man studied how much energy he needed to use this ability. He realized that the characteristic of the vulture is light. If he uses darkness particles that don't let light through, maybe he could do something like this. The guy had succeeded in accomplishing everything he'd planned, and the vulture laser stopped affecting him. It was a localized victory. After Sik Kang stripped Vulture of his main weapon, he decided that it was now possible to use his shovel in battle. Griff shouted and attacked the young man, but it was all in vain. The attacks without the laser could not properly affect the outcome of the fight. The young man eventually figured out how to use the ether for defense. Now he had to deal with the plasma. The boy felt the recoil of the ether affecting his body. He still had to deal with that too. The boy remembered that he also had chakra in his arsenal. He remembered that he had chakra in his arsenal as well. After a series of several experiments, the young man managed to stabilize his body normally. Sik Kang gave the vulture no chance to win. Seizing the moment, he delivered a devastating blow to the bird. Again, using his shovel. Kaiser, watching this fight, shouted, "This young man had destroyed the vulture with one blow. A 5-star monster." His companion was terribly surprised. The famous hunter Kaiser was surprised after this fight. Where did this young man get such strength? Sik Kang realized that it would not be possible to use the same options twice in a row without recovery. The Kaiser's companion thought that this young man was just what they needed. He has great strength, and there are at least 2 bonuses available. The girl asked Mr. Kaiser for his opinion on the matter. What did he think of the young man? The girl assumed that with a young man like this, it could work out. If you stretched it out over 10 years, Kaiser wondered if the girl would be able to talk him down. What suggestions did she have for him? The interlocutor says she has to talk him down. She has no other choice. Further, she will act according to the circumstances. After the battle, the young man thought that unlike chakra, which increased the body's ability, the new incredible power had a huge risk during its application. The guy thought about fighting with a zero blade. If that happens during a fight, there could be trouble. One shouldn't fully rely on that power. Sik Kang said, maybe she'll stop hiding and come out already. He can still sense her. The girl apologized and said that there was nothing to hide from Mr. Sik Kang. She went out. The stranger looked at the young man and introduced herself. She said her name was Dana. She is in charge of security in her country. And it was she who called the young man here. The guy guessed it was the woman from the video message. The guy became alarmed. How could she get so close to him? Dana suggested that the young man might have a lot of questions for her. She promised to explain everything on the way. The young man was surprised. He said that he was a very busy man. Unless it was about the Zero Blade monster, he had nothing to do here. Dana said they would go right now to the Zero Blade monster. The young man's eyes got very rounded. The girl said that her country was not so foolish as to deceive such a strong hunter. The young men approached the vehicle. It was a vehicle specially designed for traveling in such weather conditions. The young man said that it was a very good truck. It can withstand many monster attacks. Dana said that her country, and especially the central part of it, is a very dangerous place. Her country is very large, and they can't defend it all. So they had to divide the country into 2 parts and govern the east and west separately. The central zone serves as the border. The border is inhabited by high-ranking monsters. They fight over territory. The monster that the young man had destroyed was a monster that had been banished from fighting for territory. He was a hermit. The young man thought that this 5-star monster might have played someone. Serious monsters rule here. The guy thought that this vulture was given 5 stars for its stealthy attacking ability. Its attack and defense weren't very strong. Even with the same stars, the strength of different monsters could vary greatly. Dana added that, even as a hermit, this 5-star monster was a big threat to humans. The girl thanked the young man for dealing with that monster. If not for the young man, her country would have to spend a lot of resources on it. The boy wondered if his companion meant those minions by the word resources. Sik Kang thought that this woman had followed him during the fight. Dana's companion was most likely Mr. Kaiser. The young man said there was no need to thank him. It was just a warm-up before the real battle. The car stopped, and the girl said that they seemed to have arrived at the place. They would have to walk from here. The boy wondered if they were in the right place. The young man looked around. At first glance, this was a residential neighborhood. But something was not right here. Sik Kang stopped. He felt something unfamiliar, but very strong, and it alarmed him. The young man wondered if the Zero Blade was anywhere in the vicinity. The girl replied, if the young man wants what he wants, he has to make a choice. The boy was surprised. An inscription appeared before his eyes. God states interestingly. The young man thought that it couldn't just be left like that. The boy was surprised at the feeling that swept over him. It was as if he had walked into a tent. Something was clearly wrong here. The young man didn't realize what was going on. Suddenly, Sik Kang saw a shadow with the corner of his eye. He bent down sharply and it saved him. Behind him was a zero-blade monster. The young man wondered how he could not notice it. It was as if it wasn't even alive at all. Upon closer inspection, Sik Kang realized that this monster, Zero Blade, was a completely different monster, not the one he was looking for. The young man fought bravely and repelled all the attacks of this terrifying monster. Although it wasn't the one he was expecting, but after all, this thing was also a zero-blade monster. The guy realized it was just the two of them now. This was exactly what he wanted. He had another chance. After another attack, Sik Kang realized that this monster's blade count was getting higher. Why is that? The guy was very surprised by his opponent's unconventional attacks. He'd never even heard of it. It turned out that there was something he didn't know. A thought occurred to the young man. Maybe it's not that simple. Sik Kang jumped high up and turned around and swung down directly at his opponent. He decided to try his idea in action. He was almost sure that he was right. Already on the approach, the young man activated his chakra while putting his shovel forward. It was the first time he had ever done such a thing. Just before the attack itself, the young man activated a thread of chakra and shouted a drill. Dana, who was watching this fight from the roof of a neighboring building, said it was working out just as she thought it would. The girl added that her predictions turned out to be eerily correct. The young man shouted that the zero-blade monster in front of him was not a real monster. There was no way a real monster's blades would have such soft blades. Sik Kang was very upset. Dana said coldly that the test was over. The girl turned around and walked away. The outcome of the fight was obvious. If he really is, they can put an end to this tragedy. The young man destroyed this monster in one blow and took it apart. Just as he thought there was no core, it was like a toy made of snow in front of him. The young man thought with anger that the girl had tricked him. The girl called out to him. The young man flinched. The boy wondered once again, how had she been able to come up behind him unnoticed? The guy says he wants an explanation. He is sure that the girl's ready to pay for her deception. Dana sadly said that she had not deceived the young man. Sik Kang was really starting to get nervous. This girl had slipped him an inflatable toy, and now she was saying that she wasn't cheating. The young man said he was expending a great deal of energy and resources to track down this monster. Dana reminded him that she had promised to take the young man to the zero-blade monster. That offer still stood. The young man thought that the girl continued to deceive him. Suddenly, unexpectedly, he noticed that a terrible snow avalanche was coming. The boy asked, where could an avalanche come from? The girl apologized and took the young man under her arm. She clung to him tightly. In the next moment, to avoid the danger caused by the avalanche, the young man, using the functions of his shovel, was forced to change his dislocation. Dana clung tightly to the young man. They changed dislocation at the same time. The young men found themselves on top of the mountain. The young man still did not understand what was happening. The oracle was circling above him. The girl said that the situation was an emergency, and she used her ability without warning the young man. The boy thought it was teleportation. The young man was a bit puzzled. First, there was a snow toy that looked like a zero-blade monster. Then, out of nowhere, an avalanche appeared. The young man couldn't understand what was going on in this country. The girl said that the worst monster that rules this country, the key is to find the monster's zero blade. The young man looked intently at his companion. He tried to figure out her plans. The girl's face was indifferent and a little sad. The young man did not notice any other emotions. The girl said that the snowman is their common enemy. The guy wondered where the name came from, snowman. Sik Kang said that the girl had no idea what the zero-blade monster meant to him. The young man added that he had traveled halfway around the world in search of this monster. Finding this monster is his main goal in life today. The girl said that she absolutely understands Mr. Sik Kang. She is in the same situation. Inscriptions appeared in front of the young man's eyes. One god almost choked from the tension. One god said hello to the young man. Dana said she was a player who was also chosen by the gods. The girl continued. She swears in the name of the gods that she is not going to lie and deceive the young man. The guy calmed down and said that in that case he would at least listen to his interlocutor. The young man had questions. What was the fake monster from a little earlier? And what did common enemy mean? The girl said that 10 years ago, her whole country was in a state of war between monsters. Everyone was desperate. There seemed to be no end in sight. At that moment, the snowman appeared with his snow army. The snowman army was destroying everything in its path. People could not escape the avalanche. Monsters were everywhere. They were even crawling out from under the snow. Even the avalanche was made up of monsters. The girl was just a child. She and her parents tried to escape the avalanche. The girl's parents were destroyed by the snowman army. The girl begged the monsters to spare her. Dana cried and asked God to help her. The monsters were already leaning over the baby. The girl opened her eyes and couldn't understand what had happened. She was sitting alone on top of a mountain, away from the city. She was not threatened by the avalanche. Inscriptions appeared in front of the girl's eyes. God welcomed her. She got one audience. God asks if she will amuse him. The next inscription said that the god would give the girl a cannonball. And indeed, Dana had a cannonball in her hands. The monsters from the snowman army were getting close to the girl again. The girl read the new inscription in front of her eyes. God suggests trying to survive. The girl jumped up high in fear. She was out of reach of the approaching monsters. Young Dana noticed that she could move through space. It was teleportation. Such is the power of the core given to her. The girl immediately decided to go back to her parents. They might still be alive. The girl thought she didn't have any more time. She wouldn't be able to check. A snowman has chained young Dana in an ice crystal. The girl was trapped. Dana was terrified. What was happening to her? She couldn't move. It was like she was frozen solid. The snowman, peering at this ice crystal, said that this person had a special power. And the snowman gave the choice to this girl. Snowman said he could bury the girl with the others. Or a girl could become just like the snowman. Dana said not to make her laugh. She doesn't want to be like the snowman, because he destroyed her parents. The girl read the inscription in front of her eyes. God said that everything now depends on the girl. God wants the girl to concentrate. Dana thought she was the only one who could see it. The snowman said he was willing to take pity on the girl if she would become like him and obey him. The snowman added that he would keep the souls of those two people and protect this country. Now the girl must choose. Dana thought the reward was too good. We need to focus and think. Something is clearly wrong here. After a brainstorm, Dana realized there was another source of power in the snowman. The source of the snowman's power was the blade. The girl noticed it. The girl could feel the power flowing out of the hole made by the blade. There could be no doubt. The girl realized that this monster vitally needed her help. The girl gave up and said that she would become like the snowman. She thought she should do her best now. Dana decided that when the time was right, she would destroy this snowman. As she finished her story, Dana added that she had the same hatred in her as Sik Kang. The girl added that's why she's not going to cheat on the young man, and hopes that they will be allies. Sik Kang scratched the back of his head again and said, if that was the case, he would like to know what the snowman's goals were right now. And why did she lure him here? Dana noted that the blade in the snowman's body belonged to the zero-blade monster. To the young man's surprise, the girl added that this country was teeming with high-ranking monsters. The young man's companion stated that the snowman and the zero-blade monster fought right there. The snowman had to fiercely defend himself. He had used up almost all of his strength. Snowman was able to lock the zero-blade in space and time. Dana added that it didn't happen, because zero-blade made a deal with the snowman. If the snowman can help satisfy the zero-blade's bloodlust, the snowman's life draining away due to the blade lodged in his body will be prolonged. Snowman agreed, and used Dana to attract high-ranking monsters in his territory. He fed those monsters to the zero-blade. Sik Kang, after listening to this story, asked, the snowman will die sooner or later anyway, right? The girl said the snowman uses the time he's won as an opportunity. He turns monsters into his own kind. At a certain point, when he is fully ready, he will break the seal and attempt to kill the zero-blade monster. The guy asked another question. It turns out that all this time, Dana was the snowman's weapon. The girl said that if that was all she was doing, the other hunters would have finished her off long ago. Sik Kang asked what she meant. Dana replied that they get something from the fights between the monsters. The girl provides the corpses of dead monsters to Mr. Kaiser. Mr. Kaiser's army uses the bodies, and now their forces with the snowman are equal. The girl assumes that they now have the strength to defend the country on their own, and not to resort to outsiders to do so. The guy said it all sounded pretty confident. But how does she think to deal with the zero-blade monster? The girl revealed that this is why they contacted Mr. Sik Kang. Donna said that they have been following the young man for a long time. And after the young man has dealt with the situation in Japan, they are sure that the young man will win. The guy assumed that the recent fake monster was just a test, and he added that in this country, the exams for hunters are quite severe. The girl said she was not asking the young man to handle the situation out of the goodness of his heart. As long as the monster zero-blade is imprisoned in the snowman's space, no one can get to it. After they destroy the snowman, the zero-blade will break free. The girl said that in that case, she would be able to use her power and to make Mr. Sik Kang's wish for a duel with the blade become a reality. Dana looked the young man in the eye and asked if this was a fair deal. The young man thought that a zero-blade duel was something he had been looking forward to for so long. The young man thought that by using this girl's abilities, it would be possible to achieve the goal. The young man said that he could not refuse such a thing. He accepts the offer. The young men turned at the noise. They saw huge monsters approaching them. The young man thought, where did these monsters come from? The boy shouted, why hadn't the oracle given advance warning? They were almost caught off guard. The young man asked, what kind of monsters are these? Is it really the ability of a snowman? The girl said that the snowman hadn't reacted to her like that until now. It was probably scared of Mr. Sik Kang. The young man began to read the inscriptions in front of his eyes. One god enters the chat room. Number of viewers, 26. The young man thought they had newcomers and promised they wouldn't regret joining. The young man used his shovel to suppress the snow monster's attack. He did his job splendidly, as always. The guy activated chakra and used the drill technique. The attacking monsters after that were not to be envied. They were left with scattered body parts all around. The number of monsters didn't decrease. They appeared out of the snow in the middle of nowhere. Sik Kang destroyed them with the same speed. The guy thought these snow monsters were breeding because they had snow around them. The young man thought that maybe an earthquake would help to kill them. The guy stuck a shovel into the snow and caused a localized earthquake. The consequences of this localized earthquake were more tragic, and the monsters didn't survive them. A fiery lava rose from the bowels of the earth and consumed all the snow monsters. The young man read the message in front of his eyes. He had a new donut. The young man said that they managed to get rid of the snowman's minions. The lava caused by the earthquake from the impact of the shovel had destroyed all the snow monsters. Dana marveled that the young man had such a unique ability. It could greatly help in solving their plan. The young man thought that he didn't trust his companion very much yet. He asked her to tell him the details of his plan. The young men continued on their way through the snow-covered, deserted area. In this wilderness, the girl led the young man to a huge compound. The guy said he couldn't believe that this place could house such an underground complex. How did they manage to put it under a mountain? The scale is impressive. The girl said it's a very important facility. It's classified. This facility plays the role of a fortress for hunters. Dana continued, Mr. Kaiser conducts his tests here. The young man realized why there were so many spiraled monster corpses in this place. The guy saw some people and asked who they were. What are they doing in the middle of nowhere? The companion said that they, the core of this facility, the Lenin Strike Group. Without them, they couldn't have built a place like this. The masked men and Sik Kang glanced at each other. The boy thought they didn't like him. The young men used the elevator and went even lower. The girl said that Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Vesti were waiting for them downstairs. Dana clarified that Mr. Vesti is the leader of the second highest-ranking strike force in the world. He is portrayed in the press as a cold-blooded, profit-driven man. The girl added that Mr. Vesti had sacrificed a lot for his country. The elevator stopped, and Dana said that they had arrived at the place. All the way the girl showed restraint and didn't show her emotions. When the elevator doors opened, Mr. Vesti was overjoyed and welcomed Sik Kang with open arms. It was as if he was an old acquaintance. The young men said hello, and Westy said he was honored to meet a famous cameraman in such a remote area. The young man reciprocated and said that he was glad to meet Mr. Vesti, and he hopes for fruitful cooperation for the achievement of common goals. Vesti said, grateful to the young man for joining their company. If they had such a strong ally, they could now relax a little. The boy thought that he had already been promised a handsome reward for his participation in this company. He meant the opportunity to fight a zero blade. Dana told the men what she had promised Sik Kang in return for helping them. The girl explained why it was so important for the young man to fight the zero-blade monster alone, and warned that after the victory, the young man could keep the monster's core. Mr. Vesti was fine with that. He said it was the least the young man could expect. Mr. Kaiser warned that now is not the time to relax and talk about awards. Do those around you not realize how serious the situation is? Vesti countered that the more serious the situation, the more effort it took to keep calm. Kaiser, as a scientist, can't help but realize that. Vesti reminded him that Kaiser is never on the battlefield, but always sits in a safe place and watches from the sidelines. Vesti also said that Mr. Kaiser is playing with loot earned by the blood of his comrades. Vesti suggested that this is why Mr. Kaiser is overly worried and more necessary to show fear. Mr. Vesti clenched his fist and said that unlike Mr. Kaiser, Lenin's strike force was not afraid of death. Kaiser said it doesn't matter at all whether they stay alive or not. What matters is that if they lose, millions of people across the country could disappear without a trace. The man warned his interlocutor. If they lost, and the monster Mr. Vesti liked, it could end badly for him. The monster can flaunt it and not destroy it. It would be a horrible sight. Mrs. Dana intervened in this conversation and told them to stop. This is not the time to be fighting. They should be working together. Sik Kang silently watched and listened from the side. He felt strange about this relationship. The young man decided that things would not go smoothly. The assembled decided to start the briefing. The girl on the hologram showed the snowman's land and said that it was inhabited by his henchmen. Dana reminded her that the high-ranking monsters trying to escape are also here in sufficient numbers. If the number of unpredictable variables increases in chaos, it is important to finish this quickly and as quietly as possible. This should look like a surprise ambush by a small number of elite soldiers' mission. The girl added that it was necessary to stealthily attack the enemy using her best-trained fighters. Mr. Kaiser watched the ice city from a safe distance. He visualized the entire battle zone in front of him. The zero-blade monster was in close proximity to the hunter. Its eyes glowed with demonic fire. Mr. Kaiser was going to use an army of chimeras that had been trained specifically for the first attack. This army of chimeras was utilized through decades of research and is now being used as the strongest army in the world. The Kaiser must overwhelm the monster guards and serve as a distraction. The girl continued while Mr. Kaiser would buy time. The three of them, along with the elite of Lenin's strike force, would infiltrate. The girl warned that this special secret squad would attack quickly and skillfully. Dana expressed her hope that it should work out for them because they are the best of the best. A special squad led by young men arrived at their future battlefield. Observing the area, the young man saw that it wasn't that simple. There was a magical snowman barrier in front of them. It had to be overcome. Sik Kang said that now it was time for the girl to make a move. Dana got ready to use her superpowers. The girl said that she was about to use the insight mode. The young man was surprised. He had never known anything about insight before. Mr. Vesti said it was another of Dana's abilities. It allows her to see the true nature of things. Dana can see if an object is animate or not. This strategic ability helps her see weaknesses. This ability is very impressive. The young man thought it was likely that the girl had gotten such an ability as a performance bonus from God. Sik Kang asked the girl, how much longer would she have to mess around with the barrier? Dana was very focused, and without taking her eyes off the process, said she would need another 10 minutes tops. The young man said that their actions directly depended on how long Mr. Kaiser's Chimera army would hold out. The situation was not good. There were many more enemies than they had thought. The young man said that in that case, it would be best if they helped Kaiser-san a little. The chimeras did not stop attacking the snow monsters of the snowman. Mr. Vesti said that if the young man joined the fight, it would strengthen their position. After all, he is the main striking body of their team. The young man took out his shovel and said that his interlocutor need not worry. The young man explained that he was going to buy time for their company, and he wasn't going to disrupt any plans. The young man advanced towards the enemy and said that he was ready to start putting his plan into action, and he assumes it will be much easier for Mr. Kaiser now. Sik Kang decided to use his new ability combined with ether. He expected it to have an explosive effect. Kaiser's strike force was amazed by the young man's abilities. He used fire snow and controlled it from afar. It was incredible. The militants were amazed at the young man's ability to summon underground lava. But you have to be careful with this one, because the young man is ready to fry even Chimera Kaiser. Mr. Vesti, watching everything from the sidelines, thought the young man was quite talented and doing his part with inspiration. The young man tweaked his actions, and now the lava began to hit only the snowman monsters, bypassing the Chimera Kaiser. Sik Kang noticed that the ether was severely depleting his stamina, just as he had suspected. Even so, thanks to him, their company had gained enough time. Dana told her people that she had everything ready, and the protective barrier in front of them has been removed. The way is open. The girl warned that this barrier could not be open for long, so they must hurry. Sik Kang noticed that it was as if they were in a different world. He asked where they were now. The guy realized what was going on. It's the impression that everything around him is frozen. The snowman is trying to keep himself safe in any way he can. Mr. Vesti said that intelligence warned them about this, but he didn't think it would be this bad. One of the fighters told Mr. Vesti that they had a problem. They had lost contact with the outside world. Vesti urged the Lenin strike force not to be afraid. They had foreseen that such a thing was possible. Dana looked at her coworker and said that this option was considered when planning the surgery. In front of the strike force was a snowman space. An incredible amount of people and monsters were imprisoned here. The strike team's plan was to steal the nukes. Snowman is saving them for a fight with the Zero Blade monster. The girl reminded that it was also necessary to rescue all the sealed people. Dana added that they plan to destroy not only the snowman, but also the Zero Blade monster. That would be the apogee of their operation. Dana said they had a plan B, an alternative designed in case they don't succeed. They'll start bombarding the area to attract as many monsters as possible. While the monsters will be distracted in this part, the strike force will be rescuing civilians. The girl apologized to Mr. Vesti just in case for dragging them all into this danger zone. Vesti replied that it was their common cause. Mr. Vesti said that if it weren't for Miss Dana's abilities and aspirations, they would have had to live under this tyranny for the rest of their lives. Now everyone is still alive, thanks to the sacrifice Dana made 10 years ago. Mr. Vesti said that now it was their turn to pay their debt to Dana. The girl was very touched. Vesti gave the command Lenin's shock troops. He shouted that they were starting the operation. Sik Kang said that it was time for them to move out as well. They would need more time to find them in such a vast area. Donna asked, "Doesn't Sik Kang feel any fear?" Compared to the monsters that fought him before, these two are on a completely different level. The girl added, "If you lose, you will never be able to avenge your family in the future." The young man replied that he certainly feels a sense of fear, but that feeling cannot stop him. And the feeling of revenge is much stronger. Sik Kang added that he was even more scared that his hatred for this monster might fade away. The guy said he's suffered enough. It's time to end it. The girl said that they would be moving out as well, and turned on the insight mode. The young man followed the guide. Dana's eyes lost their fear and gained confidence. She thanked the young man and said that now she wasn't afraid either. Dana says they don't need to look for the snowman at all. The snowman has been here since the beginning. The snowman said Dana was his stupid maid. How dare she deceive her master? The snowman had a look of anger and displeasure on his face. The young men realized that they would have to get into a confrontation right now. Now, you don't have to spend a lot of time looking for a snowman. The young man and Dana were dodging the opponent's attack. Guy said he wasn't serious. The snowman is throwing icicles. The girl said don't underestimate them. These are not just ordinary icicles. The girl explained to the young man that the snowman's ice blades can freeze even time. It's hard to understand. You must never touch them. The guy asked, what should they do in such a case? They can't endlessly only dodge. The girl replied that this snowman ability is very powerful, but it also has its limit. To use this ability, the monster uses its life force. You need to make the snowman use this power as much as possible. Snowman said he knew about the girl's plans from the beginning. He only left her alone because it amused him to watch her flounder. But Dana had gone too far. And now she has to die. The young man warned Dana that at some point, and it might be difficult to dodge another ice blade. The girl said that the snowman's strength wouldn't last much longer, so they have to hold out. The snowman said the little vermin in front of him now. They are good at running away and dodging. The young man asked Dana-san if there was another way. If he continued like this, he might run out of stamina before the snowman ran out of strength. The girl says to hold out a little longer. She can already see the snowman's weakness. The girl shouted out that the snowman was already having his last throes. The snowman was fighting more than just them now. Dana notes that the snowman needs to keep an eye on the Kaiser's army and Lenin's strike force. Mr. Vesti and Mr. Kaiser continued to attack the snow monsters. Without stopping for a second, Dana warned that they would definitely have an opportunity now. The young man agreed and said they needed to wait a little longer before attacking. Dana said she would give the signal when the time was right. The girl said that now was the time and that they must not hesitate for a second. They had to remember that the barrier might close. The young man, using the special functions of the shovel, used a series of fierce attacks aimed at the snowman, and he said it worked. He used just the right moment when his opponent was distracted. The snowman screamed out of his last strength and tried to strike back at the youth. The young man defended himself effectively. Despite everything, the snowman was still strong. He tried to suppress his attackers. The snowman shouted, "How dare a pathetic person behave like this?" The guy thought space was starting to freeze in all directions. Dana said that the snowman was trying to pull together the rest of its power. The girl assumed that their opponent had decided to freeze everything around them, everything at all. Dana warned that if that happened, even her ability wouldn't be able to save them. The boy said that in that case, they would just have to retreat. The girl gave the snowman a hard look and said it wouldn't be necessary. The young man looked in the same direction and his eyes sparkled. He said that he had noticed the same thing. The young men saw an incredible aura of murder. The blade that the snowman had been wounded with all this time began to increase in size. The snowman cried out with fear that his seal had broken, and he tried to stop the blade from increasing in size with his hands. The snowman screamed for the blade to go back. The snowman was finished. In the monster notes, it was stated that a snowman is a space-time monster that can freeze the present, takes the form of a beautiful girl whose flesh and blood are made of pure snow, dwells in an ice castle surrounded by servants. The young man said he now understood what only Dana-sama could see. It was about the monster blade Zero Blade. Dana was relieved that the snowman had used all his power, and now it could be stated that they had won. The young men watched the snowman's death agony. He said he couldn't just die like that. Snowman said angrily that he needed a little more time to get everything ready. How dare these people do such a thing? Dana responded by saying that the snowman should have just not let her live. The snowman back in the day made a big mistake. Dana extracted the core from the dying snowman. That was the end of the battle. The warriors of Lenin's unit told Mr. Vesti that space was shuddering. The commander did not understand what was really happening. Kaiser looked at the snow monster losing strength and thought that his colleagues had done well. The girl clutched the snowman core tightly in her hands. It was a valuable artifact. The young man said it was the first time he had ever seen such a core so close. Dana lowered her head and said that her parents could now rest in peace. The girl cried. Sik Kang thought that he too would be free after he could destroy the Zero Blade monster. The youth heard the oracle shouting with his left head. The young man realized that if the snowman was dead, the rogue who had been sealed away might now be free. Kaiser noticed the snow monster raised its head high and growled menacingly. The snowman's icy city began to crumble. Explosions were happening everywhere. The oracle kept shouting with his left head. The girl said that now it was her turn to deal with another, equally dangerous evil. The young man remarked that if he didn't have chakra, he could have been seriously hurt in this dangerous situation. The young man looked at the giant monster Zero Blade and said that the one would not be able to intimidate him. The girl was horrified by the power of the Zero Blade. This monster was able to destroy the snowman's castle in a second. Dana, with fear, said she was wrong. This monster was much stronger than the other five-star monsters. Mrs. Dana told the young man that they should step back. They need a break and they need to come up with a new plan. The young man told his companion to calm down. He knew what he was getting into. The guy looking at the girl said that the commander should not show such an expression to others. You have to keep your nose up. The guy added that he was aware of the fact that this monster was above the ranks, and this wasn't his first encounter. Sik Kang was not discouraged and told the girl that he was not so simple. He had a lot of combat experience, and he had a lot of high-ranking monsters that he had destroyed. Revenge gives him strength. The guy stated that they would proceed with the plan they had devised. We have to make sure that no one else is around. The young man warned that when he jumped on the monster, the girl must immediately teleport them out of here. This is an important condition. The girl tried to stop the young man, but he said he was determined to show her what the monster Core Zero Blade looked like, and told her to stay here waiting for him. The young man rushed to the attack. Using his shovel, he began to deliver attacking blows as accurately and quickly as possible. The opponent started to pull back. The young man moved as close as possible to his opponent and told Dana to turn on the teleportation. The guy landed another striking blow on the monster and pulled it away from the girl towards him. The young man noticed that Dana had succeeded. Finally, he was alone with the monster. Sik Kang knew that now the monster wouldn't be able to increase the number of its blades, and there was a chance to deal with him. The girl watching this battle from the side thought that this was all she could do to help her coworker. Dana regretfully concluded that everything now depended on the young man, and he couldn't count on anyone's help. The guy tried to initiate lava coming out of the ground so it would help him further. The young man noticed the monster falling into his trap, and it had done some tangible damage to him. The young man realized that he had a chance to deal with this monster. The young man rejoiced. Things looked very different now. He was significantly stronger now and had more skills. He should definitely be able to handle it now. The guy went on the attack once again and, having extended his shovel, decided that he would hit his opponent from a distance. The blows of the shovel were incredibly strong. The young man was glad. His technique was working. The blows were performing their primary functions. The monster continued to suffer damage. Its strength was waning. The guy thought his strength was enough to destroy the Zero Blade. Guy figured he still had enough options in his arsenal to attack. At some point, the young man realized something was going wrong. After all, he was dealing serious blows to his opponent. Now it seemed to the young man that this monster was not injured at all. How could it be? The young man had the impression that he was just beating the sandbag. It was as if he was just beating the sandbag, thus losing strength and not doing any damage to the opponent. The young man saw that the monster was suddenly penetrated by his own blade. How is that possible? Did one's own blade attack the zero blade monster? The young man's surprise was unbounded. He noticed that the blade was growing in size. A hunch struck the boy. He now considers the blade to be his enemy. Why did that happen? The young man decided that he urgently needed to move to a safe distance, and he had to do it as quickly as possible. The monster, despite the blade sticking out of his chest, activated attacks on the young man. The boy dodged and effectively evaded these attacks. The young man turned around and decided to counterattack his opponent. He swung around and threw the shovel with great force right into the ruthless monster's chest. The shovel, releasing a huge amount of energy, hit right on target. The monster screamed loudly. The young man saw a huge number of deadly blades forming above the zero blade. It was a horrible sight. The boy looked at those blades with undisguised fear. The oracle shouted with his left head. The young man watched from the sidelines as a huge flash occurred. The young man wondered if it was all a spark. Sik Kang saw how powerful an attack was organized with these zero blades. The boy managed to dodge those blades at the last moment, but their temperature was so high that his shoulder was burned. The young man considered himself lucky. The guy looked at his left arm and thought he was born with a shirt on. It could have been much worse. The young man thought that if it wasn't for the ether shield, his body would have been torn to pieces. He thanked the gods again for this bonus. The young man guessed that this attack was a Railigan. There could be no mistake. Spinning the metal blades at high speed, the monster created energy under high pressure and used it to spin the blades at high speeds. The young man regretted that Zero Blade had more combat experience than he thought. Zero Blade is actually smart enough to use this experience, just like humans. The guy realized his mistake. He had been overconfident. The boy thought that he would continue to dodge such simple attacks in the future. He would just have to pay more attention to it. The next attack was much more sophisticated. This had never happened to the young man before. He flew a few dozen meters away and fell on the snow. The young man realized that his opponent was using supersonic waves, and they could definitely do some damage. Sik Kang decided that if this fight really dragged on, his body wouldn't be able to take it. The guy decided that the next time he attacked, he would try to get much closer to his opponent. If the young man organizes a strong attack and he is at a close distance from the monster, the Zero Blade will not be able to release a new portion of supersonic waves into it. The guy tried a new tactic and it paid off. The attack with sound waves stopped. The boy realized that the railgun was too strong for the monster. Sik Kang was once again surprised. He saw blades appear from the damaged part of the monster's body. The young man guessed that the monster was using the blades to repair its body. Zero Blade lunged his blade towards the young man in a sharp motion. The young man used his defense and was unhurt, but he flew backwards. The guy noticed that the monster, despite the fact that they were fighting one-on-one, had the ability to increase the number of blades. This monster has already shown many times that it can learn and adapt. Sik Kang did not despair. He knew that there was no monster that he couldn't handle. He only needed to be persistent and creative in solving this issue. The shovel would help him. The young man guessed that the Zero Blade monster's body color displayed the material it was made of. Considering the color and density of the material, the young man concluded that this individual was composed of copper. An idea immediately struck the young man. If his rival is copper, then his destruction should be approached creatively. It is best to use lava for this purpose. A shovel will help create the desired effect. The young man had experience in summoning lava from the bowels of the earth. That's what he's doing now. Mrs. Dana, who was watching from the sidelines, wondered what other earthquake had happened there. Donna and Kaiser assumed it was an earthquake, the work of Sik Kang. The young man knew that this monster, from the moment he was born, no one had ever been able to defeat it. This monster attacks, always using an endless stream of blades. And just today, the young man made the Zero Blade experience a sense of fear. The monster realized that the lava that his rival had summoned from the bowels of the earth could destroy him as well. No blade could help him. The parts of the body that were hit by the lava disappeared without a trace. They melted and flowed to the ground. Sik Kang shouted that he had calculated everything correctly. If his opponent was made up of copper, he was definitely afraid of high temperatures. The lad realized at the same moment that the prolonged bout was leaving its stamp on him due to the effects of the ether. The young man once again decided that he needed to end this fight sooner rather than later. Besides, there were all the prerequisites for that. The young man once again put his shovel forward and went on the attack. He delivered a crushing blow to his opponent right in the chest. The zero blade flew far back. Sick Kang shouted. His opponent would probably have all 4 limbs torn off for the first time, and there would be no time to regenerate. Our hero shouted that the monster is now feeling the pain felt by the people who fell at its hands, and he feels their suffering. The young man was summoning the monster to himself. He stood directly on the hot lava. He was in terrible pain from the increased temperature. Sick Kang shouted that he wasn't done yet, and the monster dare not retreat. It must end here and now. The guy shouted out of his last strength that the zero blade would not retreat, and he was waiting for him for a decisive fight. The young man felt that he was close to his limit. He must finish the fight quickly. Otherwise, he might not be able to take it. The young man noticed that his opponent still had a hidden blade, despite the missing limbs. The young man couldn't let that happen. Sick Kang accelerated out of his last strength and moved straight toward the monster. He couldn't let it escape. The young man stopped to take a short break and cool down. He needed a little more effort. If he let go of the zero blade, it would come back next time even stronger than it was now. Sick Kang was on his knees. His strength was leaving him. He had to gather his will in his fist and make one last throw. The monster looked at the exhausted opponent. He also saw the pile of ashes that all his energy had turned into. Zero Blade thought there was still a little hope of ending this once and for all. The monster put his blade out and decided to perform one last attack. He did it with all his might. He put his blade far forward, because he knew from experience that close combat with his opponent was too dangerous. Zero Blade decided to use a long-range attack. The monster did not take into account the fact that the enemy's shovel had the property of increasing in size, and the young man had time to deliver his striking blow earlier. The shovel pierced through the Zero Blade's body. Sick Kang smiled out of his last strength and said that this mountain of metal had definitely not expected such a thing. The young man tensed and lifted his opponent's strung body high up on the shovel. The boy gave a victory cry. The young man shouted loudly and took a few more steps, carrying his defeated opponent above him. The guy dropped the monster's breathless body and victoriously raised his shovel upwards. He had won. The young man held the core extracted from this monster with admiration. He rightfully considered himself the best monster fighter. Sick Kang held the red crystal firmly in his hand. The young man had achieved his goal. He defeated the Zero Blade monster and was rewarded with its core. Justice had been served.